How we doing, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? Check in, check in. Happy freaking Monday. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I'm feeling better this week. We're back on point. September 15th, 2025. What up, Eric? What up, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? Today's Member Monday. So I'm gonna put it on member only for about an hour, a little less than an hour-ish. We'll see how the chat's working. But today is my perk for my members because I got a lot of people that are members of my YouTube channel that have helped keep me continue streaming for the past 5 years. I don't have a single sponsor. I've been doing this, and that's not a good thing. I need sponsors, but I've been doing this with no help, no other help other than my own members and people that choose to support Mercado Media. So just for the first hour, it used to be the whole stream, but then I'm like, I don't know if that's really going to work. So it'll be for the first hour. So shout out to all my members. And I'm going to go ahead and put there. Yeah, because nobody sponsors hate. Oh, you watch. Oh, you watch. The person that lost their life last week, we had tons of sponsors and spewed hate all day long. So don't worry. We'll figure that out. What up? Hello. Tuning in at work per usual. Absolutely dead campers. Everybody check in. Number one, let me see the members. All my members check in. It's Member freaking Monday. If you guys, I got to get my Twitch fixed, which it is, and it's fixed. But guess what? I had the worst end of the week last week. You know, I was mentally just in a daze from last week. I mean, I was up all day, all night long, waiting for all of the recent news as it was coming in, shootings left and right. And I'm just like in a daze. Like I had to make sure I was getting electrolytes. Like I'm still drinking electrolytes because I already know last week I was dehydrated and had mental PTSD stuff happening. And so you just got to maintain that. You know, it's never going to go away for me. It's never going away. It's always there. So I just have to maintain. And I did that. But anyways, in my days last week, going to get food, because I was just taking a break from the coverage. And then I was going to go get some food because I got to eat. I got to do that. And I'm on my phone and I'm literally on X and I'm just scrolling, like loosely holding because this is my work phone, loosely holding my phone. And then I go to get in the elevator and I go put my phone to go walk into the elevator and it fell out of my hand. And where does it land? Where does the phone land? It lands literally on the crack of the elevator and it goes right into the elevator shaft. I shit you not. And I'm sitting there and it was like slow motion and I couldn't believe what I had just seen. So my normal phone, I'm using my work phone, which I have nothing on it. There's nothing on this except for like Facebook and the essentials because I stream with it. This is my streaming phone. My cell phone is in the bottom of the elevator shaft. It's still there. So I got to get that out. It's going to be expensive. So shout out to all the members of the channel. You're going to have to pay for that this month to get that out of the elevator. So you got to get that out. So shout out to all the members. The elevator. Well, hopefully we can get that out soon. I was hoping to get it out this morning, but they got to book an appointment with the elevator company, and we got to get that out. So, and like it fell from my floor too, which it's from the top floor. So the fact it went all the way to the bottom and it was still okay. It landed in a spot, and the other thing that made me upset was it landed in a spot to where when the door opens, you can look through the crack and I could see my phone like lit up still, just like playing videos on X, like just X videos cycling, and you can hear it you could hear my phone while you were in the elevator. And I was just like, oh my God, bro, I couldn't believe it. But yeah, I mean, what could you do? I mean, it was such a rare thing to happen, and it happened to me. So if you're ever playing on your phone near an elevator, make sure you don't do that, or wait till you're on the elevator, and then before you get off, put it back in your pocket or whatever before you go use it again, because that crack that's there in the elevator door absolutely will take your phone or whatever else. It will take it. So, and then the apartment people were so cooked. They're like, it might just be cheaper to get a new phone, bro. What do you mean cheaper? Have you seen the cost of cell phones right now? $1,200 for you should 12, 14. I don't care. They're like, it's gonna be like $800 to get it out. I'm like, yeah, that's at least half the amount of cost of buying a new phone. Plus all of my photos and everything is on that. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean, bro? Just buy a new phone. Bro, open the elevator. Let me get in there. Let me get my phone. Couldn't believe that. That's what they said right away. So lesson learned. I won't play on my phone near an elevator door again, or just be more mindful. But I was in a daze last week. I literally barely ate. Sleep was not. I'm better now. Vikings game was terrible yesterday. Let's just get that over with. That was the worst. I went to the game, just like, hey, after this week, I need something to get me out of the mindset that we had, and that sucked. So dropped my phone, bottom of the elevator. It's still sitting there. Vikings lose on prime time. Terrible. So just practicing lots of resiliency over the past week, just trying to get through it all. And then dropping my phone, and I don't have it. And then the Vikings, terrible. Or use the stairs. Yeah, I could. You could use the stairs, but some people can't though, because they live on the 20th floor of a building, and that's not good. They're still going over there. You got the vice president on Charlie Kirk's show. This is what we're doing right now. So Charlie Kirk's show continues, and the government is using it just like they were before, though, but just now they're on it. You know what I mean? It was a government show before, but now it's like even more so. The view count's dropping. It was at like 240K. That's a lot of people watching one stream, though. It's a lot of people. 200 some thousand, but it's dropping because like JD Vance is not going to be their favorite. It's Charlie. Like, very interesting. It's very, very interesting of what's transpired between what happened and then the reaction right afterwards. And what we've been dealing with for the past freaking week has been insanity and levels of political discourse that are, I don't know if we can, I'm worried that we can't, I don't know if we're going to be able to bounce back. I've been watching all of the panels and all of the debates between everyone and we're in a place, we're not in a good place at all. Elevator crew. Oh, thank you, Jana. The elevator crew gang. Yeah, I need an elevator crew to go and get my, I need the elevator crew to go and get my cell phone. So, Charlie Kirk was murdered, and we had tried to try to help solve who killed him and provide facts and evidence for who murdered him. But immediately, the message was the left had killed Charlie Kirk, and a lot of conservatives and not just voices of conservatism, but like the politicians, like every single one, the president, basically every single figure in the right wing is calling for more violence. Okay, and is not lowering any temperatures of political aggression or anything like that. They're double downing. They're engaging in extreme levels of cancel culture. Beyond belief. Using government to do it. You got the vice president right now literally speaking about how it's the left that killed him. I already heard it. Okay, it's already getting reports, but you literally got the sitting vice president of the United States on a podcast today doing podcasting. That's what this is the vice president. Okay. Just openly double downing and blaming the left. We'll watch some of it from the Kennedy Center, where they had a bunch of prominent voices in the government double downing on all the rhetoric from out the week. But then you have major prominent conservative voices engaging in levels of cancel culture that we've never seen before. There was a cancel culture on what you would say the political left, early in the 2010s and before 2020. But nothing really from the leadership. Even when because you got to realize I was right wing back then. I remember how it went. I was never on the cancel culture shit. I was never on that. I was not even remotely left leaning whatsoever prior to 2020, prior to 2019. So I was on the victim conservative side of it, they're canceling all of us and this is bad. Like, people are losing their jobs. And it wasn't, and it really was just like random Twitter users, and they would, and people would have like a lot of movement with that, with Twitter users, you know, calling to cancel people or having them jobs fired for what they were posting online. This is that times like 20 what the conservative side is doing with the cancel culture. And it's like in calling for people's jobs, workers fired, placed on leave for Charlie Kirk comments. I mean, this is that times 100. And like the conservatives won, or the conservative side thinks they had a culture point of, hey, you know, we shouldn't lose our jobs for our freedom of speech. It was a rallying cry. Like, oh no, all these crazy left psychos are canceling us over our speech, and I want to be able to say what I want. And then we had the Twitter files. Remember all that? On how apparently, allegedly, the Biden government was having Twitter censor, like it was just a bunch of nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. Meanwhile, you got literally the entire, like from the top down, anyone with any type of following, even if they don't have a following, calling for people they're calling their jobs and having them fired for like reposting Charlie Kirk, for posting his own words, anything that's like Charlie Kirk that isn't like lowering the flag at half staff and basically saying Charlie Kirk is a great person. Like they're like demanding that. They're demanding that, not just, and I'm not kidding. U.S. Attorney Haba, she's the attorney now for New Jersey. Trump's OnlyFans lawyer. Flags were ordered to be lowered by the President of the United States. Lower your flags. Yeah. You better listen to the government telling you what to do, lowering your flags for a non-veteran what didn't serve. I mean, it wasn't a cop, wasn't anything other than a podcaster. A podcaster. Lower your flags. Like where we're at right now is not good. We are not in the good place. Okay? When it comes to that, you got Congressman Randy Fine, who still hasn't washed his hand after shaking the hand of Netanyahu. Same guy. This greasy sweat ball, this grease ball. Okay? This is all you need to know. This is really all you need to know. Okay, of what's going on over here. Okay? But this grease ball is engaging in that, as well as the majority of every prominent MAGA Republican. Democrats have no idea what they've done. A sleeping giant has awoken. We will carry Charlie's legacy forward. An American hero. An American hero. Charlie did nothing heroic. Not a single thing in his life. Going to college campuses and talking to college kids, to clip farm them and to rage bait them. You can say the principle of what he did was fine. People do that every day though. You have debates and people are hosting debates on a daily basis. Charlie did that because it was more, you get more money because it's real life engagement, and he got to clip that and make clips all day long of him like owning these college kids that are in school to like learn. And he's like, oh, here I go. I'm gonna go own these kids. So anyways, those celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk must be thrown out of civil society. If you are aware of anyone in the 6th District of Florida, or heck, anywhere in the state, who works at any level of government, works for an entity that gets money from government, healthcare, university, or holds a professional license, lawyer, medical professional, teacher, that is publicly celebrating the violence, please contact my office. I will demand their firing, defunding, and license revocation. If you don't think I am serious, I got 2 state university board chairmen fired for less. Those monsters want to fight? Congratulations, they got one. Listen, they're having their moment. But you got to realize Trump's already had hundreds of thousands of people fired for DEI and other nonsense. Okay. Trump's already had people lose their jobs exponentially this year for right-wing culture war bullshit. And now, because people are like posting about Charlie Kirk and they're not on the side of the right wing, they're getting fired. What do you think is going to happen over time as people are losing their jobs for speaking their mind about the right wing? Do you think this is going to result in more votes for the right wing? You got a whole other dumb shit conversation happening of like libs that are focused on being a white knight for you got to condemn. You don't got to do shit. You got to do nothing. Do you not remember how these people acted in 2020 in COVID on every single not just one, every single major event that takes place, weather related, war, not kids killed in school, doesn't matter. Every single event. That's like beyond that makes breaking news. They turn into a culture war politics. Every single time. They didn't need it. They didn't need this to act this way. This was like it was like the kerosene or the match, I guess. It was already the gas was already in the air. They just needed someone to light the shit on fire. But they've been encouraging the rhetoric of this like for years now, of the anger and aggression towards people that are politically opposed to them. I mean, you got randoms, every single major Democratic politician condemned the violence. They did. Immediately. Not trying to both sides it, not trying to say, well, hey, we condemn political violence, but most of the violence is conducted by the right. They didn't do that. They didn't do that at all. They were just like, political violence is bad. We should stop. Every single one from the top down. And you got people looking for lawyer or people that are like loosely connected. Here, I'm bookmarking all of them. In Minnesota. Where'd it go? Hold on. There you go. This Dustin Grage. Dustin, what? Give us the reason why you should even engage with the right wing. Like Charlie Kirk was grifting off of college kids that were trying, and if anything, it was people that were on the left that were giving Charlie Kirk like time and other thing, because there's really, in my opinion, there's no reason to give the right wing any time at all where we're at right now, other than people that are conservative, that are right wing, like they have right wing values, but they are not trying to be a part of this MAGA shit. There's room for people that are conservative in my coalition, just not this current MAGA shit I'm not with that, and I'm against that, and I'm not gonna ever look for unity with that. I'm just telling you guys that right now. There's no point. There's absolutely no point in finding unity with MAGA. But if you are a displaced conservative that is like has no idea what to do now, and like you can't vote MAGA and you're shook and you don't know what to do, then there's room for you here. There's room for you, and like you're gonna be able to look and like guess what, people on the left don't like Democrats either, so it's like, oh wow, you could probably have fun. I don't know. So I mean, there's room for you, but MAGA is not it, and we're not gonna. There will not be a place in our country in which there's unity with all of us and MAGA. It's not gonna happen. And people need to understand that. You need to understand that on this Monday, especially after the week we've seen, especially after how they're acting. Especially after how they're acting, and they're targeting individuals. Look at this. They're doxing. They're creating a website. They have a website. It's called charliesmurderers.com. Like, look at this. Look at this shit, y'all. Did they finally get rid of it? Did hackers finally take it down? Oh, there you go. Oh. Oh, they take it down? Oh, good. Get shit on. It doesn't work anymore. Yeah, so anyways, well, this website was set up by Ryan Fournier, who is like a white nationalist. It looks like it was taken down today. Thank God. I called it. I said it would be. All the MAGA that we're talking about, you're going to be found and exposed. Brother, you guys do not have the computer wizards on your side. Okay? You do not have the hackers and the people that can do that. You do not have that. Okay? And so I said rightfully, I said on my Facebook last week that site will be taken down eventually. Oops. Oopsie. But anyways, that whole website was like individuals, not like there's not a single prominent Democrat or liberal or anyone that was on this website. It was like random Twitter users speaking their mind, or like Blue Sky or Facebook or whatever, just like random people. And that's how like this MAGA calls the left, like just random people, because the Democratic Party establishment from the top down has done nothing but condemn this. Has done nothing but that. Everyone else that isn't a politician has the right to their feet, or even the politicians do. But anyone that is like what has their opinion and beliefs can share that. If they want to post a Charlie Kirk quote of his own words about how he feels about gun violence or empathy or whatever afterwards, or how Charlie Kirk felt that children should watch public executions, then that's what he said. And then why do you have a problem? I want to know why people have an issue with seeing Charlie Kirk's words through someone else. Isn't that weird? Does it make it different if like you hear Charlie Kirk's exact quote coming from someone politically opposed to him than himself? But then the quote is exact, and then people were all weekend were like, oh, those words are taken out of context. They're taken out of context. Like, I feel like I'm on the opposite. I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone, brother. I feel like we are in the Twilight Zone. And like these words are out of context. Then they would like post the entire like 3 fucking paragraphs of context, and then nothing changed. Not a single thing changed about what Charlie was saying when he was saying what he said. Oh, you need to show the whole thing. Then they like the whole thing's like this long, and you're like, okay, fuck it, I'll read it. And then it's like saying the exact same thing that Charlie was saying, only with more words attached. Usually when like context, when things are taken out of context, when you add more context, it means that the thing that was taken out of context was a completely different thing than what it was originally intended to do. So when you say things are taken out of context and then you provide the full context and it says the exact same thing, nothing was taken out of context. Nothing. It was just the most important point in there, instead of having someone read 4 fucking paragraphs of nonsense. So anyways, all this to be said that this cancel culture and what these people are engaging in. Are they done with the cancel culture shit now? Another win for the good guys. Look at this. This is all we've been seeing. Yesterday, University Mississippi staff member reshared hurtful and insensitive comments on social media regarding the tragic murder of Charlie Kirk. These comments run completely counter to our institutional values of civility, fairness. Did you hear? You should hear what Charlie Kirk had to say about victims of gun violence, or war, or anyone, or black people. And we didn't have any of the places he went to and all of the universities he got to go speak at condemn him before he went to go speak. And then they still held him there and gave him a platform everywhere he went. Well, another win for the good guys, brother. I remember 2020. And it's like, you know what I mean? Nobody even knew who George Floyd was before he was murdered. Okay. George Floyd was just a regular civilian out here. Did he have his problems? Yeah, we all do. Everyone has bad shit going on in their life. Some to different degrees than others, but George Floyd was just a regular person out here. He was killed by the police in broad daylight. People that we pay our taxpayer money to. By not by our choice either. We have to pay our taxes. right? They take money out of our paychecks. And then once a year, we got to pay taxes. Okay, but every time we're taxed all over the place. But anyways, George Floyd was murdered by someone that we pay. Okay, and it was in broad daylight, and it was recorded on Facebook Live for the entire world to watch, for the entire thing. Okay, and the human in me, the same reaction to when Charlie Kirk was killed, like, oh my God, that's so fucked up. I can't believe that happened. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that happened. That's that. I mean, how does this happen? How does Charlie Kirk get murdered in broad daylight in the deepest red state you can find, with security, and he has 2 layers of security? You know what I mean? But same thing with George Floyd. How does a police officer murder a civilian in broad daylight and think no problem, just sitting there holding, just cutting off his air with his knee on his neck, just sitting there, just sitting on him? And then, if anything, multiple times you could literally see, and this isn't mentioned enough, but Derek Chauvin put more pressure on George Floyd's neck, sitting there, like he would sit there and he'd, like, as if he was like balancing on the part where and you can see this, where he's sitting there balancing on the part where George Floyd really couldn't breathe, and he's sitting like he's sitting there on his neck, like making sure, like he's putting pressure there, killing him. So all of this resulted in obvious response, because this is a state employee that we pay for our taxes, and these state employees have decades and decades and decades of historical police brutality on civilians, and they have like the go ahead of the state to do this, and they don't get any type of accountability afterwards. So you have historical precedent of the police murdering civilians in broad daylight, mostly in minority communities, in the Black community. So that happens predominantly in that community with police violence. And you also, in the state of Minnesota, have had viral before of the cops killing black Americans, murdering them in broad daylight. And it's happened time and time again. So you had the historical precedent. You had a Facebook Live video. We were all locked down at home during COVID. So everybody was at home. Nobody was doing shit except for like the essential workers and people that were in the ERs taking care of everybody dying. We were all at home, and we all saw George Floyd murdered. Okay. And there was no doubt about it. And we also had historical precedent of that. Okay. The amount of lies that took place afterwards, and this is what pushed me away from MAGA, because I would say I was probably like leaving it, and I mentioned this before. I was probably falling off of MAGA due to the honestly, it was the school shootings and the lack of responses or care from the right wing when it came to school shootings. Of like, every time we had the Parkland shooting, right? And every single time, and this is from the right side, and this is the side I was on, there was nothing about gun control, nothing. And every time someone brought up gun control, you were looked at as if you were like a lib. Or like, hey, maybe we should do something about gun violence. What? Don't you care about the Second Amendment? What, are you a lib? Every time. And so I'm like, yeah, man, this shit's like culty, dude. I can't. This is weird. Like, there needs to be something done about these mass shootings. And I don't want to be in this weird ass like LARPer political ideology of the NRA, where like they are LARPers, a bunch of fucking LARPers of the NRA. So I was already kind of falling off between the shootings and the Nazis that were just taking the streets like comfortably. You know what I mean? Like, I was right wing, but you know, I'm brown. At the end of the day, they're coming for me too. I mean, I might pass as white, but I got a big nose. I get called a Jew all the time. I'm dark. I'm dark in the sun time. They're coming for me. So I might not sound, I don't have an accent, or I don't sound a certain type of way, but you know, when they look at me, yeah, that dude, something, hey, he's He's a mix of something. He ain't one of us. He'd probably call me a DEI YouTuber or something. But anyways, all that to be said, when George Floyd was murdered, obviously that had a reaction from me. This almost the same one as Charlie Kirk. I didn't sleep when George Floyd was murdered. I was out in the streets of Minneapolis all day, every day, nonstop. I couldn't go into any type of streets when Charlie Kirk was murdered. I'm not going to Utah. But I was up here on this stream all day, every day for the past week, making sure that the truth about who murdered Charlie Kirk is out there, because of the lies that came in from the very same people that lied about George Floyd. The very same people that lied about George Floyd's murder, the context around it, lied about Charlie Kirk's murder. The same ones, the same exact political side lied about Charlie Kirk. And they're the ones that watch Charlie Kirk. Isn't that weird? They all watch Charlie Kirk every day. You got the sitting vice president of the United States on his show right now. This is live right now. View counts dropping. It's just dropping exponentially now. I don't know if the show's over or what. You got the sitting vice president of the United States on Charlie Kirk's show, doing Charlie Kirk's show for him, which tells me that they didn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a puppet for the MAGA government. Literally, Trump and JD Vance and the MAGA government had their fist up Charlie Kirk's ass and used it as a mouthpiece. Proof right here. Literally proof right now. This isn't in honor of Charlie Kirk. This is we didn't really even need Charlie Kirk. He was literally just a tool for us. Anyway, so the same people had the same response, blaming nonsense. As soon as George Floyd was murdered, the memes. Anyway, so I'm more focused on the response. So when George Floyd was murdered, there was a response, obviously, because of the situation in the country, the current climate, the COVID, everyone was locked down, and the historical precedent of the police brutality that has been taking place. And then these idiots were comparing that to Charlie Kirk. There's nobody rioting. Who the fuck's gonna riot for Charlie Kirk? Who the fuck's gonna do that? Number one. Number two, Utah. What are you gonna go riot in Utah? You're gonna go protest and riot there? Three, the person that killed Charlie Kirk is likely politically aligned, but further extreme. You gotta realize, guys, the right wing is obsessed with transgenders. They are just politically there. The right wing they date transgender people. Like they're LGBTQ plus. They just gotta hide it and play a game and then be political. But they're dating and talking to all types of people. If anything, sometimes more so than liberals and who they choose to date and engage with. And that's fine. It's weird when you are acting political about LGBTQ plus people and what you have to say about them, but then you're out here dating and engaging with them silently though, and acting a certain way. So don't get it twisted. Like just because the shooter was in like a trans relationship, I guess, which actually did come out, or they were living with a trans roommate, which doesn't mean anything because the trans roommate is working with the cops and everything, and same with the family. So what does that mean to me? Nothing. But yeah, you have the people on the right wing that are further right than me are like full on with that. And that doesn't matter. It's not like just because you're transgender or somebody is trans makes them left leaning. Are you kidding me? Have you heard of, what's her name now? Caitlyn Jenner? Hello? I guess Caitlyn Jenner is a lefty. I mean, we've had, there's tons. Or Blair White. Blair White, she's one of the most prominent conservative voices, and she's trans. So I don't want to hear that just because there's like trans involved. That means left. That's not, and same with the LGBTQ plus. The people that are on the left advocate for the rights of the LGBTQ plus people to make sure that they have equal rights out here. But after that, boy, there's tons of LGBTQ plus people that are right wing. Tons, a lot. Too many, but like it is what it is. They have the right to believe what they want. But you have all, it doesn't matter. But you had this aura of bullshit to where like trans person, and that's like the first thing that comes to the right wing mind now is how is this connected to a trans person? How can we make this trans? The trans bullets, remember that? Use trans, there's probably a trans shooter using trans bullets. Anyway, so likely this person was further right, especially with the family they came from. I don't want to hear this shit. It was indoctrinated by the left. That's their new thing. We'll get to all that. I'm ranting now because we'll get to all that. Anyways, when George Floyd was murdered, the memes that came out, the racist memes of George Floyd immediately, because number one, he's black. So the conservative right gets the go ahead to do racist memes right away, right off the bat. Like that's a guarantee. Bang. Racist memes out. Two, they blamed him for, they said that he was overdosing and he didn't really die of Derek Chauvin's knee on his neck, which is a lie. So they, number one, they did racism. Two, they lied about George Floyd's death and that he was overdosing and Charlie Kirk did that too. Charlie Kirk was one of the prominent voices in that George Floyd was overdosing. And three, they absolutely like were trolling and went after anyone that was supportive of George Floyd. I couldn't go. That's why I can't play softball in the Twin Cities anymore. I had to stop because when I was out there, I had losers that were making comments about George Floyd to me while I'm playing softball. Oh, but is George Floyd gonna come around later, Merc? While I'm at first base. Oh, gonna go downtown to riot for another black man, Mercado? Like in person. And so you had that existing, and then that's with everything though. But anyway, that's just focused on one specific entity. But George Floyd was not a figure of liberal politics or politics at all, really. It was a civilian that was murdered by the state, by the police, that we pay with our tax money. That's why people protested and went crazy, because we are forced to pay the police money. We are forced to. It's not a choice. So we pay them, and then they're out here killing us. That's why people were out there acting a fool. It's not that I'm justifying, not that I am okaying the riots that took place. If anything, I was the one out there personally condemning the riots while they were happening in the middle of the riot. Out there, chaos was happening. Oh man, this is wrong. Man, this can't happen. And buildings burning. Oh man, this riot's bad. And man, this isn't the way to do it. Burning down the neighborhood. And like this isn't the way. But people were angry. People were very, very angry. And that's not, when you have people that angry on top of decades and decades of police brutality, it was like, this is wrong, but like there's an empathy, I guess, there. Like I was able to understand it, but also like condemn it at the same time. So, anyways, the reactions to that was wrong in how George Floyd was murdered, and you had the right wing completely lying about it, and they still do to this day. They still do to this day. And Charlie Kirk talking about how the civil rights movement was bad, and how the Civil Rights Act is bad, and it should be revoked. Like, and I mean, straight up. I mean, it could be that. It could be just America has a constant white nationalist, racist identity, actually, coming from MAGA and people on the right, and it's just permanently like that. And we've only had a veil of cope because we had the civil rights movement, and we came from segregation. But I don't think the people that had that energy for all that are gone. I really don't. I really think that that's the reality that they live in, that, we are different by race, and they can say that we're not. The right wing can say that we're not, but the politics they engage in, the rhetoric they engage in, how they react to everything tells a different story. The very fact that Charlie Kirk gets all of this bullshit, and it is bullshit, of response from the government to getting the Cardinal Stadium. He got the Cardinal Stadium sold out for him like he's Billy Graham. It's beyond me. It's gross. I mean, even if you're like Christian, if you're right wing Christian, I mean, there's nothing that You know, in the Bible, it talks about false prophets. If you ever read the Bible, I'm not never ever spoke religion to you guys, but I've read the Bible 3 times, cover to cover, because I came from a right-wing world, and in a right-wing world, that's kind of like defaulted. You're defaulted into Christianity most of the time. Spawn point, you have the traits your character gets is religion. That's how it happens. So I've read the Bible, and I was in my communion in the Catholic Church. I became sober through a church recovery program. We had to go to church every 3-4 times a week. When I started Mercado Media, I was living in a church-based recovery community. All that shit. And the thing that Charlie Kirk was doing was grifting the Christian right and using politics. I mean, when you believe, if you're a believer of God, then that's your belief and you have the freedom to do that. But this, for the past 10, 15 years or even longer, the Christian right has been blending in right-wing American politics into religion. And it could be longer than that. It could be since forever, but it's been really bad of like making that a thing, of like as if Jesus is American and Jesus wrote the Constitution of America. And like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? When you go to church, you're supposed to praise Jesus and God, right? I guess you got people talking about, hold on. You got people on the right talking about this. Where is she? Michelle Tafoya. Good morning. I went to church today for the first time in a couple of months. I was sad that the name Charlie Kirk was not mentioned a single time. I'm sorry. Did you go to church to hear the name of Jesus or Charlie Kirk? Like, you're going to church to hear, you went to church to literally go hear them say Charlie Kirk's name? And we wonder why Christianity in America is like gone, basically. Why America isn't a religious country, I guess, anymore or whatever. I wonder why. I really wonder why. I mean, I don't wonder. I know why. I know exactly why. Because of people like this. Because of people exactly like this. And then also like blending Christianity with another religion. Like, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? And you guys know exactly what I'm talking about there. So this is why you have a lot of people that have fallen off of the church, of Christianity, and want nothing to do with it because of this. And I respect people that have their religious beliefs that use them for good, for how the Bible and how Jesus and his disciples wrote that thing, and God in the Old Testament. The Old Testament's kind of super outdated now. That's why it's the Old Testament. But regardless, none of the teachings in here would approve of what Charlie Kirk was saying. And then Charlie Kirk would spew the most vile, hateful things about black people and LGBTQ plus people, immigrants, basically anyone that isn't a white Christian, a white identifying Christian. Let's just say that. And then all you'd have to do is just say, praise God, Jesus saves. And then, oh, this is our Christian hero. This is it. Boy, you used to have Billy Graham selling out stadiums, like turning people to Jesus and giving them and cleansing them of their sins or whatever Billy Graham would do in stadiums. And now you got stadiums selling out for Christians that are like grifting right-wing politics all day long. And American conservative politics. This is bad. This is very bad. Marjorie Taylor Greene today. There is nothing left to talk about with the left. They hate us. They assassinated our nice guy who actually talked to them peacefully debating ideas. As if like Charlie Kirk was out here, like as if the right wing absolutely, which is true. This is just mask off. This is just more mask off for them. That they will truly do McCarthyism. And if you are opposed to Trump or MAGA, and then we're going to be put in gulags, okay? because we're opposed to the state and we're opposed to the government of MAGA. So we'll be put in gulags. And the only thing protecting that from happening was nice guys like Charlie Kirk out here giving us their time and debating them. Then millions on the left celebrated and made clear they want all of us dead. Just making shit up. Number one, they made it up when Charlie Kirk was murdered immediately, and planted the seed that the left did this. And then now they're saying, so the left killed Charlie Kirk to them. Then when the shooter came out, not really aligned with the demographics of what they said what it was. Oh, the left indoctrinated the shooter. Yeah, that's what it was. He was a nice Christian white boy, Republican from a good family, and the left indoctrinated him. That's what happened. And then the left celebrated. Yeah, triple whammy. They did it. They indoctrinated the guy that did it, and then they're celebrating. Look how bad they are. The whole time. And this isn't the first time Marjorie Taylor Greene's called for a national divorce. Calling for a divorce, these Christians and their divorces, I guess, huh? Till death do us part. And then because she adds I will pray, God is the answer. But yet I ask for a national divorce, which that is against the principles of Christianity. Even though they just say shit. All you gotta do, guys, I'm telling you, if you're ever down bad, fuck it. Put a cross on, literally put a cross on, talk about God, and then be right wing. And then you're good. And then actually you probably make millions. That's all you gotta do. And they've got it down. They've got it down pat. Put some religious shit on, put a cross on, talk about praise God, and then you're good. And then you can make millions. Our country is too far gone and too far divided. It's no longer safe for any of us. And she's talking about any of us. She's talking about MAGA. What will come from Charlie Kirk being martyred is already happening. The only ones martyring Charlie Kirk is MAGA. No one else is doing that. It is a spiritual revival building in the kingdom of Christ. Listen, I will become a religious believer if we start seeing some crazy shit happening because of this. Because I told you guys, I've read the Bible multiple times, and the Christian God in the Bible predicts this. And I'm not trying to scare anyone, but if you're religious, you know what I mean. And if you're not religious, it's fine. You don't have to be. Be spiritual. But in the Christian beliefs, this is exactly what God predicted would happen. And it's kind of scary, but I mean, not really. If you're strong in your faith, then you should know that this is what God predicted. This is in the book of Revelation. This is I can't remember. It's in another book too about I got to get it down pat about false prophets invoking God's name when they're the exact opposite of that. I mean, the Christian belief did kind of predict this. It is what it is. Or others have. I'm sure other religions have, just in different forms. But obviously, I've never really engaged with other religions other than Christianity, and I'm not a Christian. I don't really believe in all that anymore. I just remember what I was taught, and the irony of the very people that are spewing this are doing what the actual Bible predicted would happen. Interesting. But it will happen on the outside, not within the halls of our government. Democrats are hardened in their beliefs and will flip the switch back as soon as they have power. Which, yeah, when the pendulum will swing, and this will be corrected, and it needs to be corrected hard. It doesn't need to be corrected like Biden didn't. All of these calls for violence and anybody engaging in this need to be politicians need to be put in prison. This needs to stop. And if you're expecting Republicans to fight against evil with the power they currently possess in the end and end this once and for all, you are going to be extremely disappointed. This week, Congress will be voting on another CR, Biden's budget that funds can't go a day without it, transgender policies. Not our own Trump policy budget that funds what you voted for. Isn't that a skill issue then? Isn't that a Congress problem? That sounds like a Congress problem. We had 9 months to get it done, but for reasons I don't understand or agree with, it wasn't the priority. Government isn't the answer. God is. God is the answer. Turn your full faith and trust to our mighty God and Savior Jesus. Tighten your circle around your family and protect them at all times. I will pray for the left, but I personally want nothing to do with them. Thoughts and prayers. That's what this was. Thoughts and prayers. That mean nothing. But this is the MAGA right, though. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the MAGA right. Using religion to control people, or try to. And it's wrong. I mean, this is blasphemy. This would be considered blasphemous in Christianity, if you're like going to a real church and not some bullshit MAGA shit. If you go to a MAGA church, you're going to a grift. You're going to that pastor is making money. And that's all they care about. But all of this is blasphemous in the highest way possible. What else you got? You got this loser. Look at this guy. Ted Cruz. Cancun cruise. Took his family to Cancun, but has time to go out and do some performative politics on some graffiti for Charlie Kirk. Look at this guy. Said, I think it said something bad about Charlie Kirk. This is the most work Ted Cruz has ever done in his whole life. I don't think Ted Cruz has ever done work before, and this is easily the most work he's ever done. I have another photo of it. There you go. It said, fuck Charlie Kirk. And Cancun Cruise went out and covered it up. There you go. There you go, MAGA. So you got that happening. So MAGA, I know you're listening because I have you behind the member wall, but don't worry, you get released in like 6 minutes. You got your politicians covering up graffiti. You're adding to the coalition against Trump by canceling a bunch of people and having them lose their jobs. So our numbers are growing. Our numbers are growing. Your numbers are not. You can think they are. You had another thing too, chat. I haven't been on X really. This is the first time I've been on X in days. Number one, because my phone is in the elevator, so I can't do anything. And this phone, I need to log in and use my 2-factor, obviously, and I need my other phone to approve it because it goes to my other phone. And it sucks, so I can't get on X really, except for on the computer. And I don't use social media on the computer except for when I'm with you guys and I'm streaming. But when I'm offline, I'm never browsing the internet on this computer. Or any computer. I don't do that. Now, is it weird? I only browse on my phone because when I was growing up, I wasn't allowed to use a computer. We couldn't use so I have no computer skills really. It was bad, so I had to sneak my phone all the time. So that's why I only use my phone. But do you really think that all of these cancellations and are adding to the MAGA movement? Do you think that the increased political violence and the mass shootings and just the chaos we've been enduring for 9 months is adding to the MAGA movement? Honestly, it might seem loud right now, but anyways, X, I haven't been on it now in days, and oh boy, has it been good. I've had no idea what's happened on this platform because it truly is like an echo chamber. Because outside of this X platform, ain't none of this happening. And I saw a bunch of people on Facebook reposting X videos of like these protests taking place, saying that they were Charlie Kirk protests. Not a single Charlie Kirk protest happened. They had gatherings in Idaho at the Idaho state capitol. Okay. Another giant right-wing state. Like, good. Fine. Let them go have protests in their right-wing states. Finally, I guess. Get them outside. Last time they did that was for the COVID lockdowns. But beyond that, none of those on X, they were being shared of European protests, and they were saying, wow, look at all the patriots out there for Charlie Kirk. And then dumbasses on Facebook and old right-wing boomers are believing it. Good riddance to cancel culture, said Eagle Guntherman. And then Eagle Guntherman, it is your moral duty to get libtards fired. Golly. Is Ted Cruz Banksy? No. Good riddance. But also, you got to get these libtards fired. We will cancel. We will cancel. I promise. Cancel culture is bad only if we don't do it. And that's the thing that you got to understand about the MAGA right, is it's only bad if we don't do it. If we do it, it's fine. And that's their politics. Liberals bad, and then anything they bitch about is fine if we do it. But again, I don't think they're playing the long game well here, because we're only 9. I mean, it's not like Trump had Charlie Kirk killed in the second part of his second term, which I still believe he did, by the way. And my freedom of speech dictates I can say whatever I want. I still think the Trump administration had him killed because of the Epstein files. It is what it is. All of this political nonsense and messaging and the vice president taking his... Are they finally done? What are they... Is it done now? Is it glitching?
I was an ENT specialist for over 10 years, and still no one believes me when I...
Oh my God. I couldn't imagine. So you get sent to...
You know, what's better than sitting around with friends with a great glass of wine talking about politics? We're launching this wine in a very turbulent time for our country. And really, this wine is not about dividing us further. It's about bringing us together. It's about freedom of speech. It's about celebrating our differences of opinion. It's really about tolerance. Sure, this is a conservative brand, but it's not meant to divide us. It's meant to be a talking point.
This is an ad, and I've never been like so dumbfounded. Yeah, we're not going to be divisive. We're wearing a MAGA hat that says "Make Wine Great Again." There's a big photo of Trump in the background. We got this cutesy little woke music happening that used to play on YouTube videos. But we're here to have Republicans come and talk and then pretend that they're having conversations. Because you'll have like a Republican that like hates Israel and then another Republican that loves Israel, and they think like that's good discourse. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, good discourse, brother. Let's talk about Israel. Oh my God. Yeah, that wine probably tastes like taint and butt juice.
I hear you're the fastest draw in the West. Faster than you.
You really are.
This is right-wing content?
It's this quick-release holster.
No wonder they're fucked.
The Toro leather holster by MCG Tactical.
AI-generated tactical ads? I've never been on Rumble.
Hugs your carry like it was built just for you.
No wonder they're fucked, bro. Look at their ads they get.
Just smooth, silent, secure draw every time.
Yeah, gun ads. Gun ads on the Charlie Kirk video. Oh, wow.
It's built
there you go.
all day.
That'll do it.
Natural, like you're wearing nothing at all.
Like you're wearing nothing.
Carbon steel clip.
Yep.
That thing's not going anywhere.
Yep.
Zero movement.
Get your straps.
Even under pressure.
Get your straps.
When a second is life or death.
Yep.
The Toro's quick draw design.
Use the AI again.
Fluid access.
Use the AI.
No snags, no hesitation. Just clean deployment.
Just clean deployment. Are they done now? Oh, it's done. Wow.
One of us. It flows from all of us.
Wow.
So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer. We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility.
Call them out and call their employer out. They call us out and then they get shit on and then they block. It's funny. Every time MAGA tries calling anyone out, they get hit with facts and then they block and then they go and hide and then they pretend like they're the victim. Let's open it up. Get ready, chat. You guys ready? I gotta do it. They're ready. They're waiting. They're waiting in the shadows. They're ready to come and talk about how you guys are. Listen, I got it. So when I release this chat, they're gonna say, "Wow, you guys didn't like Charlie Kirk." They're gonna be mad. They're gonna be upset. Okay, so just be ready. Wow, longtime friend of Charlie Kirk. Call their employer. Call it. No, I'm putting subscriber on because you got to subscribe to the channel. I don't know what I'm doing there. You will subscribe to the channel to comment. Like that will happen. There you go. My bad. You're not commenting unless you do that. So, anyway, so JD Vance had Charlie Kirk's platform today and went on to use it to just continue to stoke the same bullshit. Did he have a final message from the vice president? Or was your final message? Is just a final message time? See what he said. Let's see if JD Vance uses time for unity. Probably not.
Obvious one, and I have many other examples that I'd like to get into, but Pete Hegseth, you mentioned, I think that is kind of...
Really?
Shortly after Usha and I left Charlie's family, and Charlie's remains in Arizona, I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society.
What source is that? What is it called?
Charlie's remains in Arizona. I read a story in The Nation magazine.
The Nation magazine? I think I've seen this on the shelves once or twice. I've never used it as a source ever. I think it's on the shelves, right? I think I've seen this in like at the grocery store. Founded by abolitionists in 1865, the Nation has long believed that independent journalism. Okay, so they support independent journalism. Okay, I like that so far. What else though? Okay. Principle progressive, the Nation speaks truth to power to build a more just society. Home to the Nation's muckraking, a provocative commentary and spirited debate about politics and culture, the Nation empowers readers to fight for justice and equality. By providing a deeper understanding of the world as it is, as it could be, we drive bold ideas into the conversation and ignite debates far beyond our pages. We believe in intellectual freedom. We value facts and transparency. Oh, Charlie, JD Vance couldn't like this place then. I wonder if he says he likes this. One second. Hold on. I gotta take this. So I don't think JD Vance or anyone's would like this place. We argue that dissent is patriotic and we hold the powerful to account no matter their political persuasion. We raise up the promise of radical tomorrow, but we agitate for a meaningful change today. Above all, we aspire to galvanize a more informed public. Okay. So that all sounds good. It sounds like something that the right wing would like. What else do they do? Well, let's see what their articles are about Charlie Kirk. I don't know shit about this place. Trump has destroyed any hope of national healing. Oh, this definitely is. This can't be a MAGA platform. Charlie Kirk's legacy deserves no mourning. Oh, damn. The white Christian nationalist provocateur wasn't a promoter of civil discourse. Okay, yeah, this is definitely they are not MAGA at all. So is he gonna cry about it? Charles James Kirk, 31, died on Wednesday from a gunshot to the neck at Utah Valley University campus event just as he was trying to deflect a question about mass shootings by suggesting they were largely a function of gang violence. He died with a net worth of $12 million, which he made by espousing horrific and bigoted views in the name of advancing Christian nationalism. Okay, so obviously, is he going to be upset about this?
About my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine.
Oh, boy.
As does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously."
He named them. He named them. He named them by name. He named Charlie named them. He didn't say black women. He named them by name. Literally. That they do not have the brain processing power to handle what's going on, and also that Biden administration was firing qualified white men and replacing them with DEI hires.
Michelle Obama.
Here you go, actually.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
You had to go take a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. You don't have the brain processing power.
Cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know, it's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like, oh, of course, that's why we need affirmative action, because you have impressed us with your brilliance. Of course. Oh no, imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson. They think this is persuasive. They think as they kind of now reveal that I'm only here because of anti-white, anti-Asian forced discrimination policies that turned me into a bitter, resentful activist that hates white people, honestly, through our policy.
A bitter activist that hates white people. Let's see. Let's see the article. He was, okay. Let's see if even J.D. Vance quotes it correctly. And it's rude to me to say this because we live in a culture managed off of the truth. It's why this is okay. Best way to try to continue his work. Blah, blah, blah. Is a choice to make, okay. Many of the facile offenses of Kirk and his legacy are predicted are on the idea that it's acceptable to spread ideas. This is class privilege. A man who said black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously. You have to steal a white person's slot.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
So, I mean, the article itself didn't quote him correctly, but I mean, that's what he's saying. This is what he is saying, but obviously you're going to have J.D. Vance and the right wing be like, that's not what he said. He was talking about specific black women and affirmative action, and saying that the affirmative action is why they don't have the brain and they're going to make it about the semantics of it. And they're going to play word games. And that's how the right wing works. Okay. So like, it's important if you do quote someone that they just use his quotes, and then it's good enough. But they didn't say black women. He named them. He named them by name, and then said they don't have the, we just heard it. So they're going to play games with that. And that's probably what JD Vance is going to do here.
But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words.
Not exactly those words. He gave more words than that.
He made an argument against affirmative action.
Told you.
As a policy.
Yep, told you. Yeah, the affirmative action is bad. The policy bad. That's what he was talking about. They're going to make it about that, chat. Told
He
you.
criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual.
No, and that he named multiple black women, not just a Supreme Court justice, including Michelle Obama, who is not connected in politics. She's like, they do donor stuff with the Obama's foundations and stuff. But in terms of like, is Michelle Obama the Secretary of State? Is she a congresswoman? Is she a senator? No, not at all.
He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument.
He grouped a bunch of black women together. He grouped black women together.
For judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Wrong. He didn't choose all races and backgrounds. This is where you pick them apart after that, Pat. So that's why, number one, the nation should have coded them properly, and put the names of the black women he was talking about instead of just saying black women, because that's why JD Vance is trying to cook here. But then now he's lying, because we just listened to the exact clip, and Charlie Kirk was talking about white men and taking white jobs specifically. Not affirmative action is bad for all races. That's not what he was saying at all. He was saying that you're taking the roles for more qualified white people, and that affirmative action is providing minorities the means to take a white person's job. And that's what Charlie Kirk is arguing.
The very evidence she provides, this hack of a writer, shows that she lied about a dead man, and yet she wrote it. An esteemed magazine published it. It made it through the editors, and of course, liberal billionaires rewarded that attack.
The sitting vice president of the United States is hosting a podcast today of a dead right-wing political activist that lied about the deaths of everybody. Everybody. Charlie Kirk was a religious Alex Jones, a more calm family man version of Alex Jones, but the same. Less like, rah, 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 rah. He didn't do that, but was literally Alex Jones, but easier to digest for evangelicals. I don't know. Lied about every single person's death ever. Never told the truth about one death. Charlie Kirk, never while he was here alive. Never. Every single death that took place, he lied about it and turned it into a political talking point. And then that took place. He died. And then you have the sitting vice president of the United States come onto your platform and then lie more. So what are you talking about? I didn't even know who the nation really was. And that could just be my personal issue. And it's not to say it's not like a big deal, but they're engaging in cancel culture, y'all, while also being hypocrites in 4K for all of us to see.
Now, of course, even if Charlie had uttered those words, it wouldn't mean that he deserved his fate. But consider the level of propaganda at work. Charlie was gunned down in broad daylight, and well-funded institutions of the left lied about what he said so as to justify his murder.
No, that's not what happened. Charlie Kirk was murdered. The right wing came up with a fucking cocked up narrative immediately. Then we had to all deal with our family and friends that are like Christian and religious that aren't connected to politics, text us about how bad Charlie Kirk's death was, but said nothing about the kids that were murdered the same day or any other gun violence ever. But they all texted us about Charlie Kirk, and they were all so fucking sad about Charlie Kirk. And then that forced all of us to go, hey, yeah, Charlie Kirk was just like not a good person while he was here. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have grief for Charlie Kirk. I don't. That Charlie Kirk was a terrible person. And then they go, wow, how could you say that? He died. I don't give a fuck. Like, honestly, I don't give a fuck. I care about the fact that the people lied about his death. I care about the fact that he was killed in the way he was killed. And he was murdered in broad daylight like that, with his security team there and all the apparatus, all the money he gets to put into that. Like, how does that even happen? And we are literally we're in a bad place in the country, y'all. Like, truly. And this is bad. When you have this is the sitting vice president. And Trump is doing no better. He's doing the same shit, but from a different podium.
This is soulless and evil.
Is it?
But I was struck not just by the dishonesty of this smear, but by the glee over a young husband's and young father's death.
Kids were killed the same day. Young husband and a young father. This is the right wing. This is why it's like this, chat. White man, traditional family. Even though Charlie Kirk shit on, like, his wife is like 5 years younger than him, and she got married in her 30s, obviously, and they just had kids. But Charlie Kirk shit on women that were like his wife. If like Charlie Kirk's take on women is if you're in your 30s and you haven't had kids yet, you're worthless. That's Charlie Kirk's take on women. Or like you're living for yourself. Or Charlie Kirk's take on women was if you're trying to make yourself better, you're wrong. You should be worried about being a housewife. And that's what Charlie Kirk was pushing. And like in the right wing, they love that. Or the MAGA, I guess. The MAGA wing, they love that. They love the idea of like women just being servants to their men and having this bullshit traditional family nonsense value shit. That doesn't actually exist in the right. Because you saw what happens, talk about traditional family values. That Republican dad turned his son in so fast, called the pastor, and the pastor called the marshals, turned him in. Right away. Fuck out of here, bro. What you mean? What
Quote,
family values?
She says, he was an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist.
All true, all true, all true. But nothing there was a lie.
Smear, but by the glee over a young husband's and young father's death. Quote, she says, he was an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist.
Yep.
The Nation wrote, who often wrapped his bigotry in Bible verses
yes, it's exactly what he did.
Because there was no other way to pretend that it was morally correct.
Exactly. And that's the right wing, that's the MAGA grift, is wrap your bigotry in religious doctrine. Or wrap your bigotry in Jesus words, and then like that okays it. And like, oh, well, he's a man of God. No, he's not.
He had children.
Listen, Charlie's in a better place now. And it's not heaven. Don't know that, no.
As do many vile people. That's what they said. He had children, as do many vile people.
No, what?
Now, hours before this smear was published, my wife and I had the honor of escorting Charlie's body back to his home in Arizona. We took his
and using our military to do so was gross.
Wife, Erica, we love you. His parents, his sister, and a few of his best friends with us. And as they offloaded Charlie's casket from Air Force Two, I worried that Erica would collapse with grief. Now, I am a very lucky husband to a very wonderful wife, but I have never been prouder of my wife than that moment as she held Erica in Erica's very darkest hour.
This is all performative. Yo, they killed Charlie Kirk. They being the Trump administration, to create a martyr, which goes back to a time in history, which I'm going to play for you guys, and we're going to get into it, of the night of broken glass in Germany that started World War II. And this is very, very similar. Very, very similar.
And I thought of Erica as I read that disgusting attack on Charlie. He had children, as do many vile people.
Like even her thing, and I didn't react to it because, like, at the end of the day, like, that's still a wife, and she had a husband, and like she's grieving, so I didn't even stream that because, like, she's gonna say what she wants to say, but like after watching it after the fact, even her thing back was weird. But I'm not gonna judge somebody for grieving, really.
That's what they said about him. I said the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven,
oh my God,
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Listen, chat. This is the other strategy you should employ now. If you're not religious and you don't believe in God, that's fine. You don't have to. Do you know what you could do though? Is for research purposes, maybe read the Bible a little bit. Not to be religiously indoctrinated. So that way you know these narratives, because this is what they're going. The MAGA is going Christian nationalist. They already are. That's their identity, but they're going further into that with fascism. So if you can like disprove their Bible parables and their religious parables and all this bullshit, then you'll cook. Okay? So not necessarily to make yourself religious or believe in Christianity, but so that way you can start, hey, God didn't say that, or Jesus didn't say that in this verse, or that didn't happen, because they're going to start twisting the Bible, like they already are. They're going to start twisting religion, like they already have been, and they're going to use it as a tool of their fascism, which they already have, which they are right now as we speak, using the Lord's Prayer right now. Really, actually.
And I asked Usha what Erica had said to her earlier in the day in a private moment, and I asked Erica's permission to share this. My wife told me, she asked me for advice. Erica asked me for advice on how she should tell her children that their father had been murdered. She asked my wife how to tell her beautiful kids that their father and my dear, very dear friend is no longer with us. And as she was doing it, there were people dancing on that father's grave. Now, I have heard many calls in the last few days for unity and for healing in the wake of Charlie's assassination. You have no idea how desperately I want that, how gratified I was when Democratic friends and even former Senate colleagues...
It's not normalizing them. It's learning their tactics to fight against it. What's being normalized here? I spend every single day fighting against this. You have to know your enemy. They are not us. They're not with us. They make it clear every day. This stream they just had is making that clear. If you don't know your enemy, then you're done. If you just are like, I can't listen to it, it's bad, then they will win. Then they'll beat you because you don't know how they work at all, and then they're gonna destroy you because you are like you're stuck in how you believe, and that's fine. But if you actually don't know what they think, then you could be fooled, and then you're gonna look silly because then like someone will tell you something that they didn't say or they don't believe, and then you're gonna be like, oh, true, and then the right one will go, nope, didn't say that, and then when you're shown that they didn't say it, then you're gonna look so stupid. Instead of like, there's thousands of examples of like, oh, if you know what they are and you know what they're about and you listen to them. That's why I watch the Trump rallies. That's why I watch Trump. My platforms do not align with him at all or align with any of these politics. But if you don't know what they're doing and talking about, then what are we even doing? There's a reason why MAGA hates me, because I don't get dogpiled by them because I can call them out for what they say and do. Not like my feelings and like, I think this is what they say. I was told that I think that this is what MAGA believes. No, I know them in and out. And they can't say shit to me. They can't do shit to me either. I think they tried. I bet you all week they were trying to call. They were looking up my employers. They were trying. I bet they were. Motherfuckers. Independent means independent. MAGA was probably like dumbfounded. Oh man, we shit on Mercado for not having a job. But yet now we don't have a job to call and have him canceled. He's a loser. So a lot of them just settled on that this week. Like, I'm just a loser, but it is what it is. If being a loser means I can have an independent life and not be threatened or canceled by Nazis because of how I want to feel, then it is what it is. I mean, it's the life I provided, and you guys also help with it. Also with this gifted membership from Steph. And then also the gifted membership from FM, for sure.
reached out to offer their condolences to me. I'm so thankful. And I know there are so many like them all across our great country. I am desperate to wrap my arms around them as we all unite to condemn political violence and the ideas that cause it. Psalm 133 tells us, "Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head." Oh, how badly
Look at those gums.
have I craved that precious ointment in recent days, and I believe we can have it. But first, we must tell the truth. It's the only way to honor Charlie, for what was he, if not a man who told the truth in every place, in every environment?
No, I mean, this is why we're not going to have unity. This is why there won't be unity. Charlie Kirk did not tell the truth in any environment he went into ever. He told his beliefs. He told what he believed in. There was no truth to it. No truth to it whatsoever, other than when, yeah, there's no truth at all. What are you talking about?
Now, the most important truth Charlie told is this, that long ago a man, begotten, not made, came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate and suffered death and was buried and rose again on the third day.
Listen, if we start having in America major weather issues or like serious, like I'll start going to church again or something. This is if you're religious, this should hurt you. This should like pierce through your entire soul. My old religious self is cringing, but like I don't engage in any of this anymore. But like this is holy shit. This is the vice president. Brother, quoting, "We are all no, we're not. We're not."
Charlie believed, as I do, that all the truth he told flowed from that fundamental principle.
And none of it flowed. I mean, where did it flow from? That didn't flow anywhere.
I really do believe that we can come together in this country.
No, we're not. How can you say that after saying some shit like that? This is the right wing. I'm going to say the most divisive shit ever and then call for unity right after. Listen, chat. I'll say it again. There is room for conservatives in my movement. Most of the movement will be center left and further left. For just understand that. But there's room for conservatives in what I believe in. MAGA is not conservative. MAGA is an authoritarian Christian nationalist entity. Ain't nothing conservative about that. People grift the conservatives and use your use conservatives for your money and your what you think you believe in is what it is. But they use you.
I believe we must, but unity, real unity, can be found only after climbing the mountain of truth. And there are difficult truths we must confront in our country. One truth is that 24% of self-described, quote, very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of a political opponent.
24%? Where do they get that number from? And then also, this is the unity part? The core fundamentals of how we achieve unity is 1. 24% of all liberals believe that they can say whatever they want about Charlie Kirk after he died. Free speech is bad? The same people, like not even that long ago, that were crying about free speech. Stop suppressing my speech. My speech. My free speech. And yet here, like literally, what a hypocritical nonsense, huh?
While only 3% of self-described very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course. Another truth is that 26% of young liberals believe political violence is sometimes justified. and only 7% of young conservatives say the same. Again, too high a number.
What a bunch of shit. What a bunch of horse shit. Oh my God. Just coming up with two random numbers and then making the conservative number significantly less. This is crazy. This is clown shit.
Country of 330 million people, you can of course find one person of a given political persuasion justifying this or that or almost anything. But the data is clear. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence. This is not a both sides problem.
This is a both sides problem. You got Mike Lee with the killer who killed Melissa Hortman, our Speaker of the House in Minnesota, and her family, her husband, and their dog. This is why we won't have unity, chat. And like, just get in, like, that's what I'm doing the best I can to unify with the people that do share my values. And it's bigger than with MAGA. MAGA is MAGA. And if you're not MAGA, you're not in that. So like, when they're ready, just be ready. That's all I can tell you, because we are living in two separate realities. They're stuck in theirs, and the rest of us are like reacting to it all. And to say that to lie and say that this is a one-sided issue, which it's a projection. People on both sides of the political aisle are being murdered for sure. The perpetrators though, and oftentimes the mass shooters themselves are white, are male, come from a conservative family, and use that individual has their personal issues and they take it out through gun violence, because we have a shitload of guns out here. Access to guns, and you can kill people very quickly with them. We're making it this is the left still. So they haven't changed at all. It's Monday. It's been a little under a week since Charlie Kirk was murdered. We were waiting to see if like maybe the right wing would tone down their rhetoric a little bit. Hey, a lot of people acted on emotions right away. Understand? They were upset. Like, Charlie Kirk is their favorite, and seeing him killed like that obviously made them upset, and they were like, ah. But there was a time period now to like calm down and maybe have some clarity into this and understand that this isn't the left that killed Charlie Kirk. This is the failure of that family, the absolute failure of that family, and their upbringing of this kid, or whatever. And then obviously the terrible decision that Tyler Robinson took to murder Charlie Kirk in broad daylight. To make this anything other than that would be a lie. Or anything that people are looking for. Like, is this the left? Is this trans people? You're an idiot. You're a fucking moron. This was Tyler Robinson and his whatever fucking he was into personal issues, and then his family. Because they clearly didn't raise him right. They clearly did not care enough to raise him right. And they can lie and say he came from a good Christian family. That doesn't mean shit. Those sometimes are like the worst families. Good Christian families, or like, you can't talk about anything other than God, and it's toxic and terrible. No, you can't talk about any personal issues you're going through because they just throw God at you or some shit. So I don't want to hear it. It's a family issue, and also the Tyler's personal issues that he had, that he was that no normal person, no matter how angry you are at politics, goes and thinks, oh, I'm going to go murder someone for it. No normal person thinks that. Doesn't matter what political beliefs you have. Doesn't matter what it is. I mean, they got some of the most mouth breathing, just absolute like foaming at the mouth MAGA. They will never carry out a murder. They could be as mad as they are right now, of crying, looking like that dude we saw. How I'm pissed. And like, they're not gonna murder anyone. They're not gonna go out and kill anyone. Their rhetoric is very dangerous and what they're saying, and like someone like that is as crazy as these people that are murdering, these white males that are murdering everyone. They could find maybe down the road, if this rhetoric doesn't stop, like JD Vance continuing it, you're going to have another shooter from a conservative background family that loves guns and is trained on firearms to go and carry out some hateful act.
Both sides have a problem. One side has a much bigger and malignant problem.
Yeah, that's projection. Projection.
And that is the truth we must be told.
That is the truth we must be told. See, yeah, there's no. What do you guys think? Do you think there's unity? Both sides are as bad as each other in your country? Wrong. They're not. They're not. Not at all. Wrong. Zero. It's not. Having only two political parties sucks, though, because you have people that are on the left that are forced to vote for Democrats, and the Democrats are like weak. And that's the real problem, is you have liars like the Republican Party that do nothing but lie, cheat, and steal. Then you have Democrats that are like weak as fuck and allow it to happen, or support things that are against like left-wing principles at all. And and then the left wing is forced to vote for them because it's the better of the lesser than the two evils. And that's really that's the actual problem. But this is not a both sides issue at all. This Charlie Kirk's assassination and the rhetoric after is not a both sides issue. And it never has been. The issue is we have Democrats and no one else to vote for because they're weak. And in times of like great need to act, the Democrats like, oh, we can't do anything. I'm sorry. We can't. And that's the problem. There is no both sides issues of celebration, actual serious celebration, and like lying about the political violence. You had not one single. Do you have any one name? Give me one. Give me one Democratic politician that posted a meme. Give me one, just any meme about Charlie Kirk. You won't find it. You won't find it whatsoever. Not at all. So to act like as if this is a both sides issue, it would be a lie. And the vice president is further projecting. That's why he's struggling for the words.
That problem has terrible consequences. The leader of our party, Donald J. Trump, escaped an assassin's bullet by less than an inch. Our House Majority Leader, Stephen Scalise, came within seconds of death by an assassin himself. And now, the most influential conservative activist in generations, our friend Charlie, has been murdered. This violence, it doesn't come from nowhere.
Doesn't come from nowhere?
Now, any political movement, violent or not violent, is a collection of forces. It's like a pyramid that stacks on top, one support on top of the other. That pyramid's got a foundation of donors, of activists, of journalists, now of social media influencers, and of course of politicians. Not every member of that pyramid would commit a murder. In fact, over 99%, I'm sure, would not. But by celebrating that murder, apologizing for it, and emphasizing not Charlie's innocence, but the fact that he said things some didn't like, even to the point of lying about what he actually said, many of these people are creating an environment where things like this are inevitably going to happen.
Donald, inevitably going to happen. It's already happening. We're in that. We're in gun violence mode. It's not like going to. We're in there. So that's how you know they're lying. Nothing about the kids that were killed the same day, like an hour later. It was like the 46th. Charlie Kirk's killing was the 46th school shooting in the U.S. this year, because it was at a school. It was at a campus, college kids all around him during school hours. And then guess what? An hour later, the 47th took place in Colorado. And like I was shook. I was shook. I was like reading it all, and they were like, "I bet you there will be a school shooting, and then they won't care at all." And then literally the same stream, we get the high school shooting, which was also carried out, by the way, by another Nazi. Actually, 1 second. Another Nazi. Suspect in Colorado school shooting radicalized by extremist network. I wonder if it's that 09A1. That cult one that's just so dark that I had to take a streaming break from after the last one in Minneapolis that the shooter was a part of. There's this like online cult of shooters that is very, very dangerous. Preliminary investigation of the suspect who shot and injured fellow students at Evergreen High School Wednesday found that he was radicalized by some extremist network. The details of that will be released on the road, but we wanted to give you that much about the mindset about him. Officials have identified the shooting suspect as 16-year-old Desmond Hawley, who died at Lakewood Hospital on Wednesday from a self-inflicted gunshot wound he sustained after the shooting. The suspect's family has been cooperative with authorities as they investigate and plan to search his home, phone, and school locker. The Denver Post reported later that Thursday social media accounts apparently belonging to the suspect were filled with white supremacist content, posts exhibiting fascination with mass shootings, and reposted videos that were explicitly anti-Semitic or depicted people in Nazi uniforms. The two victims of the shooting, 18-year-old Matthew Silverstone and another student who had not been yet identified, remain in critical condition at local hospitals, where Kelly said there was security present. The suspect used a revolver handgun that he repeatedly fired and reloaded, which Kelly said went on and on. As the shooting went on, he was unable to access areas of the school that had gone into lockdown. He tried to find new targets as he came up against a roadblock in many of those doors, Kelly said. He couldn't get to those kids. Silverstone's family released a brief statement through the sheriff's office on Thursday. The family appreciates community concern and support, but as we remain focused on our loved ones' recovery, we respect the request, privacy as we continue to heal. Oh, let me pull that up a little more. It's not enough about Desmond Hawley. Teen Colorado school shooting suspect reportedly fixated on Columbine attack. So did the school shooter in the Minneapolis. There's a problem here, and we don't have the feds to do this now. The federal government should be investigating this. We actually, guys, I think we have a mass shooter cult. And like, we're going to keep seeing these. Like, you know, like in the 70s, you had serial killers. The 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever, back in those days, you had serial killers. We have that, but for school shooters right now. And like, they're all connected. They're all connected in the same extremist network. They have a fetish, I don't even want to say it. Fetishization, I'm sorry, of school shootings. I think we have that. It's a big problem, and we don't have the federal government doesn't care. They're trying to make school shootings or shootings into a left-wing thing. I mean, that's why this wasn't even focused on, because Charlie Kirk took the priority, and then this was it's so egregious. That's why the last one was left alone in Minneapolis, because first they were like, oh, trans person, and then when we actually got all the receipts on the shooter in Minneapolis and what they were about, and they were like, they liked Brandon Herrera and all these right-wing nonsense. They were like, we don't care anymore. We can't label it a left-wing thing anymore. It was a trans person that used the trans identity to further their own hate, actually. And like, how do you say that? The school shooter in Minneapolis that shot the kids as they were praying became a trans person because then they could make themselves a target of hate, if that makes sense. Like, they were so self-aware in their hate that by making themselves a trans person, they know that the hate would be transferred to trans people afterwards. That's how self-aware this group is of school shooters, is that they know how to wield the political reactions to this, to where that's why that person made their identity into a trans person. Not because they truly believe they were trans, it's because of that only. And that we learned that in their manifesto. That was terrible to read. We also learned that they were connected to this extremist group. A teenager suspected in a shooting attack at a suburban Denver high school that left 2 students in critical condition appeared fascinated with previous mass shootings, including Columbine, and expressed neo-Nazi views online, according to experts. Since December, Desmond Hawley, 16, had been active on an online forum where users watched videos of killings and violence, mixed in with content on white supremacism and anti-Semitism. The Anti-Defamation League Center on Extremism said in a report. Hawley shot himself following Wednesday's shooting at Evergreen High School in Jefferson County. He died of his injuries. It is still unclear how he selected his apparent victims. The county was also the scene of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre that killed 14 people. Holly's TikTok accounts contained white supremacist symbols, the Anti-Defamation League said, and the name of his most recent included a reference to a popular white supremacist slogan. The account was unavailable on Friday. TikTok said accounts associated with Holly had been banned. How do you even have an account? How do you even have an account like that on TikTok? How is that even a thing? How can you have a white supremacist account? Holly's family could not be reached. Oh, maybe they can do that because of all the crying that the right wing did about cancel culture. When people that weren't major political, whatever, but just users of social media were like, hey, all this hateful, bigoted, white supremacist shit shouldn't exist on social media. And then moderate right wingers were like, cancel culture bad. You should stop engaging in cancel culture. Let's make it our whole identity. And then now they're doing it. Anyways. A spokesperson for Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Mark Techmeyer, declined to comment on the ADL's findings or discuss its investigation into the shooting. The office previously said Holly was radicalized by an unspecific extremist network, but released no details. 2 suspects in school shootings that were active on the so-called Gore forum that Holly used called Watch People Die. According to the ADL, Holly appears to have opened his account in the month in between the shootings of Madison and Nashville. A few days before Wednesday's shooting, Holly posted a TikTok video posing in a similar way to how Wisconsin shooter posed before killing 2 people in December. He included a photo of the Wisconsin shooter in a post in which Holly wore a black t-shirt with Wraith written on the front, or Wrath, I should say, sorry. He also posted videos showing how he made the shirt that was like the one worn by a gunman in the Columbine shooting. There is a through line between those attacks, said Oren Siegel, the ADL senior vice president in counter extremism and intelligence. They're telling us there is a through line because they are referencing each other. Watch People Die administrator said in the email that Holly lied about his age in order to access the site and was not a very active user of it with only 7 comments. That doesn't... You think he's using his account to watch those videos? Probably using incognito mode. Are you serious? The email said the site is adamantly pro-Israel, but does not silence opposing viewpoints. Though, yeah, the website Watch People Die is the arbiter of free speech and pro-Israel. That's incredible. Do you get to watch the Israelis carry out attacks in Gaza or something? They referred to Holly and the shooters in Wisconsin and Tennessee as unhinged losers. Yeah, except for your entire base of people that are watching your content that you have on your website. Yeah, but just the ones that carried out the... Whatever, dude, we're so cooked. Holly was also active on TikTok's true crime community, where it says users have fascination with mass murderers and serial killers. I'm telling y'all, I think we have a mass shooter epidemic that isn't connected to politics. They're self-aware of the politics and wield it to make people, if anything, to create more shooters. And that's what they're about. They study these shooters, study previous shooters' killings through their videos. Like you had the shooter in Minneapolis. Watch the mosque killing. And it's not just with schools. It's like with any mass killing, any mass shooter. Then they're studying how they carry it out to improve and make it a better attack the next time. And we have a problem with that. But obviously we have a federal government that is not interested in this. They don't care about the kids being killed in school. They don't care. We have like serial killers, but for mass shootings now. That's what we're in. And instead they're focused on blaming the left of politics for killings. Because Charlie Kirk is a number. He's a number at a school shooting now. The same things he would lie about. How like gun violence is just a part of society. It's necessary to have that for the Second Amendment. So you got that taking place, guys. That took place the same day Charlie Kirk was killed. And in my opinion, but I don't have the facts to back it up yet, other than the shootings that continue to happen, And the finding out of the 09, I want to make sure I can Google this before. The Order of the Nine Angels. It's from this, yeah. This is what we're seeing a lot of these shooters use in their messaging and their symbols. The Order of the Nine Angels, a satanic left-hand path and terrorist network that originated in the United Kingdom, but has since branched out to other parts of the world, claiming to have been established in the 60s. It rose to public recognition in the early 1980s, attracting attention for its neo-Nazi ideology and activism. Describing its approach as traditional Satanism, it also exhibits hermetic and modern pagan elements in its beliefs. Anyways, so all that, a lot of the shooters are using it, are using the symbols from it. Okay? So keep that in mind. And that's obviously not connected to either of the American... Oh, the GOP and the MAGA is further right and connected to Nazis and have them around than anyone else. So that's why you could come away with, hey, the American MAGA is very connected to Nazis, but the further you go, the darker it goes. The further right you go, the darker it becomes. So we gotta, I think we have a problem that's bigger than anything we're talking about. And we have a terrorist network and a cult terrorist network of shooters. And that's not going to get solved because of what the government in America is talking about. When you have the sitting vice president go on Charlie Kirk's old show and lie and say this was the left. Cat turd, what kind of people would snitch on their neighbors? Oh, yeah. A searchable database of over 20,000 individuals celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder will soon be available on our website. It will be searchable by general location, employer, and industry type. The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is crazy. What else we got going on? Tom Suzy. I will not be endorsing Mamdani while I share his concern about the issue of affordability. I fundamentally disagree with his proposed solutions. Like the voters I represent, socialism has we have never even done socialism in America. Is he a Democrat? Is this a Democrat? Is Tom Suzy a Democrat? Let's fix this. Oh my God, brother. Democrats are just moderate Republicans in lots of the sense now, actually. A lot of Republicans that can't identify with MAGA because MAGA is far right, they're Democrats now. Socialist. Jeffries and Schumer still haven't endorsed, and Suzy says he won't endorse Mamdani. Well, I hope he wins even without their... Who cares? Jeffrey and Schumer? If they don't, dude, like... The vote blue no matter who, people. Anyways, I have more bookmarks. I was seeing if there's anything nothing crazy today, it looks like. Oh, except for here. No, nothing crazy recently, I should say. What? Hold on.
Written note, did he write a written note before the assassination attempt? That's what the governor said yesterday. And what did that say, if you could share?
So what I'm able to say, I'm sorry. So what I'm able to say is I addressed it partially earlier, is that the written note, we believe what did exist, and we have evidence to show what was in that note, which is, and I'm going to summarize, basically saying, the suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
So we got a manifesto, but it was deleted. So this is credit to the FBI and how good we are at stuff. Meanwhile, this was the FBI actually this whole week. Meanwhile, the FBI. Hold on. Sorry. There you go. This is the FBI in a meme this week. I believe it was my son. Holy fuck, the FBI just found the shooter. Without the dad turning in the son would have, they would have never found him. They'd have never found him. Never, ever. All right, let's go through some of my bookmarks I had saved. So I'd like to know the names of the professors who radicalized this young man. White, male, conservative family, then they get a pass. And it's not really their fault. It's who indoctrinated him. Who made this young male, this young white male do this? Young white males don't do this. This isn't and it's Dinesh. It's this guy. Again, Dustin Grage, who, like, honestly, if you're in Minnesota, we should start honestly calling out people like this because they don't have power. They have power on X. Like, I've noticed that Republicans in Minnesota go to X because they get no power here in our state, so they get updutes from people around the world. But like Minnesotans, like especially with people like this dude, Dustin Grade, should be called out. Are you engaging in cancel culture? Well, buddy, when I said free speech, I didn't mean you could just start saying things they don't like. Well, pal. Hey. Take it easy on those. Donald Trump, just a year and a half ago, reposting images of Biden hogtied in the back of a pickup truck. Not that long ago. I like that. Yeah, Cruz doing some work for the first time in his life. Celebrating political violence is 100% uniquely left-wing. Time to look in the mirror, Hutch.
We'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know?
But the husband lived, though, so it's okay.
She's against building a wall at our border, even though she has a wall around her house, which obviously didn't do a very good job.
All this performative bullshit. All to distract from the Epstein files because Trump's in the Epstein file. You ever notice that this shit ramped up on level 11 right after the connection to Epstein was made so clear? You guys never noticed that? Right after we got the absolute, like, oh, he wrote a love letter and had a picture of a woman, or not a woman, a young girl in the shape of the message to Epstein. Bam! Literally. Laura Loomer, you cannot be kind to your enemy. I just hope people come to realize this soon. You have to be vicious, she says. There's nothing wrong with being vicious for the sake of saving our country. Same with Trump the other day, who said, it's okay, political violence is from the other side. Our side just does it because they want lower crime. So guys, we're not in a place of like, we're going to find unity and solve this. JJ McCarthy suffered a high ankle sprain. Okay, we're so cooked. whatever. Anyways, yeah. So just excusing it. So the side that, and if anything, the side that didn't kill Charlie Kirk, which was the left, had to do nothing but condemn the violence, I guess. And then the ones that lied about it are like, we are okaying any violence now. You have to be vicious. Nothing wrong with being vicious. But also, I think Laura Loomer could have contributed to his death too. I never want to hear Charlie Kirk claim he's pro-Trump ever again. After this weekend, I'd say he has revealed himself as a political opportunist, and I have had a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. Deleted tweet, by the way. Deleted tweet. You know how they act whenever you go against Trump, especially if you are MAGA. You go against Trump and you are MAGA, you are thrown to the wolves, literally. As if you're a traitor. It's worse to be like a MAGA and then turn against it than it is to like just not be. That's why people don't leave it. That's why people are like that and they just like stay that way, because then they'll lose all their friends, they'll lose all their social abilities, business dealings they have, because a lot of business people are MAGA. So they're like, ah, fuck it. Don't worry though, MAGA. You gotta win this week though. Here you go. Aww. That's America right there, brother. I don't tell you what, that's fucking America right there. America's so back. So Cracker Barrel logo back, win. Putting liberals and perceived liberals in gulag next. Cracker Barrel sign back. Gulags for liberals afterwards. Nancy Mace, who said that a trans person did this right away. A generation has been radicalized by the left, by the Democrat Party. You know they're not serious when they say the Democrat Party. There is no Democrat Party. It's the Democratic Party. We cannot allow them to continue to indoctrinate our children at school. We cannot allow them to make life or death healthcare decisions for us. Keep it up. You're doing the Lord's work. Expose all of it. Hold the line. You're doing the Lord's work. Nancy Mace. Nancy fucking Mace, y'all. To date, I've endured the label controversial, no more, as a moderate as they come by definition. I simply want to enforce the law, uphold the Constitution. I want to do what we've already decided should be done. There's nothing more that what should be done. We've already decided what should be done. What's that? Walter Hudson. State representative for Minnesota. What's that? They're never going to stop calling us fascists. So let's do it.
Well, I mean, listen, what you're referring to is my Democrat colleagues in the House and Senate making it very clear through implication that they would celebrate my death if it happened right now.
Not a single person even knows who the fuck you are, Walter Hudson. I do, because I'm a political nerd and I'm in Minnesota, but not a single soul knows who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, there were people that didn't know who Charlie Kirk was either. Because I engage with politics and news. They don't know who Charlie Kirk was, and they were surprised.
And listen, in the year 2025, with you think of like your HR department.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I can't think of any other occupation aside from like being a soldier or a cop where the expectation is you go to work with people who want to kill you.
Are you comparing yourself to a soldier or a cop? Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. Like, that's not an exaggeration.
It is an exaggeration.
Not an exaggeration.
That is literally an exaggeration.
I go to work with people who would love to see me dead. As
they're doing victimhood shit. Like they're doing Zionism, MAGA Zionists, but like for MAGA. What do you call Maoism? Maoistism. This is so Zionist act. Whenever Israel like bombs Gazans, and then they're like, "Wow, people don't like us. They want to kill us. We're victims." That's how like Netanyahu acts. But like, that's how right wingers are acting now.
A legislator in the state of Minnesota, and there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing. There's nothing I can do about it. There's no recourse for me other than you people not electing them. There's nothing I can do about it.
No, and the crazy thing about it in America, and maybe it is in America, let alone just Minnesota, it's because you disagree with them on some things.
And that is an absolute child's fucking take. We all disagree. There's people that are politically aligned with me that disagree with me. You got people on the left where I go, hey, Ukraine has a right to defend itself and NATO should step in. And then you got people further left than me that want to abolish NATO. That's the disagreements. The shit they're talking about is LGBTQ plus people shouldn't exist. God is the word. We should send the National Guard into cities to fight crime. And like they're like, that's just things you disagree about. The Civil Rights Act should be abolished. Those are just things we disagree about. And then they think they get to act on it because they disagree.
And that is, this isn't like you've made death threats to them and now they're on guard. This is you believe X, they believe Y, and then nothing happens enough time. I hate you. And I now have venom to you. When did this happen? I'm sorry.
At the end of Obama's term with the right wingers. Tea Party movement. Donald Trump presidency, for sure. Donald Trump, for sure. Definitely in the last 10 years.
And who's the House guy? They used to go out.
When you have the least liked president in American history, only second to his first term, this is why. And the most divisive president, too. Divisive and least liked.
Drinks after work. Oh, God, I forget his name. Anyway, Reagan's age, we had left and right. We disagreed on everything. I guess somebody tried to shoot Reagan too, didn't they? I guess I'm shooting my own argument in the head.
Right. That's exactly right. No, listen.
You're bad at this job, Al.
No, look. This goes back decades, right?
Yeah.
And we see it. I'm going to go right to the root.
Please.
I'm going to take the axe right to the root. The core of this problem is not them. It's not the left. It's not the Democrats. The core of this problem is us. The core of this problem is the right. The core of this problem is the normies. The core of this problem is that we've allowed our virtue to be weaponized against us for decades. John McCarthy was right. When John McCarthy said, we need to purge our...
I told y'all, McCarthyism's coming back. Told y'all 2 days ago. I have a crystal knot. I did the broken glass. Let's get McCarthyism ready in case you don't know what the fuck that is. And it's gonna be, if you oppose Trump. There you go. Actually, let's just get in. Since this guy's literally like McCarthy was right, let's just get into what is McCarthyism. There you go. We are fucked.
Imagine that one day you're summoned before a government panel. Even though you haven't committed any crime or been formally charged with one, you are repeatedly questioned about your political views, accused of disloyalty, and asked to incriminate your friends and associates.
This has already happened in the U.S. This is history from U.S., but it's coming back. We're gonna have this again in the U.S. like very quickly.
If you don't cooperate, you risk jail or losing your job. This is exactly what happened in the United States in the 1950s, as part of a campaign to expose suspected communists. Named after its most notorious practitioner, the phenomenon known as McCarthyism destroyed thousands of lives and careers. For over a decade, American political...
You don't need to call back to... you don't need to say North Korea. You don't need to, this is America. You don't need to call to any other country other than our own. This is our history. We've done this before, and it's going to happen again.
Leaders trampled democratic freedom.
Yeah, I guess you can say current North Korea, current, etc., but this is America too. We've came back from this. That's why America's better, or supposed to be. Not though, because we're going to go right back.
In the name of protecting them. During the 1930s and 1940s, there had been an active but small communist party in the United States. Its record was mixed. While it played crucial roles in wider progressive struggles for labor and civil rights, it also supported the Soviet Union. From the start, the American Communist Party faced attacks from conservatives and business leaders, as well as from liberals who criticized its ties to the oppressive Soviet regime. During World War II, when the USA and USSR were allied against Hitler, some American communists actually spied for the Russians. When the Cold War escalated and this espionage became known, domestic communism came to be seen as a threat to national security. But the attempt to eliminate that threat soon turned into the longest-lasting and most widespread episode of political repression in American history. Spurred on by a network of
This is what I've done to anyone supporting Russia? What do you... This is what I've done to anyone supporting Russia? I've done McCarthyism to them? David Davis? Really? Like the guy that I just spent the last week investigating the murder of a guy who said that Russia was justified in invading Ukraine, and that Zelensky was sending millions of his own to go and fight a war that Russia didn't start. What are you talking about? Charlie Kirk blamed Ukraine for their own invasion. Literally had the worst takes of Ukraine you could ever think of ever. And I still spent a week covering that dude's fucking murder to try to provide the truth for it. What are you talking about? Actually, you know what? You get timed out. I don't want to see you. Goodbye. McCarthyism. On you, personally.
Bureaucrats, politicians, journalists, and businessmen.
That's not even McCarthyism. You're about to find out what it is.
The campaign wildly exaggerated the
danger
of communist subversion. The people behind it harassed anyone suspected of holding left-of-center political views or associating with those who did. If you hung modern art on your walls, had a multiracial social circle, or signed petitions against nuclear weapons, you might just have been a communist. Starting in the late 1940s,
they're already talking about it. You already have Stephen Miller saying that he's going to go after leftist organizations, which was also written in Project 2025, by the way. They're just playing into their own game. They're playing into their own hand that was predicted. There you go. Here it is right here. Don't even have to look hard.
Which is that we need to have an organized strategy to go after the left-wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country. And I will write those words onto my heart and I will carry them out. If people ask me, what emotions I'm feeling right now, this is something people say, you kind of know the answer. There's incredible sadness, but there's incredible anger. And the thing about anger is that unfocused anger or blind rage is not a productive emotion.
Right.
But focused anger, righteous anger, directed for a just cause is one of the most important agents of change in human history.
Charlie showed that. Amen.
And we are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks. So let me explain a little bit what that means. So,
I've got 30 seconds, so be quick, Stephen.
The organized doxing campaigns, the organized riots, the organized street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence, it is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
And that is what McCarthyism is, and we're going to finish the video, obviously. But they're perceived, the perceived violence or whatever from the so-called whatever left. But this is all in the Project 2025, you guys, that they're going to dismantle everything. People were so fucking lazy in that election last year. Oh my God, bro. We are fucked because people were cooked last year. So many people were cooked. And and anyone that plays this game about Kamala Harris and as if she would be any different than that, they're lying. Kamala Harris would be completely different than Donald Trump right now. Would Israel still be carrying out a genocide of Gaza? Probably, yes. Would you be able to openly protest that safely and like loud as fuck? Absolutely. Now we're gonna have to be protesting our ability to even protest. Jesus Christ, bro. We're so fucked. I don't even have anything positive to spin on this one.
Starting in the late 1940s, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover used the resources of his agency to hunt down such supposed communists and eliminate them from any position of influence within American society.
And that's already happening right now. That's already happening. It's not like one person doing it. It's the entire like GOP. There are people that are losing their jobs for speaking just what they feel about Charlie Kirk, let alone supporting the Soviet Union or like perceived spies for the Soviet Union. This is just a podcaster, a right-wing grifting podcaster, and people speaking their mind after he was killed.
And the narrow criteria that Hoover and his allies used to screen federal employees spread to the rest of the country. Soon, Hollywood studios, universities, car manufacturers, and thousands of other public and private employers were imposing the same political tests on the men and women who worked for them. Meanwhile, Congress conducted its own witch hunt, subpoenaing hundreds of people to testify before investigative bodies like the House Un-American Activities Committee. If they refused to cooperate, they could be jailed for contempt, or, more commonly, fired and blacklisted. Ambitious politicians like Richard Nixon and Joseph McCarthy used such hearings as a partisan weapon, accusing Democrats of being soft on communism and deliberately losing China to the communist bloc.
They're going to do that with crime. Democrats it's different. They're going to be the Soviet Union involved, but just different. They're just going to have different elements to it. It's going to be like immigration, crime, and then they celebrate political violence, and like they're going to use those elements and then have McCarthyism again here in America. Like that's already happening, honestly.
McCarthy, a Republican senator from Wisconsin, became notorious by flaunting ever-changing lists of alleged communists within the State Department.
Mm-hmm. And that's what Ryan Fournier's website's doing right now. That's what a bunch of other websites that are tracking who's saying bad things about Charlie Kirk are doing right now.
Other politicians, he continued to make outrageous accusations while distorting or fabricating evidence. Many citizens reviled McCarthy, while others praised him. And when the Korean War broke out, McCarthy seemed vindicated. Once he became chair of the Senate's Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations in 1953, McCarthy's recklessness increased. It was his investigation of the Army that finally turned public opinion against him and diminished his power. McCarthy's colleagues in the Senate censured him, and he—
No, Ian, you're wrong. More like I tried last week to undo the absolute immediate propaganda that it was the left that killed Charlie Kirk. And then when we found out the actual truth and the facts, that this dude comes from a right-wing family, and the memes he was putting on the bullets killing Charlie Kirk really point to schizo right-wing fascist ideology, like Nick Fuentes looking groiper-ass shit. It ain't my fault. It's just the facts that came out, Ian. Thanks for playing.
Died less than 3 years later, probably from alcoholism. McCarthyism ended as well. It had ruined hundreds, if not thousands of lives, and drastically narrowed the American political spectrum. Its damage to democratic institutions would be long-lasting. In all likelihood, there were both Democrats and Republicans who knew that the anti-communist purges were deeply unjust, but feared that directly opposing them would hurt their careers. Even the Supreme Court failed to stop the witch hunt, condoning serious violations of constitutional rights in the name of national security. Was domestic communism an actual threat to the American government? Perhaps, though a small one. But the reaction to it was so extreme that it caused far more damage than the threat itself. And if new demagogues appeared in uncertain times to attack unpopular minorities in the name of patriotism, could it all happen again?
It is. I mean, it just is what it is. The second Red Scare, McCarthyism. The Red Scare. Oh, is this like a whole movie about it?
He just wanted people to like him.
He would make you feel as if you were the only person that was important.
It's an interesting thing. In some ways, he was quite a charming guy.
Any man who protects communists is not fit to wear that uniform, General.
This was a time when Americans were really worried about their standing against Russia.
The growing menace of communism arouses the House of Representatives.
And that's why none of this will be like, none of this, they'll call people communists, I'm sure, but this, the GOP, MAGA love Russia now. So this ain't going to be about Russia or anything like that. This will be completely focused on domestic, American-centric stuff. Immigration, crime, culture war, and then now Charlie Kirk being a martyr for the GOP.
Are you now under the direction of the Communist Party?
He realized he had a thing going. He'd found his shtick at last.
McCarthy said, well, the way I read our rules, I can investigate anything.
The fight will continue, regardless of how rough the opposition gets, and rough it will be.
But they never proved anything. They just made life.
That was on January 6th of 2020. Yeah, they need to bring that back. They need to bring all that back and start doing documentaries about that. America, I'm an AMCOM. What does that mean? An ANCOM, anarchist, is that and have been for almost a decade now, saying Ukraine has the right to defend itself is a radical left position. Tell that to the radical left. Yeah, the radical. Tell it to them, because they're the ones that continue to say that NATO should be disbanded and shit. So I mean, I don't know. I've been navigating the middle on that for 3 years now. So the right wing believes Ukraine should just give up all their fucking weapons and Russia is based. And then the left is like, NATO started this. NATO did it. NATO's the one that started the Ukraine war. So I don't know. I just know my take is right. That's all I know. Anyways, let's go back in history now that you got McCarthyism. Let's go back even further to 1938. 80 years ago, on the night of November 9th through the 10th of 1938, this would have been like 86 years ago now. Nazi paramilitary forces, along with German civilians, targeted Jews throughout Germany and regions it had annexed. The violence is remembered as the unofficial start of the Holocaust.
80 years ago, during the night of November 9th and 10th, 1938, to ancient times.
Keep spreading the anti-MAGA hate. I will, Hugh. You damn right I will. You darn right I will.
Prisons could hold.
So it was a response, right? You obviously had the fascist actions that Nazi Germany in the 30s was taking against the Jewish people and casting them out. Okay, and again, just try to understand this could be insert.
They were later deported to concentration camps. Immediately after Kristallnacht, Jews were blamed for the riots and were fined 1 billion Reichsmark, or about $400 million. The government also confiscated all insurance payouts for properties damaged during the violence.
So people had...
Today, Kristallnacht is considered to mark the beginning of the Holocaust, in which Nazi Germany and its collaborators murdered some 6 million Jews.
Yeah, Ian, no one cares about your little crying, dude. You know what? I'll help you out. You know, you don't want to hear my hateful words that you've been here for the past half hour listening to. I'll help you out. I just hope you know that there's platforms like me that say exactly what I do, and we're not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. That was only like a 2-minute video, though.
Almost everybody's history lessons at school.
Yeah, we can do a better one. How bad was it?
In the dark hours of the 9th of November 1938, a shiver ran through the spine of the German Reich. The streets of cities like Berlin, Frankfurt, and Munich echoed with the sounds of breaking glass as Jewish-owned stores, buildings, and synagogues were deliberately vandalized or set aflame, a grim omen of the systematic destruction and brutal anti-Semitism that would soon engulf the continent. What has become known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, marked a terrifying and deadly new phase of the Nazi persecution of the Jews, a night when thugs rampaged with impunity as the police stood by and simply watched it happen. The exact numbers are not precise, but more than 90 Jews died that night. Over 7,000 Jewish businesses were damaged or destroyed, and 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and incarcerated in concentration camps. This was no act of random violence. It was orchestrated from the very top. While the infringement of Jewish rights had been slowly advancing for years, Kristallnacht was on an entirely different level. What had been open anti-Semitism and segregation turned into violence and murder that would tragically foreshadow the horrors of the Holocaust. Germany, 1938. Kristallnacht didn't come out of the blue. It was the culmination of years of escalating persecution under Adolf Hitler's regime. Since coming to power in 1933, the Nazis had steadily imposed restrictions on Jews, stripping them of their rights, their businesses, their dignity. These laws culminated in the Nuremberg Laws of 1935, which stripped Jews of German citizenship and prohibited them from marrying or engaging in sexual relations with persons of German or related blood. Anti-Jewish propaganda permeated German society, fueled by state-controlled media that depicted Jews as subhumans and enemies of the state. But until Kristallnacht, the violence had been relatively isolated and primarily bureaucratic. However, by the late 1930s, violent assaults, arbitrary arrests, and the confiscation of property became routine. Jews were increasingly isolated economically and socially, barred from public spaces, restricted in their professions, and subjected to sporadic yet terrifying acts of violence.
Perceived enemy, right? Perceived enemy, Jewish people, World War II, or in the 1938s. Now, you just apply that to modern day, right? And there's nothing to do with the Jewish people. It has to do with people that are opposed to the MAGA government, are opposed to this right-wing, actual globalist movement that's taking place. With this incredible rise in fascism, which the Nazis were fascist, obviously. And they're going to carry out the same tactics. And they already are. They're already trying to, not physically yet. But the physical part is next after they're done, after they're doing it all with the calling employers and having people on lists that you can put on websites. That's all from the top down because the president of the United States all the way down is encouraging it.
From both the Sturmabteilung, the SA, as well as the general.
Actually, you know what? I'm banning them. You know what? We're done. My bad. I've been timing them out, but we're just gonna ban them. Tom Danks. Ian, actually, goodbye. You're gone forever. And they're not going to be let out either. Same with Hugh. All three. Oh, yeah, we don't need to see their shit anymore. They're the same way every time. And I'm done with that too. I already posted that. I posted on my Facebook, but it goes to my YouTube channel. Unless my YouTube channel just gets so big and I don't see the comments because they're just like flying, then I won't care really. I mean, what are you going to do? But I mean, I see all the comments, and if you come to my page or like my channel and only hate like Tom Danks and Hugh and others and literally have nothing to say ever about anything else that we talk about and do, then you're gone. Like, you're just going to get banned. I used to leave a space for that because free speech and all that, right? But you know, we don't believe in that anymore. We're done with that. Okay. So I'm done with it. And it doesn't mean you need to agree with me on everything, but if you literally only come here to troll my community, myself, and call me shit, then you're gone. Like, go have your parasocial jerk fest because you lost one of your favorite podcasters on your own time. Go beat it in your room and with his poster on your wall and cry. You're not going to be able to get that from me anyways.
Populace. It was clear that this simmering cauldron of hatred would boil over at some point. The Nazis were itching for an excuse to take greater action against the Jews. And that excuse came on the 7th of November 1938 in Paris when Herschel Greenspan, a German born to Polish Jewish parents, murdered German diplomat Ernst von Rath. Born in Hanover, Germany in 1921 to Polish Jewish parents, Greenspan experienced firsthand the growing hostility towards Jews in Nazi Germany. His situation worsened dramatically following the Polish government's 1938 decree that the consulate must validate all passports of Polish citizens living abroad, an attempt to prevent the mass return of Jews to Poland. In October 1938, the Nazi government expelled approximately 17,000 Jews of Polish citizenship from Germany in a brutal operation. Greenspan's parents and siblings were among those forced into the no man's land at the border between Poland and Germany, where they were stranded without shelter or sustenance. The news of his family's dire circumstances and the humiliating conditions they endured profoundly affected Greenspan. Feeling desperate and powerless, he decided to act against the Nazi regime, which he held responsible for his family's suffering. On November 7th, 1938, Greenspan purchased a revolver and a box of bullets and went to the German embassy in Paris. He asked to speak with an embassy official and was eventually taken to the office of Ernst von Rath, a 29-year-old diplomat. After a brief exchange, Greenspan shot von Rath several times, critically wounding him. The young man surrendered immediately to the French police, allegedly declaring, "In the name of 17,000 persecuted Jews, I had to do it. My people are being destroyed. I had to protest in a way that would make the whole world listen." Von Rath died from his injuries 2 days later on the 9th of November. The assassination provided Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's chief propagandist, who at the time was somewhat shamefaced after details of an affair had emerged, along with the ineffectiveness of his propaganda campaign during the Sudeten crisis, with the perfect pretext needed to launch a state-sanctioned wave of violent pogroms against the Jewish community.
And that's what they're trying to make a thing out of people reacting to Charlie Kirk. They're trying to use that. They're trying to use the reactions to Charlie Kirk dying as a pretext to carry out whatever the fuck they're about to do. Whatever it is. Right now it's on X, right? They're canceling people, but like they're not done. They're talking about they want blood. They're talking about this guy's talking. This guy's literally just said that's why we went into this historical lesson, because this Walter Hudson in Minnesota, in my home state, who's a representative of people in my home state, is talking about McCarthy was right. From McCarthyism in the US. Which this is the same exact fucking energy from McCarthyism too.
The death was portrayed by Nazi officials not as
obviously carried out in the utmost extreme eventually, but the McCarthyism was like right in the same energy that Hitler was in the Kristallnacht, and then that led to the Holocaust of the Jews. It was just the communists in the U.S. They didn't do a Holocaust, didn't lead to that because the U.S. But if they could have, I'm sure they would have. If they could have, I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would have just. I don't even know the depths of McCarthyism. True, we learn about it from documentaries, but who knows what it was really like back then.
An act of a desperate individual protesting against an oppressive regime, but as evidence of a vast Jewish conspiracy against the German people. The assassination triggered immediate reactions throughout Nazi Germany. On the evening of the 9th of November, as von Rath's death was announced, Goebbels and other top Nazi leaders who were assembled for the annual commemoration of the 1923 beer hall putsch in Munich agreed to initiate a nationwide pogrom, a violent riot incited with the aim of massacring or expelling an ethnic or religious group, particularly the Jews. SA paramilitary forces and Hitler Youth were mobilized along with other Nazi sympathizers to attack Jewish businesses, homes, and synagogues. They wanted to present it as a spontaneous public outcry against Jews, but it was anything but. Kristallnacht was executed with chilling efficiency and brutality. Across Germany and annexed Austria, synchronized attacks were launched against Jewish communities. The SA, often wearing civilian clothes to give the appearance of spontaneous public action, led these attacks. They were joined by numerous civilians who either participated in the violence or looted Jewish property amidst the chaos.
That's what the Russians did to eastern Ukraine too, by the way. In the east, that started the annexations of Donetsk and the Donbass and Crimea. Was they went into they actually took over government buildings in Ukraine under the guise of being a rebel forces, but it was just the Russian military the whole time, and it was the Kremlin the whole time. So that just happened in Ukraine.
Primary targets
10 years ago.
Kristallnacht was synagogues, symbols of Jewish community and faith. Over 1,400 synagogues were set on fire, and many were completely destroyed. Firefighters were present, but had orders to only prevent the flames from spreading to adjacent Aryan-owned buildings. Sacred Torah scrolls and religious artifacts were desecrated, and entire congregations saw their places of worship simply reduced to rubble. Jewish-owned shops and department stores had their windows smashed and their contents destroyed or stolen, an image that contributes to the name Night of Broken Glass. Approximately 7,500 Jewish businesses were damaged or destroyed during the pogrom, while residential homes were not spared either, with SA troops breaking into homes, vandalizing them, and terrorizing the inhabitants. The violence of Kristallnacht was ferocious and unprecedented, and it included physical attacks on Jewish individuals. At least 91 Jews were killed during the attacks, and many more were injured. In the immediate aftermath, about 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and sent to concentration camps, mainly Dachau, Buchenwald, and Sachsenhausen. Hundreds more died in the following weeks due to the harsh conditions. In Berlin, the heart of the Nazi regime, the Jewish community experienced catastrophic losses. One of the most prominent victims was Martin Friedlander, a Jewish shop owner whose store was located in the bustling commercial district. His establishment, known for its fine fabrics, was utterly destroyed. SA men smashed the windows and looted valuable merchandise, leaving nothing but shattered glass and debris. Martin was later dragged out of his home, beaten in the street.
You mean after the Ukrainian people, you mean after Yanukovych fled? You mean after Yanukovych fled Kyiv to Kharkiv and then into Russia because he's a pussy and because he tried to carry out further killings and stop the protests against the government? You mean that? That's what happened, Z-Man. Oh, your name's Z-Man. I mean, it's in the name.
Street and sent to Sachsenhausen concentration camp, where he endured months of harsh treatment. Nearby, the Fasanenstrasse synagogue, a cultural and spiritual hub for Jews in Berlin, was set on fire. Eyewitnesses recounted the blaze that illuminated the night sky, a beacon of the terror unfolding. In Frankfurt, the Klein family cowered in their home as thugs pounded on their front door. The family patriarch, Samuel Klein, was a respected doctor who served both Jewish and non-Jewish patients. On the night of Kristallnacht, his apartments and practice were ransacked, and he was dragged from his home in front of his wife and children and severely beaten. His oldest son, Michael, attempted to intervene and was also beaten. The large and ornate Bornplatz Synagogue, a center of learning and community activities in Frankfurt since 1882, was set alight and destroyed. Vienna's Jewish community, one of the oldest and most vibrant in Europe, was devastated during Kristallnacht. Leopoldstadt, a district known as a predominantly Jewish part of Vienna, saw widespread destruction. One notable victim was Jacob Zimmert, an elderly tailor who lived in Vienna all his life. His small shop and apartment above, where he lived with his family, were ravaged as the mob stormed through the area. Jacob was later arrested and sent to Dachau concentration camp, where he died several months later. The Star Temple, the main synagogue in Vienna, was targeted but survived due to its location in a residential building that prevented the arsonists from setting it on fire without endangering the entire block. However, all other synagogues in Vienna were burned to the ground, a total of 42, in a systematic effort to obliterate Jewish religious life. In Munich, the historical and ideological birthplace of the Nazi Party, the pogrom was particularly intense. The Ahel Jacob Synagogue was destroyed completely. Julius Rosenbaum, a Jewish veteran of World War I, owned a small bookstore nearby, a popular meeting spot for Munich's Jews.
So, like, how this is going to be carried out is like protests in the U.S. are going to be very dangerous. I'm just being honest. And I'm gonna have to wear my vest every time now at them. Because there's obviously, like, for people that are like politically aligned left-leaning, I guess, or like are protesting the Trump administration, there's no churches to burn. There's no, I mean, buildings, I guess. If they find out the business owner through the doxing of the website, they can go to that specific business, but they can't carry out like mass violence on just like a community because there's so many different people that live in that community. It's going to be the protests that are going to be targeted, and that's when they talk about left-wing groups or whatever. There is what left-wing group? What major, do we even have one? Other than like you got like a couple of them like Code Pink. That's like our China organization, I guess. China funded shit. But they're not even that big. They're not even big at all. What's the other one? George Soros Foundation, which that's nothing to do with anything we got going on. Like, who are they going to carry this out on, really? It's really just going to take place, I think, at the protests.
Jewish and non-Jewish intellectuals. His store was ransacked, and all the books were thrown into the streets and set alight. Julius was severely beaten in front of his neighbors and taken away. He was released, but died shortly after due to injuries sustained during the attack. For those who remained, it was a clear and terrifying indication.
Left-wing group, Antifa. Okay, where's Antifa's headquarters? Where's Antifa's headquarters? When do they meet? Bubba? When do they meet? When do they have events? When do they organize? Tell me. Where do they go? Where's their leaders? Who's their leaders? Who's the Antifa leader? Losers, bro.
Of their increasing dangers. The aftermath of Kristallnacht was a society.
Oh yeah, the one good guy. Yeah, he's terrible. Antifa. Yeah, you're gone. We just don't want to see you. Actually, Bubba, we don't want to see you anymore either. You guys are just the same.
Irreversibly altered.
Probably the same person using multiple accounts.
The event deeply ingrained fear and hopelessness into the Jewish community and marked a significant escalation towards the Holocaust. In response to international outrage, the Nazis employed propaganda to blame the Jews for the violence. As the debris of Kristallnacht was cleared, the broken glass became a symbol of the shattered lives and communities that would never be whole again. Communities that lived side by side for generations were now irreversibly splintered. The pogrom left deep scars not only on the streets and the buildings, but in the hearts and the minds of all who witnessed it, participated in it, or were victimized by it. The Nazi government soon imposed further punitive measures against the Jewish community. Rather than receiving sympathy or protection from the state, Jews were blamed for the destruction. Hermann Goering, a leading Nazi official, convened a meeting a few days after the pogrom where it was decided that the Jewish community would be fined 1 billion Reichsmarks as a collective penalty. The fine was ostensibly to pay for the damages of Kristallnacht, although the actual intent was to cripple the Jewish population further. Additionally, the Nazis accelerated the Aryanization of Jewish businesses. This policy forced Jewish business owners to sell their establishments to non-Jewish Germans at a fraction of their actual value, effectively transferring economic resources from Jewish to Aryan hands.
And I can see the Trump administration doing this through just having the military in our cities, and that's obviously less economic. I mean, people aren't going to go out because they don't want to be around the guard. They don't want to be around the military outside. So they're going to do it through like crushing, they're doing it through tariffs, but that's affecting more than just people on the left. It's probably affecting a lot of right wingers that are business owners that have imports and exports. But they're going to be doing it in different ways because obviously we're not in the 30s. It's modern day. And like if anyone tried to carry out some shit like the Night of the Broken Glass for real, it would be put on social media. And we'd find out every single person who carried it out, where they can't carry shit out like this. But it's just different now. It's the same thing, but in different ways.
Many Jews lost their livelihoods with little compensation, pushing them further into poverty and despair. Shortly after the pogrom, the regime enacted a series of laws that increased the isolation of Jews. The Reich Ministry of the Interior imposed restrictions on the freedom of movement of Jews, banned them from entering cinemas, museums, and other cultural venues, and restricted their access to public areas such as parks and recreational facilities. In December 1938, the law on tenancies with Jews came into effect, which facilitated the eviction of Jews from their homes. Jews were pushed into segregated living, often in cramped and poor conditions, and non-Jews took over their properties. This further degradation of living conditions was a clear step towards the physical removal of Jews from German society. One of the Nazi regime's initial goals following Kristallnacht was to promote the emigration of Jews from the Reich. The violence and subsequent oppression measures made it clear that Jews had no future in Germany. Many Jews sought to leave, although emigration became increasingly difficult as many countries tightened their immigration policies. President Franklin D. Roosevelt set up the Intergovernmental Committee on Refugees in response to the refugee crisis, but the international response was tepid, to say the least, and offered little real sanctuary to the vast numbers of Jews seeking to escape Nazi persecution. The Evian Conference, held a few months before Kristallnacht, had already demonstrated the reluctance of many countries to accept Jewish refugees. Kristallnacht can be seen as a turning point towards the final solution, the systematic genocide of the Jews that would be formalized at the Wannsee Conference in January 1942. The pogrom demonstrated that the Nazi regime could commit mass acts of violence against Jews with little opposition from the German public. It also served as a grim rehearsal for the state-organized mass deportations and killings that would follow. In 1939, the Reich Security Main Office, RSHA, was established to coordinate the persecution of Jews and other enemies of the state. This body played a crucial role in organizing the deportation of Jews to ghettos and eventually the extermination camps. The establishment of the RSHA marked the transition from sporadic and localized persecution of the Jews to their systematic and bureaucratic murder. As much as most Jews would have loved nothing more than to emigrate to safer countries, for the overwhelming majority, that's simply not what happened.
Like I'm trying to tell you guys, all those videos you've seen of like immigrants being deported, they're doing it for a reason. Yes, they're doing it to immigrants. But it's like it's a to get you ready, to get people ready to see that for when they start deporting dissenters of the MAGA Trump administration. All the video that I still think of it with the music and shit of like sending immigrants to Bukele's prison. That's to prep you for watching people that are against Trump to get sent there, or to get sent away, or to sent to our own gulags. Like that's where they're at. And the reason why I can even say that, and like I'm not a fearmonger or whatever, is because of their rhetoric literally as we speak. Literally as we fucking speak, guys. Like it's happening. Okay? I'm not trying to scare you completely, but like just be ready. Just be aware of this. Don't be asleep when with all this happening. Okay? All of that is to prep Americans that are like aligned with, especially with Trump's just recent saying, when he just said, the right, our side doesn't carry out violence because of whatever. We do it because of crime. Wish I could quote him directly. They do this because of crime. Our side. He's signing a memorandum today. It's to prep them for it.
The outbreak of war in 1939 gave the Nazis carte blanche to deal with their Jewish question in any way they saw fit. As Nazi land began to grow, deportation orders came into effect, and Jews across the expanding German Reich found themselves herded into cattle trucks.
Listen, okay, Ken, leave then. If you are a diehard Charlie Kirk fan, and it makes you upset that me and the majority of my channel want nothing to do with Charlie Kirk and don't give a fuck, really, other than like how he was killed was super fucked up and his kids should never have been there to see that or anything, or his wife there, anything like that, that should never happen, then go. Goodbye. I'll make it easier for you, Ken, because you cry on my channel all the time in the comments. Jesus, dude. Please, chat, share the stream out so that way I don't have to see it anymore. I honestly love the days where there's like thousands of people tuned in, then I don't have to see them. I see all my people and my members obviously stand out. I can see your guys and shout, but like everyone else though is like, I love those days and I just don't see it. But days like these, it's just like, man, fuck, go away.
And sent either first to desperately awful ghettos and then concentration camps, or directly to the camps that many of them never left. The final solution was horror. Unimaginable scale, but the boldness, the hatred, the organizational streamlining, it really began on a cold November night in 1938. The night of the broken class.
That's where it started. Okay. And again, history is not going to repeat itself. It's not going to be like a persecution of Jews that lead to this. It's not going to happen at all. Jewish people won't even be, I mean, they're carrying the leadership in Israel, not connected to the Jewish people, but I mean, they have their own issues carrying out their own genocide and imperialism right now. See how it's not even going to be the same. Literally will not be the same in terms of like one-to-one, from history to now. It's going to be the same energy, the same tactics, but carried out to different people from different people. Not really, though. No one celebrated the death of Melissa Hortman. No one justified it. No one wished death upon people. Philosophically aligned with my colleague. The last 2 days have been instructional about who we are as a country. Why does that even get to be compared? Melissa Hortman was a duly elected Minnesota State representative and Speaker of the House. She never put herself out there speaking hate. Never put herself out there lying to people. That wasn't even a outward Democrat. The guy who killed her had a list of Democrats he was going to go and kill. And then, if anything, the response of that and the news of that, the right wing didn't care. They were talking about how the killer was a Tim Walz. Yeah, it was a Tim Walz guy. No one justified it. They all did, bro, by literally lying about the whole thing. At least at the end of the day, the people that are like trying to make sense of the whole situation and the chaos in the country can at least point to, damn, it's maybe the hateful rhetoric that is spewed that is the cause and effect of the violence that we're seeing. Maybe that could be it. I mean, they're talking about a grander scheme or a grander situation that we're all facing, because the gun violence does not choose. The gun violence comes for kids, old people, music fans, political people. Don't matter what you're at, where you're doing. People are getting shot and killed out here in mass. But to say that this is just bullshit, bro. And then no one even cared afterwards. So many people have been fired. I'm so proud of you guys. When Laura Loomer dies, I'm cheering. I don't care. When Laura Loomer passes away, I'm gonna cheer. And like, especially when Trump does. And like, why is that bad? There are people that when they, hey, maybe the moral take is, I didn't cheer when I heard someone died, but I read obituaries with great pleasure, or however the quote goes. To try to but I don't fucking. I'm not a moral arbiter. I'm not a moral arbiter of morality, anyways. Like, what do you mean? Like, with this, when I read the news that Laura Loomer passes, I will like. There is a God. Do I want her to be fucking gunned down in broad daylight by a psychopath? Nope. I hope it's cancer. Would be great. Something slow, actually. I'm gonna be serious. Some health complication. That's probably the better way, because then it's slow. It takes a long time, and it's eating away at the body. That's the type of shit I would actually prefer that. I don't want some psychopath going out in public and murdering people, especially with the risk of murdering other people too. And carrying out what if, I mean, just being honest, like, say for example, that shooter was like, I'm not done, and then he started racking more and started popping kids at the campus after Charlie. I don't fucking want people out here killing people, but if you got health complications due to your own skill issue of your shit, and you're like a Laura Loomer, then that's God's will. God willed it. And then I'm not gonna care, and I don't care. I don't give a fuck. See what these people have to say about kids being gunned down afterwards, and blaming the media, whatever Alex Jones used to do. These people deserve nothing. They deserve nothing. And if you like trying to pretend you're like a moral arbiter, and that's what I can't stand, some liberal commenting creators. There's people out here that are not connected to politics at all, and they have their own personal feelings about shit. People that have their opinions are not trying to uphold the Democratic Party and try to give a W to the Democratic Party. Who gives a fuck? Especially right at this point. The more and more this administration acts, and the more fascist they go, which they are, the more and more people that are going to be against them, because they're getting people fired. People are losing their jobs for speaking their mind and speaking the truth about Charlie Kirk. And if this is the cause of right-wing Kristallnacht, then they were always going to do that anyways. Like that, they were just waiting for the moment, because they're stuck in a reality that is not our own. With the 5, Mercado, please have fun with Ken. Nobody can see him in the chat because he's blocked everyone. Ask him if his First Amendment hurts. New bill would allow Rubio to strip U.S. citizens' passports over political speech. Wow. Wow. Can't call him fascist, though, because then you'll be GOP representative backtracks on bill to let Marco Rubio revoke passports from Israel critics. Oh, wow. So that's Republican plan would make it easier to revoke U.S. passports. What to know? A new Republican bill would make it easier for federal government to revoke or refuse to issue passports for American citizens. A House Foreign Affairs Committee spokesperson responded to concerns about the bill in a statement to Newsweek. This provision is just one small part of a larger comprehensive State Department Authorization Act that the House Foreign Affairs Committee introduced last week. KKKKK. Federal government's approach to those who have participated in pro-Palestine protests have become a major... the federal government's approach to those who have participated in pro-Palestine protest has become a major free speech. Okay, that's weird. Weird grammar there. Cases such as those of Rumsea Ozturk, a Tufts University student who was arrested after penning an opinion, a critical piece of Israel, have underscored those concerns. Critics have warned that the new House GOP bill's vague language could leave open the possibility of similar cases for American citizens who are seeking to obtain or already have a passport. Now they're going to use that as pretext. And also Netanyahu should disavow that. And all Jewish people should disavow that. Because that sounds like exactly what Nazi Germany was doing to the Jewish people. But anyways. Representative Brian Mast, the Florida Republican who chairs the committee, introduced a sweeping authorization bill that includes a myriad measures pertaining to the State Department, including one piece that would give Secretary of State Marco Rubio greater authority to revoke American passports for those who have supported foreign terrorist organizations. The bill would allow Secretary of State to decline to issue a passport to or revoke a passport from anyone who has knowingly aided, assisted, abetted, or otherwise provided material support to an organization the Secretary has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Okay, so they're just going to label any left-leaning thing a foreign terrorist organization and then do that, and then it's going to be McCarthyism. My passport! I have to use this now and go be a Canadian citizen quick. My passport! Might have to get ahead of the game. No, I'm kidding. I'm not leaving. I'm going to go nowhere. If they want to fight, then so be it at this point. Like I've said that literally since the beginning, but that's scary, I guess. When you have an aggressor and you have somebody that's on the offense all the time, and then when like they play victim, then I mean, what they want is what they want, and I will be okay with giving it to them. If it comes down to it. Multiple students and parents have made formal complaints against this Austin, Minnesota teacher and her inappropriate behavior, including playing music in her classroom with lyrics calling to fuck Trump, openly discussing her sex life, continuing to talk about how she says President Trump is bad for the country. Oh boy. The superintendent has yet to respond. This is Liz Collin, former Minnesota mainstream media lady who married Bob Kroll, who's the former Minneapolis police union chief. That she now runs this Alpha News thing, which got viral for lying about the riots called the Rise of Minneapolis, or the Fall. Because Minneapolis fell, guys. Did you know that? So she did like an hour and a 40-minute long propaganda documentary, basically lying about George Floyd and how he was murdered, and then tried to craft a narrative as like the left, which is ironic. The left controlled all of this. Like she did the autopsy and everything, as if she's like trying to get to the bottom of like what really happened in Minneapolis. That's what the right wing does. So that's how she got popular, because Alpha News was fucking a rag. It was a rag news before they got her. And now she's like their blonde Fox News lady at Alpha News now in Minnesota. So they got their blonde Fox News lady, or Fox News archetype lady for Alpha. And now they're going after teachers, which is falling right into it's right into the McCarthyism. The superintendent has yet to respond to our multiple requests for comment. We have confirmed a substitute teacher is in her place today. Everyone is welcome here. You belong here. Melissa Mackins-Nangle. So here you go. Random Facebook users. dog profile pictures, Republican men that are like mostly the same. He was a dick. I don't hate that he died. I don't hate that he died the way he did. Oh, irony. But I do think there are better options than violence. I will, without thought, defend my family, and I believe there are conditions that warrant killing someone. I don't believe this was one of them. And yes, fuck him. Feel free to spell it out on my page. I'm not easily offended. He and his like-minded buddies are the worst humanity has to offer. Where is the problem? Literally in the same comment says, I believe there are conditions to warrant killing someone. I don't believe this was one of them. For example, Hitler. That's a good one. If Putin ever gets, that's a good one. But apparently it's scary to say it about Americans. Apparently you can't say it about Americans that are like just like Putin or Hitler in their mindset and their rhetoric, because in America it's framed as an opinions, because we haven't seen it carried out yet. So apparently in America we have to go through this McCarthyism. We have to see this carried out in order for it to be like, yeah, the shit MAGA was about was bad, and we're gonna have a historical chapter in our history of America, and MAGA will be one of the bad chapters. And then who knows if it'll end America, and like we'll be a country still, but probably not the top country anymore because of MAGA. The projection, make America great again. More like make America not a country anymore. More like end America. So, and then, so that was a nothing comment because she said the word fuck in it and was like, if anything, this is the most like unwoke words or like left leaning words ever, I guess, or like politically correct at all. Like I thought you guys hated political correctness. So now you got people that aren't being politically correct, and now you want to be politically correct again? Make up your fucking minds. No, you're not going to, because you're lunatics. This post from earlier today was taken down. This public comment was made by a teacher employed at Austin High School. This type of rhetoric is unacceptable. She needs to be held accountable for actions and fired from her position immediately. She should not be teaching our children, and many people have already started voicing their concerns to the school. This needs to stay in the spotlight until action is taken. Make your voices heard. This is the MAGA working for the big brother of MAGA. Melissa Nangle, a teacher at Austin, Minnesota ISD 492, says, I don't hate that he died. I hate that he died the way he did. Oh, I don't hate that he died the way he did. Okay. Free speech is bad. Okay, free speech. Here is this monster. What a monster. With her free college for you picture behind her. We're cooked. Doctor one piece at a time, PhD, MBA, MD. Jesus defeated death so you can live, Charlie Kirk. Oh my God, brother. And then for Alpha News to have this come up, dude, is crazy. They are literally a nothing. They were a nothing paper in Minnesota. They never have been. And now because they got Liz Collin. She's a Marxist.
Okay, here's one of the things you need to know about the left. What you need to understand is that literally every single thing they do is a political statement against capitalism. Every single thing. So let's take drag, for example. Drag Queen Story Hour is obviously something that a lot of conservatives complain about, but most of the time conservatives don't actually understand what Drag Queen Story Hour is about. So let's just take an example looking at this one zine. I got this at a queer bookstore in New York the other day. It was actually a bookstore. It's not even a real bookstore. It's like a collective within the LGBT Center in New York. Anyway, so we can even see.
So it's not at a bookstore. You got to go to the LGBT Center to get that if you want to read it.
In the title, How to Resist Drag Bans and Create Total Gender Liberation. Gender liberation means the abolition of the gender binary, the abolition of men and women. The purpose of Drag Queen Story Hour was never to sexualize kids. It was always to teach them that gender doesn't exist. Changing your gender is as easy as changing an outfit. And if you don't believe me that drag is political, I haven't even read this full zine yet, but I flipped through it. Let's just flip through a couple pages of this zine and I will prove to you that drag is indeed a political act. Well, this one has a copyright. That's interesting. Oftentimes, these people don't even have copyrights. Liberty, Literary Kitchen, Collective Press 2024. So that's going to be a socialist press that we're going to want to look.
Socialist press?
To see what other things they're publishing. But let me see. Hang on. You guys are going to love this. Let me see a couple pages of the book. Oh, that's real nice, isn't it? Yep. Recreated a utopia together. That's not what I'm looking for.
I'm looking for the one or two specific words. She's flipped 5-6 pages now, looking for the politics.
Drag is resistance. That means resistance to capital.
What?
It's resistance. Looking for.
God, I just hate that I hate this trans shit. And I went to the LGBTQ store in the trans section specifically, and I bought this trans book.
Drag is resistance. That means resistance to capitalism. Not what I'm looking for. I know it's in here. I
know. My bias is in here somewhere. She didn't even read the book beforehand. She's like, trans book. I bet I can cook on this. Record. All right. Here I got this trans book. Start finding the shit I'm talking about. Okay. Well, okay, that looks socialist. Okay. Let me start. Okay. Wow, look at that photo. Really? Look at that. Flip. How many pages has she flipped now? Where's the political messaging?
That means resisting normative capitalism. That's every time you see that. The rise of drag bans. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh no!
You got to get to the end of the book to get to the. Okay.
Oh, see, I'm not gonna find what I'm looking for because it's on video.
More like you're not gonna find it because it's not in there. The video doesn't matter. Like, you're recording yourself flipping through the book.
But I do want you guys to see that this is absolutely just in this zine. It's not like, I have to look very hard for it.
It's not like I had to look very hard. You are struggling, and you're blaming video for not finding your own thing that you're looking for to show everyone. Drag kings in Amsterdam. Okay.
I don't
Yeah, okay.
care about drag kings in Amsterdam, I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Care about this one. Found it.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Found it. Drag is my political home.
That's the political statement that we struggled to find for 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Drag is my political home. Is the politics there?
Drag is a political statement. It is a.
Oh my God, brother. Guys, this is right wing. This is mostly MAGA politics, though. Like, they have their narrative. They're set in their narrative. Okay, that's the thing you need to understand. They are not moving. They believe what they believe so strongly, and nothing else is going to change. They don't have the ability to challenge their beliefs. They're too stupid. Actually, let's do Charlie Kirk. I think these MAGAs, whether it be Trump, JD Vance, RFK Jr., they're just not intellectually capable of understanding. They're just not capable of it.
Political act. Participating in drag,
wow,
if we are Marxists, is all about politics. To imagine total gender liberation, that means liberation from the gender binary, liberation from men and women, liberation from this thing that says that you just can't make up whatever gender you want. That
just trying to use my empathy hat here. It's probably because someone that is in the body that they're not comfortable with, and yet they're told by everyone that you have to be that. Freeing that from yourself is probably good. And then you can identify with what you want to without judging yourself every single day because everyone else is. That's what that's probably talking about there. So like, because obviously you want to transition into something different than what you are, and to identify as what you want to, there has to be levels of like mental health care there too, because you're something different than what you used to be. You're your true identity now that you want to be, and you gotta take care of your mental health there, because you're gonna have people shit on you for it or call every single thing that happens bad in the world a trans issue. So it's like liberation from that, probably.
That's the goal of drag, guys, is to teach kids that gender does not exist, because that is how they're going to get their world.
A drag king who came at age of 20 years ago reflects on the current right-wing backlash against drag performance and trans people. Locking into the past for inspiration from gender-expansive people before us, they harness their desire and rage to imagine how we will survive drag bans and trans bans to endure forevermore. Okay, so it's just about navigating the literal bans that are taking place. That's, wow. It's literally on the back. So whatever this lady literally was like, oh, a trans book, let me cook, and did no cooking. Really? She's a Marxist, fire her. Where was the Marxism? She literally was like flipping through the book, trying to like desperately find her political bias. And that's what right-winger or MAGA does. Told you I was going to be a little bit more careful about just labeling all the right. But like, fuck, brother. Just call them the woke right. Rob Dorr, the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, says an assault weapons ban isn't the answer to prevent mass shooting.
Relying on an assault weapons ban, I don't think is going to get us there. In the COVID era is when things really started to spike again. In 1989, California passed an assault weapons ban and has seen more mass public shootings than any other state, according to Mother Jones research. What I'm hoping that we can get across is things that will actually make a difference. Even if all of these bills became law that are being proposed today, there's no indication that that would have prevented this shooting. This person was not a prohibited person. They had no inability that wouldn't make them be able to comply with every aspect of these laws. There's no background check that can detect somebody's internal crisis. But there are things that can be done to help identify those with an impending crisis and connect them to resources. Relying on
connect them to resources that your party votes down because it's woke or socialism. That's crazy. I think we have a mental health problem in this country. Okay, let's put more money into mental health services. No, more police with guns. We need more good guys with guns. I think we have a mental health problem. No, we have a indoctrination woke left problem. Liberal. I disagree with some things Charlie Kirk said. All this is a bit much. Conservative. So what you're saying is that you want me and my family to be slowly tortured to death. You won't like what's coming. You killed the moderate. Just wait for the things we do to you, literally. That is the last week right there. Good job, Richard. That is the last week in America. They were like waiting for this moment though. Like I'm telling you guys, they were like waiting for this to happen, or waiting for a martyr or something. It could have been Trump, but Trump was like, I don't want to actually die. So just make it look like it. And then they're like, well, we're going to have to make a martyr out of someone. Charlie Kirk was talking about the Epstein files a little bit. You know, maybe we should do something about this. And also look at how much political advantages we're going to get out of it. Another video I was trying to watch with you guys quick. Is it this video? Oh yeah. Where is it? Gotta look for his YouTube channel now. Endeavorance. There we go.
And say, so Charlie Kirk is dead. And the first thing I want to say is maybe live your life in a way that people don't go rushing to the internet to post like a hot take about your death. It's probably not.
This is the real message, not any of this woke bullshit that the right's trying to do of like, you can't say anything. Get fucked. Get all the way fucked. And your stupid lowered half-mast flags.
So Charlie Kirk,
I canceled. I ended a sponsor, you guys. I wasn't sponsored, but I had a company that was like that would give me a couple things and then did our hats and shit for my softball team. And they had posted a picture that they had their flag at half-mast. I'll just send you what I can't. My phone's in the elevator. Never mind. I can't read what I sent to him. But I was like, I am a veteran, and that is the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. I don't give a fuck how much you liked him and how much you really liked what he had to say to give him the honors of a fallen veteran or a fallen get the hell out of here. We're not doing that. Anyways, listen to this.
Is dead. And the first thing I want to say is maybe live your life in a way that people don't go rushing to the internet to post like a hot take about your death. It's probably not a great indication of the kind of person you were. So, hey, I'm about to talk about a bunch of difficult stuff. And some people might not find it difficult. Some people might find it quite difficult. Some people might be shocked that I hold some of these views, and some might be completely unshocked. But I implore you to believe me when I say that everything I'm about to talk about in this video comes from a place of wanting better for everyone in this country. Everyone in this country. I'm going to get into talking about Charlie Kirk in just a second. I do also want to acknowledge that simultaneously to his shooting was a shooting at another school in Colorado. Like, I just want to get it out of the way up front that his death by gunfire is not out of the ordinary. It's out of the ordinary insofar as spectacle and the fact that he had people that cared about him beyond just his family, people in positions of power who are now going to do something, probably. But he faced the exact same fate as so many school children in this country. I want to make that clear. So, first things first, we don't know what happened. We don't. We can make educated guesses, and I have my personal theories, but at time of recording, the suspect is at large. The FBI...
Well, this is actually going to be good to watch this video since he recorded it while the suspect was still not found yet, because that period of time was really revealing. Super revealing. And then when we found out who he was, and the narrative broke down completely, then they doubled down. So that's where we're at now.
Is run
because obviously now we know who the shooter is. We know a little bit more information. He's still not cooperating. We don't have a clear motive yet, but beyond that, we know the shooter now, and we have some of those details.
By podcasters. So I don't think we're getting answers anytime soon. I'll entertain a few theories later on for the purposes of talking about other things, but I'm not going to sit here and say that this was absolutely a left-wing person or a right-wing person. I think anyone can look at this and just fill in the details with whatever they want it to be. It's also just very bizarre and increasingly unlikely that it was just some guy. But let's talk about what actually happened. And I'm not going to get too graphic. I'm not going to show anything. But Charlie Kirk, an incredibly popular conservative commentator, was murdered in front of a bunch of people yesterday with a gun. Charlie Kirk famously was super pro-gun rights. Like, if you even implied that we should look at guns as a potential problem.
Robert, are you talking at me? Are you talking at someone else? Dude, you literally keep shifting your own narrative on things every day and have to keep saying, oh, well, it's this now. That was proven wrong. Who? I hope you're not talking at me. I hope you're talking at somebody in the chat, Robert, member of the channel.
He would call you crazy. He shrugged off mass shootings and school shootings as essentially a necessary evil, as just a thing we got to deal with. Just like, that's just life. He's quoted in saying that gun deaths are a necessary side effect of the freedoms of gun ownership. And so
that was what Charlie had to say. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. And then that's when conservatives were like, no, that was taken out of context. Show the whole thing. And then it's like 5 paragraphs to provide more context. And there's like it still says the exact same thing. Nothing else changes.
Gun deaths are a necessary side effect of the freedoms of gun ownership. And so since his death, we've seen very polarized responses. From a lot of like more centrist and liberal leaning people, especially politicians, they immediately came out and they were like, we condemn political violence of any kind. It has no place in this country. Anyway, we just renamed it the Department of War, but it has no place in this country. Like everyone, Democrats and Republicans alike across the political spectrum, started just posting like, oh, Charlie Kirk was a great man who was just exercising his free speech and was such a gentleman.
Like that was cringe. That was cringe. Gavin Newsom didn't need to say all that. He should have just kept it to, hey, like thoughts and prayers, basically. But yeah, he went overboard.
Great man who was just exercising his free speech and was such a gentleman. Let's not lie.
He was a great man.
Lie to ourselves about the kind of person he was.
Exactly.
Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit. Charlie Kirk was an awful person. He was awful before he died, and then he died, and he's still awful. Someone dying does not absolve them of being awful, and it doesn't
exactly
absolve them of criticism. As I posted on Blue Sky and Mastodon, if you follow me there, you saw a flurry of thoughts yesterday, but my moral code does not include a stipulation that I must show deference to the dead and dying purely on the merit of them being dead or dying. This guy's whole career was touring to college campuses where there are impressionable young men and convincing them to adopt a hostile patriarchal outlook on society. His goal—
Really quick, you guys say Trump is... Did you sign and shit? He's not live yet. Nope, nothing yet.
Goal was to get more people to support his oppressive ideology. That is violence. I really need people to connect that violence done by way of pen is still violence. That could be voting, that could be lawmaking. Like, yes, he got shot, and that's really violent. And also, his rhetoric was violent. He was completely anti-choice, saying he would force his daughter to carry a baby to term if she—
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered. Charlie Kirk on if he would force his daughter to carry a rapist's baby to term.
Was raped. He repeatedly talked about how if he got on a plane and saw a black pilot, he'd be scared for his life. The man went from campus to campus trying to normalize being the shittiest version of yourself you could possibly be, all while being like, oh, it's my free speech, and then doing that fucking smile that he always did when he knew he was getting away with it. You know, the...
Yeah,
this guy he knew what he was doing was aggressive, but he never faced any meaningful consequences until it was too late. So now let's like dive a little bit into how we got here, because it wasn't a vacuum. This didn't just happen out of nowhere. Some people are celebrating his death. And like, I'm not here to pass judgment. I'm not going to tell you what your moral code should be. I'm going to tell you the way I see things, and you can make your own decisions. But expressing that you don't care about the death of a guy who actively hated you and actively worked to make your life worse in this country, that's not a moral failing. That's just normal. Celebrating his death can be a bit poisonous. I also think it's normal. I think it's very normal to have seen somebody gleefully get away with spewing hatred and get uplifted, become rich for it, only to have his final words be minimizing mass shootings. Right before being shot, he was asked if he knew how many mass shootings were carried out by trans people. His response was, too many. After that, the question asker answered, it was 5, and then asked, do you know how many mass shootings in total have been carried out in the past 10 years? His response was, including or not including gang violence. And then he was immediately shot. So people see this among this drought of justice that we're having. I think it makes complete sense that it's cathartic for some people. We have watched right-wing people just spew hatred and anger, and any pushback—
Hatred, anger, and lies. Not just hatred and anger, but lies too. The targeted lies.
They immediately scream, my free speech. And then when they're hit with further pushback, they pearl clutch. And this is what has pissed a lot of people off, especially because Republicans have lost any right to even remotely feign horror in the face of people saying shitty things to them.
Exactly. That's the other thing. But the thing that they're doing is the cancel culture stuff and getting people fired, which again will just backfire on them eventually. But not right away, though. And you got to be tactical with how you bring people into the political movement against Trump and MAGA, and you are going to have to meet them halfway. They will likely be conservative, maybe, or like not have absolute fucking leftist ideologies that are like baked in anti-capitalism and other things. There's definitely some good faith debates to be had there, but I feel like the only good faith debates having is like people that are further left and liberals, and that's it. That's the actual conversations. Because I'll disagree with the far left, but they'll have like some type of a moral or historical precedent to what they're arguing, and then you actually have to use your brain. Okay, I think he's coming in right now. Whereas like on the right side, if you're debating a conservative, you're debating like the dumbest thing ever that they're focused on. That's like a culture war talking point. I don't know what he's signs a presidential memorandum. I'm getting audio from it. They shouldn't have been fired for free speech, but they have to know they're working for private companies. That's the same argument the right was saying.
Hello, everybody.
Are we getting?
Nice to have you here. We have some big things to announce.
AP, how about you cut into the White House?
At the request of Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, who's standing with us, as you know.
How about you cut inside?
Presidential memorandum to establish the Memphis Safe Task Force, and it's very important because of the crime that's going on, not only in Memphis, in many cities, and we're going to take care of all of them.
All of them. Can we get into the?
We did in D.C. We have virtually no crime in D.C.
AP's been sucking on the camera lately.
Capital. We're going to keep it that way, or we're going to federalize it if we had to, but we don't.
I don't know if they need cameramen or what, but they've been sucking at this lately.
This task force will be a replica of our extraordinarily successful efforts here. And you'll see it's a lot of the same thing, although the numbers here are really something. They're really
yes. They're sending the Guard into Memphis and more cities.
Some of the numbers down.
I'm not trying to chat. I'm being honest with you. I'm not just guessing on what's going to happen. Like this is all part of Project 2025. I read it for hours to you guys. Like literally, that's why I need to take mental health breaks and stop, because like it's all there and they're doing it. It's all pre-written. It's all there.
They did a great job, but we're sending in the big force now. We also sent them into Chicago on a sort of a moderate basis, and we brought down crime a little bit in Chicago, but we're now going to bring it down very big. We're going to be doing Chicago probably next. I was with a great businessman, a man who is involved in all cities through his business, and I say, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to save Chicago. We're going to wait a little while.
Oh, are you?
He said, you got to save Chicago. You can't let it go.
Yeah,
and
do it.
A very prominent man that everybody knows. And
who is that?
From another man in Memphis.
Who is that?
Bill, he was saying, very interesting, he's on the board of FedEx. And his hotel is about a block away. And he said, when I walked there, I said, you know, I don't want to do this again. I never want to do it again. And they won't let me walk there. They take them in armored vehicles. They take the board members of FedEx in armored vehicles like a block away to the hotel. This shouldn't be the U.S. This shouldn't be the United States of America. The task force will be a replica, as I said, and it's going to be, I think, equally successful. This is a tremendous success we've had in Washington, I can tell you, and everyone knows it. And people in the White House that work here and other people that I know are calling me and thanking me. They're going out to dinners. They're doing things that they haven't done in years. The effort will include the National Guard as well as the FBI, ATF, DEA, ICE, Homeland Security investigations, and the U.S. Marshals, and more along the prosecutors. We're going to have DOJ led by U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, who is here or not here? Who's that person here? That person is going to be very busy. So we're going to have U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, and most importantly, Pam Bondi's here. She's heading it up, and she's doing an unbelievable job in every respect beyond this. So also worked with some of the members of the team right here on D.C., and we're very proud of that effort. We essentially had the crime down to a very low rate in 12 days, and within another 10 days after that, it was so incredible. And it continues at that level, and we're going to continue. We have to, because it's our capital. This team will deploy the full powers of federal law enforcement agencies and enforcement generally.
Yes, this is live.
Public safety and get dangerous career criminals off of our streets. We're going to get them off. In 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, the highest property crime rate, and the third highest murder rate of any city in the nation. Other than that, they're doing quite well, thank you. A person is 4 times more likely to be murdered in Memphis, Tennessee today than in Mexico City. It's been, and you know Mexico City is not a cakewalk. It's been overrun with carjackings, robberies, shootings, and killings. There were 249 murders, 429 rapes, 5,616 burglaries, and 12,522 violent assaults in just the last little while in 2024 and in pieces of 2025, where it's actually gotten worse until recently when we sent the FBI down.
Okay.
Last month, a vicious thug carjacked an elderly woman parked at the movie theater, dragged her out of the car, and body slammed her into the pavement, where she is still trying to recover. Probably won't be successful. So we're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it, doing it one by one, time, but we want to go quickly. We don't want to lose Chicago. We're going to lose Chicago. We're going to lose places like you go to St. Louis. St. Louis. We're going to lose St. Louis. We're not going to lose. We want to save these places. You're going to lose them. It was the way the man said it. He was a very high-quality man. I said,
Ooh.
Who would you do next? He said, sir, do Chicago. You don't want to lose Chicago.
And that man was Charlie Kirk. Watch.
So we're going to have to go very big, and we're going to go probably with...
Charlie said it before he died.
We're going to hold it off. We're going to do some of the smaller ones, and the truth is our people are so good. Gaddy, you're doing a great job wherever you may be. We're doing so good that I don't think we need too much practice, right? But we got to go and save our big cities, our great cities. Chicago's a great city, and we're going to make it great again very soon. And I think we can do that. Despite the tremendous size, I think we can do a real job, and we're going to give you the resources that you need.
Really?
So with that, I'd like to just end by saying we're going to make Memphis safe again, and I'd like to ask Governor Bill Lee to say a few words, and then Pam can talk, and anybody else you'd like to talk to. We'll go through the whole list. We have all day long if we have to, because this is a very important thing. We have to save our country from violent crime. So, Bill?
Yes,
please.
sir. Mr. President, first of all, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your commitment for federal resources to the great city of Memphis. And it is a great city, and it has a great history and a great legacy. And we are very hopeful and excited about the prospect of moving that city forward. I've been in office 7 years. I'm tired of crime holding the great city of Memphis back. And I have spoken today with the director of the U.S. Marshals, with the director of the FBI, with General Bondi. We realize that this effort of multi-agencies that will combine the work of the Tennessee Highway Patrol and the local police departments, when we come together, we can make significant change in our city and the city of Memphis, and that is a powerfully important thing for the state of Tennessee, and I want to say thank you.
This will be your proudest moment when we see you in 4 or 5 weeks, maybe sooner. You're going to see numbers that will drop and plummet like you haven't. Just like we did in D.C., they plummeted. Nobody could even believe it. And they're going to plummet. It'll be one of your really proud moments, and you've done a good job, too. But this will be maybe your proudest moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
And the director, as the director said, the goal is sustained.
Right. Got to keep it.
Sustained crime lowering. And that, with this effort, I believe we can get there. We can finally get there for that city.
Yep, we're going to have it sustained a long time. And your people are going to get better and better, and your police force has been terrific. They're working with us very much, as you know. We started it, as I said, on a little basis, and we got it down quite a bit, but now we go in for the big march, okay?
And Director Patel and his team have done remarkable work so far. As you know, the numbers are great, and this will be one more step in the right direction for Memphis.
That's true.
Thank you.
He's done a very good job. Thank you very much. Pam, please.
President Trump, at your directive, we went in, as you all know, to D.C. and took over The City of DC, working hand in hand with Metro Transit Authority, all of the agencies represented here today, got over 2,000 violent offenders, got over 200 guns off the streets of DC, and DC is safe again. And now, Governor, working with you and working with our 2 U.S. senators and all of our agencies working hand in hand, we're going to do everything we can to make Memphis safe again. That was President Trump's directive to us, and it's easy to do when you're working with such great leaders. And Secretary Noem, you have been instrumental in this, and Director Patel has already been into Memphis and gotten so many violent offenders and guns off the street, and that's what started it. And working Stephen and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you. We've all been going nonstop, working hand in hand together, and Gadi Serralta, Terry Cole, and Director Driscoll of ATF wearing 2 hats, and Pete Hegseth with the National Guard, all working hand in hand and being out there for a month. You can't tell who's with what agency but for the T-shirt they're wearing, because everyone's working hand in hand, and that's why we've been so successful. We're going to do that in Memphis, and we're going to...
You can't tell who's who out there.
Thank you, Pam. Great
Thanks,
job.
President.
Christy, go ahead.
Mr. President, Memphis has a high number of trafficking, significant human traffickers, child exploitation, drug trafficking. The local gangs there are extremely dangerous, and I'm so excited that you're going in there to work with not just the governor and willing local leaders, but also our Attorney General and all the leaders that are standing here today to help protect our children. So what's going to change dramatically is the families' lives that live there, and it's only going to happen because of you, because you're coming in. What has started there, you're going to put on steroids. The networks that you're going to uncover across this country, because of the work that's going to happen in Memphis,
liberal networks,
because we're going to see those ties to other criminals.
They're blending the two together, chat. This is blending with the other shit.
And sir, thank you for caring about every single.
It will meet in the middle eventually.
Really nice. And
it will happen.
To me, so exciting is the success we had here so quickly.
Crime, liberal organizations using the military. It's gonna
happen so quickly, and so many
people happen.
Are so thankful, and people that you pass them every day and they're fine. All of a sudden, they're thanking me so profusely. It was so exciting what's happened, and continues to be what happened in D.C. And so that's what makes this, I think, even more exciting, because we know what's going to happen. We know we have the people. Look, we're sending in a lot of help. These cities have been taken over for years, and the last 4 years under Biden, what's happened is just a disgrace. So it really has what the success we've had.
You've been president for 9 months now.
I think we're going to have proportionally. I mean, you have cases where it's even worse. I have some people. We have some people quoted today that we took out of papers. We're so grateful for the National Guard coming. Said an owner of a Memphis tax service. It's so dangerous here. It's so darn dangerous that you can't get out of your car. If you get out of your car, he says you get robbed, you get mugged, you get hit. You can't go to the market or a service station. So yeah, I want to see crime stop, and I want to see the National Guard come in right away if that's what's necessary. There's a need. Here's another one from a director of a Memphis base.
Yes, chat. Yes, they're targeting black communities. That's going to cause protests, and which they're going to use as a pretext to round up anybody that's at protests. It's like a double-edged sword at targeting minorities, black people, immigrants. But then obviously when the protests of this happen, they're going to use it. Oh, there's the liberal ideology that we're targeting too, and then they're going to get everyone that's protesting it. Okay, that's what's going to happen here.
Crime prevention organization. There's a need for more boots on the ground. You have to get them done fast before we totally lose it. They're going to lose it all. I got 2 guns put in my face, then another within 5 minutes at 2 different locations. Said I got a gun put in my face. Then I went someplace else, had another gun put in my face. I was scared. It never happened to me. I've never seen anything like it. Here's another one. I honestly thought he was going to kill me. Said a 60-year-old Memphis carjacking victim. A man walked up, give me your car. You got 5 seconds to get out or you're dead. This is what we have in this page after page of the same kind of thing. Cash, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to your brilliant foresight, you had asked us to go in quietly into these cities to help.
Even Abe Lincoln has his head down.
Our agency and to make America safe again, and we've done that under the FBI's banner program of Operation Summer Heat.
Lincoln doesn't even want to look up.
Are only as good as the prosecutions. And because the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have mobilized DOJ to successfully prosecute so many violent criminals, we have set the landscape for the interagency to come into Memphis and really make it safe permanently. As the governor and the senators and the other directors were saying, it's not a short-term mission, but thanks to you launching us early, launching us quietly, not looking for the credit, Mr. President, we greatly appreciate your support and the advanced foresight you had in doing that.
It's so exciting, and somebody had to do this. A president should have stepped up long ago and saved these cities. So it's not that I wanted to do it, believe me. Somebody
I have to.
And we're doing it in a big way. Pete, could you say a few words?
Yes, Mr. President. From day one, the DOW, the Department of War.
I'm glad you made that correct.
Correctly for you, sir. Has been proud to stand with our partners across the interagency, whether it's the Southwest border, whether it was Los Angeles getting ahead of that, whether it's right here in Washington, D.C., where Secretary Driscoll and the Army and the National Guard have taken the lead in helping across all of these great folks to secure the city. We are very proud to be here, to stand strong alongside law enforcement. We're glad that Memphis is the place to go. The volunteer state, we're not going to have any problems with the Tennessee National Guard being willing to go in and stand strong in Memphis, sir.
Not at all. And get ready, because you'll be doing a lot of other places that are almost as troubled.
You got it, sir.
Some of them are equal. You look at what's going on in Baltimore, where the governor was telling me how wonderful it is, and you can't walk across the street without being shot. Could I ask our two great senators to say a few words?
Of course, Mr. President, thank you so much. I want to say a thank you to Director Patel, because he had promised that he would come into Memphis. We've had Operation Viper there this summer. There have been over 500 arrests. There are over 100 indictments. And Memphis had the best stats they have had in years this past August, last month.
So then why are you sending the National Guard?
It's because of the work that's been done. And
so you're adding more?
A new phase of this enforcement for Memphis, where we are going to have all of these agencies working as a team, as the governor said, making certain that this is a long-term effort to make Memphis safe again. Mr. President, we are so grateful, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. And this is an issue that's plagued Memphis since I was a boy, Mr. President. And it's time that we addressed it, and I appreciate your leadership allowing us to do that. And the team that you've assembled here is going to help us deliver the most fundamental responsibility of our government, and that's public safety. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that is our primary goal. And certainly I hope to see Memphis become the safest city in America. And thanks for the effort of all of your team here to make certain that happens. Thank you, Governor Lee, and I want to say thanks to the Memphis Police Department and the Sheriff's Department there too, who have all worked closely to bring this together. I look forward to tremendous results.
And I want to thank the FBI for the last 4 or 5 months, because they have brought down the numbers quite a bit. Chicago here and a couple of other places that we can talk about later if anybody wants to. Could I ask you to, Terry Gaddy, say a couple of words also? You really did lead the charge here, and you've done such a great job. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for always supporting law enforcement. I think the major difference here in Washington, D.C. has been your support for law enforcement, has been empowering the men and women that are on the street working every single day. And I look forward to not only going to Memphis, but other places in Tennessee as well. And I think you'll hear from us real soon, Mr. President. Thank you for your support, sir.
We have plenty of places.
Yes, sir, we do.
You know the country very well. That's great. Thank you, Terry. Please,
Mr. President, I just want to say that we're honored once again to lead the charge with the United States Marshal Service, leading and joining 22 other federal agencies. I can say that today we spoke with over 30 of the local agencies. Letting them know what to expect, giving them the template that we've done here in DC, so they know what to expect. They're extremely excited. I think everyone is going to be well receiving the law enforcement surge that we're about to take to Memphis.
Great job.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask one of the best lawyers in the country. He is one of the best. Todd, say a few words, please. He is a great lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I think it's been said for the past 15 minutes, the president ran
on making this country safe again. And we do not make this country safe again unless we go into our cities where there's the most violent among us and go street by street and block by block and arrest the men and women in this country that are destroying cities and communities for the rest of us. And so what we plan on doing, as the governor said and the senator just said, this has been a problem in Memphis for a long time. We plan on delivering Memphis back to the citizens that are there to raise their families, to go to church, to be in their communities. That's our goal.
Go to church?
What we plan on doing, whether it takes 2 weeks or 2 years, that's what we're going to do.
Thanks, Tom. The great Stephen Miller, please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The same emotion you do on television. That's hard to do. I think that's going to be hard to do.
President Trump's initiative here in Washington, D.C., is important to understand, is the most successful anti-crime initiative in American history. I mean, just think about it for a second.
Thank you, Kane 3 Wolf.
In 30 days, President Trump put together a team that saw the largest ever violent crime reduction in any city in American history, something that people had not been able to do in 40 years. That is a momentous achievement. And now the president is going to take that same model to Memphis, and as he said, more cities after that. The team that president has put together has no equal today or anywhere in American history. I think what's happening here is that what the president has done is made clear. The power of federal law enforcement that was used for the last 4 years to harass and attack conservatives, to harass and attack Christians, to go after law-abiding families. The power of law enforcement under President Trump is going to be used to get all the criminals, all the violent offenders, all the murderers, all the cartels, and all the domestic terrorists off our streets. So whether you're Antifa, whether you're a domestic terrorist, whether you are a violent gang member, a drug trafficker, a trained Iraqwa killer, or anyone else that's threatening our people, President Trump is saying he's going to use his FBI, his DOD, his ATF, his DEA to wipe you out, to put you in behind bars,
wipe you
to
out,
take you off the street, or to apply whatever legal consequences necessary. Mr. President, I'm honored beyond words to be a part of this team under your leadership as you've saved thousands of lives.
Thank you very much. Come on over. Let's sign that bill. You want to say anything about our great military real fast? What a job he's doing, this guy.
Mr. President, so our Army National Guard is honored to be part of this mission. This is their community. A lot of them are from D.C. They're from Tennessee. When you talk to them, when you talk to the actual population out there who interact with them every day, they say it's a blessing to have them as a part of their life. And then for the National Guard getting to have this where they get to improve their communities, where their kids are growing up and they're going to church, and this is where their families are. Many of them, sir, have said this is the honor of their lifetime, so thank you.
Look at that nice face, and yet he's a killer. That nice, beautiful face, and he's a total killer. I don't know how you do it, huh? Look, a great. Everybody here is doing a fantastic job. All right, here we go.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you,
Do you have
sir.
any? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Mr. President.
No, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions, please? Brian? Yeah, Brian.
First of all, you've got to.
Did they take down the blue tent?
Yes, sir.
Last time he hit me with a blue tent and nobody knew what he was talking about. We found out, right?
Found out,
and it was gone the next day, and they had a lot of. That was not so easy. They had, that's a violent, radical left group. Okay, go ahead.
I got peppered with a lot of comments for doing that. They still have their First Amendment right, though. They're still out there protesting. You've got an amazing team behind you. You've done an
They have their First Amendment right. I'm not so sure.
awesome job for D.C. I want to get ahead of a story that I think might come out. You pushed out an email earlier today really showing dozens and dozens of local media in Memphis highlighting all of the violent crime in that city. So they have no problem reporting the crime, but when you show up to solve it, they're going to run around town looking for that one person that says, we don't want Donald Trump in our city. What can you say to the media there in Memphis, Tennessee, to help let them know the people want you there in their city?
Well, I'm not sure they found that person, because I saw them doing some interviews, and it looked like they were looking, but they were very, in fact, that producer, that person, I think they lost their jobs, because everybody was saying we want Trump to be there. They want the people right here to be there. Look, it's very simple. In Chicago, they're getting beat to hell. They're being shot. If you lose 6 or 7 people die over a weekend, they consider that a successful weekend. And when you consider that a successful weekend, that's pretty bad. I had the president of Poland here a few days ago, and we had a news conference. Many of you were here. And I made this statement. I said, you know, we're very happy to announce that it's been over 2 weeks since anybody's been killed in D.C. And he looked at me like, is that supposed to be good? You know, he's looking like, what kind of a place is this? And now it's been a long time. But and as I was saying it, I said, you know, I'm not sure if that sounds good to somebody. It sounded great to you, but it doesn't sound good to somebody from a country where they don't have violent crime like we have. But now it's a long time since that's happened. We went for years where at least one person was killed. Now you're not seeing it all. It's like the border. Millions of people a year ago, millions of people poured into our country. In the last 3 months, there have been 0, as reported by largely Democrats, actually. The border is secure. The country is secure. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'll tell you, a year ago, we were a country in tremendous trouble, probably a dead country if it continued. So we're very happy about it. And so just, you know, in terms of your question, people have never seen anything like what we're doing, and I think they're very happy, and they want us to be there. They don't want to be mugged. Who would say, gee, I don't want the National Guard? And you need that in terms of numbers. And also, you look at those guys, I looked at them, they're rough guys. They're, you know, the Supreme Court voted recently on merit. We're a merit-based country again. I said they had tremendous courage to do that. We're a merit-based country again. When I looked at the people that were patrolling the streets for the National Guard and for others, I could see we're merit-based. They were rough-looking, they were tough-looking, and they love our country. So that's where we are, Brian. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Yes. Given with all the that's going on with Charlie Kirk's assassination and the left-wing, violence going on, do you have plans
left-wing violence?
for an opportunity with all these? Do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%. And others also, by the way. But Antifa is terrible.
Are there other groups that you can pick up?
There are other groups, yeah. There are other groups. We have some pretty radical groups, and they got away with murder. And also...
oh, God, got away with murder.
The Attorney General about bringing RICO against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. These aren't protests. These are crimes, what they're doing, where they're throwing bricks at cars of ICE and Border Patrol. And they come in with a beautiful new car. They're so proud. It's Border Patrol, ICE. You know, it's got whatever it is.
Bro.
And they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle. It was just brand new. It was just bought for the purpose.
Yeah, think of the vehicle.
They don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known.
Wow.
Take responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore. And they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration, it became almost a culture, if somebody throws a rock at you, do nothing. If somebody spits in your face, do nothing. And I say, when they spit, you hit. Do whatever you want. You do whatever the hell you want. I watched it so sick it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face, and they weren't able to do anything. They just had to grin and bear it. They're standing up like a piece of steel. And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant, oh, you know, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place, too. The people, there were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid agitator. And you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of RICO, bringing RICO cases against it, criminal RICO. because they should be put in jail. What they're doing to this country is really subversive.
Mr. President, can I ask you one on crime? Mr. President, can I ask you one on crime and one on Charlie?
I can't even listen to this shit without being mad.
To St. Louis, you mentioned you want to go into Chicago next. Could St. Louis be after Chicago?
It's going to be around there someplace. Yeah, we got to save St. Louis. We got to save these cities.
Save them.
This isn't like, we're going to do something. We have to save St. Louis. We have to save Chicago. I know all about Chicago. I have a great, beautiful building. I'm so proud of it. But, you get less proud when you see all the crime. When they announced 2 weeks ago, 11 people killed, this is over a weekend. I think they said 38 people shot and 11 people dead. And then you watch Pritzker get up and say, we've got crime under control. And I will say that Cash and the FBI did a good job. With a very light force, they went in, and for about 4 months, Cash or so, they've been working on keeping crime down. They have brought the numbers down a little bit. But those are the easy numbers. The first 20, 25% are the easy numbers. That's where it gets. Then you have to bring in the big forces, right, which is what we always intended to do. But I think the FBI's did a very good job. In particular, in Memphis and Chicago, they brought it down a little bit. Like 20% and 25%. Well, I guess it's not so little, but we have a long way to go. We think Chicago is going to be next, and we'll get to St. Louis also.
And on Charlie Kirk's assassination.
And New Orleans we want to get to, too.
New Orleans?
The FBI is investigating the potential role of left-wing organizations in the assassination. I'm wondering if you think if Charlie Kirk's assassin worked alone or if he worked with you.
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you he didn't work alone on the internet, because it seems that he became radicalized on the internet. That's just by watching same things that you're watching and hearing. It looks like he became radicalized over the internet. And it seems like he has wonderful parents, brought in a wonderful neighborhood, smart guy, great boards, great marks, great student. And then something happened to him over a fairly short period of time. It looks like he was radicalized over the internet, and it's radicalized on the left. He's a left. I have a lot of problems with the left, and they get protected, and they shouldn't be protected. But as you
they shouldn't be protected.
Well from the tone of your question. Thank you very much.
On Venezuela, on Israel. First on Venezuela, what can you tell us about this Venezuelan
left
that was taken out? And do you plan to provide proof that these were narco-terrorists who were on their way to the U.S.?
Well, we have proof. All you have to do is look at the cargo that was, like, it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place. And it was, plus we have recorded evidence that they were leaving. We've recorded them. We're very careful because we know you people would be after us. We're very careful. The military has been amazing. And General Kane showed me a little while ago the clip, but you could actually see it. But you don't have to see it because we have recorded proof and evidence. We know what time they were leaving, when they were leaving, what they had, and all of the other things that you'd like to have. But we have noticed that there are no ships in the ocean anymore. We're seeing that there's like no ships, no. When the first one we went, there were hundreds of boats. Now there are no boats. I wonder why. Meaning no drugs are coming across. Probably stopping some fishermen too. I mean, to be honest, if I were a fisherman, I wouldn't want to go fishing. Just a nice, let's take a little trip, because I'd say, man, maybe they think I have drugs downstairs. I don't want that. I think the fishing business has probably been hurt. But there are literally no boats. This was a boat, and we were surprised to see it. Now, what does that mean? That means there's no drugs coming by sea. But they do come by land. And you know what? We're telling the cartels right now, we're going to be stopping them too. When they come by land, we're going to be stopping them the same way we stop the boats.
Really?
And you'll see that.
Oh, we will?
Maybe by talking about it a little bit, it won't happen. If it doesn't happen, that's good. But they killed 300,000 people in our country last year. And we're not letting it happen anymore.
And then on Israel, did Bibi Netanyahu speak to you directly to alert you that Israel was going to be striking Hamas sites in Qatar?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
How did you learn of it?
Same way you did. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned that the shooter was radicalized online.
I think so. By the way, when I say that, that's my opinion. I think he was radicalized online based on what they're saying.
Do social media companies bear any responsibility for that? And how does that?
I'm going to have to ask, I don't know, I'd ask Pam that question. I don't know if you or Todd could give an answer to that. Somebody has to bear some responsibility.
You know, and President Trump, I've always told parents, you got to watch what your kids are doing on the internet, what they're doing online, what they're listening to, what they're reading. They're all online, they're all on their phones all the time. Parents have got to monitor that because this starts when you're young. This starts when you're young, when you listen to these groups, when you watch these shows. And parents have got to just be vigilant. So sure, that's part of it. And they're meeting kids online who they think are kids, and they can be anywhere in the world and talking to them. And yeah, they are being radicalized.
Mr. President, you know, he went bad, and he just went bad very quickly in a sense, because he sort of led a very normal life, a life of, you know, great education, schools, everything else. But
I thought education was woke.
Something happened. Yeah, please.
It was a Republican, conservative, white family.
Regarding to Chicago without cooperation of the governor and mayor.
Well, if they do cooperate, that's good. If they don't, it's not going to matter to us at all. You know who wants to help us? Police department. They have no respect for the governor.
Really?
They have
really
no respect for the mayor.
Really?
They respect us.
Oh, yeah?
And we found that in Washington. You know, we haven't had total support in Washington from government, as you know, from
We're done.
everybody. I don't want to say the
After
name.
listening to this today, chat, we are done.
Great, but we have had great support from the Metropolitan Police.
Trump supporters are the enemy. MAGA is the enemy. And that's it. That's where we're at. If you still support Trump, you are my enemy. You are my enemy. We're not unified. I don't view you as a fellow American. I don't view you as a fellow citizen. We are now enemies. And that's what it is. Because the president on this thing and the vice president today on Charlie Kirk assured that. We are enemies. So if you watch me and you're politically opposed to me and you support Trump, I don't view you as somebody I just disagree with. I want you to know that.
And we hope we have the governor's help, but if we don't, we're doing it without him.
And on social media, Mr. President, you had the framework that's been agreed to with TikTok, for example. Will China continue to have a stake in the company?
Well, we haven't decided that, but it looks to me, and I'm speaking to President Xi on Friday for confirmation of that, and, you know, frankly, more importantly, a big deal. And we've had very good meetings. As you know, we were in Europe, our people, Scott Bessent and Jameson Greer, and others. And it was a very big meeting with China. And, you know, they're treating us with respect. We treat them with respect, too. But it was very successful. And on top of it, we have what could be a very good deal. Don't forget, I've had more people say, could you try and keep TikTok alive? I use TikTok. I mean, I have to admit it. In the election, and look how I did with youth. No Republicans come close. I blew everyone away. You know, if you look back, not so long ago, Romney, he got like 7% of the youth. I got like 8 times that amount. I got tremendous numbers of youth. By the way, I want to say, Charlie helped me. And Charlie was the one, get on TikTok. He used to say to me, get on TikTok. Charlie was unbelievable. So probably, and I did. I had somebody named TikTok Jack. And he'd put that camera, he said, just a real quick statement, sir, like 10 seconds or less. They didn't like anything over 10 seconds, but it worked. But Charlie is the one that really, and my son Barron also. And I have to say, Don, Eric, the whole group, it's important. And it can maybe even bring us closer to China. We had a very good meeting with China. I was surprised.
It can bring us closer to China?
To that extent. And I'm going to speak again with President Xi on Friday. And, you know, I think that'll confirm things up.
Charlie Kirk in crime. On Charlie Kirk, do you plan to speak at the funeral, and what would your message be?
Well, I'm going on Sunday. We're taking a whole plane load and having... I was invited on Saturday, but I said I'd rather save it for Sunday. You know, we're going to have a stadium, and I'll bet that stadium is going to be pretty packed, maybe completely packed. It's going to be big, but I'm going to be at the stadium, and I guess I'll say a few words. I don't know, but I guess I will. But I knew him very well. He was an amazing guy. He was an amazing guy. He was all about young people, getting them started right. And he was like a magnet for young people. They just attracted to him. He loved them, and they attracted to him. His wife is a tremendous person, by the way. He always had great respect for his wife. He got married. I didn't know he was getting married. I heard he got married, and he loved her. He really loved her. She loved him, and I think she'll have something to do with keeping that whole thing going. Turning Point it became a very big deal, and I heard they had like 38,000. So he wanted to get it up to 20,000 chapters. That's a lot. That would have been a lifetime's work. I heard that over the last 4 days, they have 38,000 people wanted 38,000 chapters at colleges, schools, other places. Numbers that nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So I think Turning Point could be, through what happened, this horrible act, it could be maybe bigger than it could have ever been had he been there. And I will say this: he'd be very happy if he saw what was going on. And there's some very good people, because I speak at Turning Point quite a bit, and Charlie would call me up. So the last time I spoke to him, he said, "Sir," and I think it was Phoenix, "Sir, could you get to Phoenix?" This was like in a day. I said, "Charlie, I'm the President of the United States. You called me asking me if I could speak tomorrow in Phoenix. You can't do that to me, Charlie." But usually I ended up going. He was great. He was a great guy, and he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this, believe me.
Ilhan Omar, after his assassination, called Charlie Kirk a reprehensible human being. Should she be stripped of her community?
No way, bro.
I think she's a disgraceful person. I think she's a disgraceful person. A loser. It's amazing the way people vote. I know it's people from her area, maybe of the world. I don't know. They got here and they...
Her area of the world.
I think she's a disgusting person.
And one more question, if I could. A lot of these, in recent of these trans shooters that we've seen over the last...
Trans shooters.
This flag right here is up and down 14th Street. This is what would be a trans flag. A lot of people are very threatened by this flag. It means a lot of different negative things to people, violence. Would you be opposed to taking this flag down, up and down the streets of D.C.?
Well, I wouldn't be. Then they'll sue and they'll get freedom of speech stuff, so that'll happen. But I would have no problem with it. I will say, and Steve might just mention this, Todd, you might mention it too, because we're putting out an order. Freedom of speech means you can burn the American flag, which I think is horrible. But I noticed something over the last little while. As you do this, you start noticing things that you wouldn't normally think. It really causes unrest and violence when they burn American flag. So the American flag, I wanted anybody burns the American flag, go to jail based on freedom of speech, goes to jail immediately. But the freedom of speech protected them, right? And that's been argued a couple of times, and it's one of those things. But you know what? Hasn't been argued, and we're going to be arguing it, I think, very soon, and that's the violence. They incite violence. So I saw it just yesterday, they burned the American flag, and people that were there were fine, and all of a sudden they're going crazy, and there's fist fights.
He's trying to say the First Amendment should not exist. That's what he is arguing right now. He is literally arguing against how the First Amendment sucks because we can't do anything to stop people from burning the American flag.
It wasn't in Memphis either. But I will say it incites violence. And I think you just do the exact same thing. Don't use freedom of speech. Use the incitement of violence. I mean, it's really, you got to see, these people were going at it. And you could burn other things if people just sit there, they fall asleep. You burn the American flag, and on both sides. But the level of violence I saw this flag burning caused was incredible. It was an incitement. So I hope you guys are going to be able to do that, Pam. Right?
Well, there's also groups called Trans-Tifa. So
Trans-Tifa.
Domestic terrorist group, and in all reality, you could take that flag down because it would represent the Trans-Tifa.
I think you probably could. Again, you'll be sued, and it's okay. I've been sued before a couple of times, you may have seen. Anyway.
Netanyahu said that he doesn't rule out targeting Hamas anywhere they are. You said that you don't want to see Qatar hit again. Are there any guarantees that Qatar...
Well, he won't be hitting in Qatar, as I say. I call it Qatar. You call it Qatar. You're actually more right, but actually you're allowed to go the emir said, you can say it any way you want, but I've always thought of it as Qatar. I think it's a beautiful sound. And actually, they've been a very good ally. And a lot of people don't know that. But he won't be hitting Qatar, but he will be maybe going after. Now, there was an article that I read in a newspaper just about an hour ago where Hamas said they're going to use the 20 hostages as human shields. They're going to bring them up from the dark tunnels, and they're going to put them in the line of fire so that if Israel goes forward, they're going to die. And I thought that was very terrible, and I put out a statement on that. You saw that. But
Mr. President, I want Charlie Kirk, in retrospect, given all of the moving ways that this White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk,
right.
Do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to have staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker,
get him finally?
As well?
I'm not familiar.
Really?
Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that, but I would have.
Did the governor of Utah? Did the governor of Utah ask? No, they didn't.
Oftentimes, you have to say no because it would be a lot of lowering. The flag would never be up. Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that,
yeah, right, bro.
And given the killing of Melissa Hortman, the attack on Paul Pelosi, the attack on Gabby Giffords, the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, why make the case that violence is only on one side? It seems to be taking place.
I didn't say it's on one side, but
you
I
have.
The radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way. But the radical left really is caused a lot of problems for this country. I really think they hate our country. Okay, yeah, please.
Wow.
This may be related to the RICO work that you're doing, and I'd like to confirm.
And we are really looking at that seriously.
Vice President Vance was speaking with Stephen Miller earlier today about targeting NGOs that they were saying foment violence.
Right.
Is that? Can you speak more to that? And what NGOs specifically are you looking to target, sir?
A number of them. Steve, please.
Yeah, so I believe what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organize doxing campaigns, which are a violation of federal law. They break off cement and they bring into riots. They have organized drop points for weapons, organized drop points for gas masks, organized drop points for all the materials necessary to launch a riot. Of course, you saw that during the Black Lives Matter riots as well, too. So there's this whole network of organizations. And I think the key point the president's been making
Told you.
Somebody is paying for all of this. This is not happening for free. And so under the president's direction, the attorney general is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will now be criminally liable for paying for violence.
And you know, a new thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, but never saw before, is they're walking in with bricks and rocks, everything. And the FBI or the Border Patrol or ICE or the police are grabbing them and taking them away, and that's great. And then they whip out a hammer, and it's a beautiful hammer, really. It's nice. You know, this is not a hammer somebody happens up. These are serious hammers, beautiful, brand new hammers, and they start breaking up the concrete sidewalks and the granite curbs in many cases. Granite is hard to cut, you know, it's very hard stone, and they're banging away and handing out pieces of stone. So instead of having it in bags, they're banging the sidewalk, knocking that. You have to see what some of these sidewalks look like when they finish, and especially the curbs, because the granite curbs are very, very expensive, and they're great. And,
Granite curbs. Where in the fuck do we have granite curbs?
20 minutes by some pretty strong guy. And then they hand out big chunks of stone so that people can throw them at the police and people can drop them off bridges into car windows. No,
just lying, bro.
And we're going to make it all good. We're going to make it really safe. This country is going to be safe. We've got almost 3.5 years. Think of that, 3.5 years. It's a long time. It goes quickly. But at the end of that time, I hope one of the many things we can say is that we made our cities safe again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good thing we looked at the McCarthy videos and the crystal knot videos, because that's all gonna happen. Wow. Yeah, there's no unity with Trump supporters, so let's just get that established. Like, if you still support Trump right now, you're an outlier. You're an outcast. Into my community, we have no room for Trump supporters in Mercado Media. I used to keep a space for them just because, like, hey, like, I want you to at least get the truth. No, fuck you. If you support Donald Trump still, literally, like, find a hole. And that's, like, where you should honestly practice. Practice falling down. We'll be there in a minute. Type shit. That was wild. So the ones that are crying about the rhetoric and Charlie Kirk, you're triggering us because you're saying mean things about Charlie Kirk, are like, we are sending the National Guard into your cities now. And we're going to crush this Antifa and this liberal ideology, which is what I said that was going to happen. You guys in the chat, yes, they're going to be targeting minority communities, but it's going to be a double-edged sword. They'll be targeting black and brown communities, which is what they already have been doing, and they're going to continue. But then when the protests happen, that inevitable because of the violence that the administration is going to carry out on these communities, and then when there's protests, then they're going to use that as like a, oh, now we can, oh, there's the left. The left is here now. Let's go get them. And then they're going to unmarked van, scoop everyone. Talking about the ones paying for the gas masks. I bought my own. Like, most people bought them on Amazon. Are you gonna go after Jeff Bezos for having gas masks on Amazon? That gas mask back there that I have, I bought that on Amazon. I bought that on Amazon because dealing with tear gas sucks, and I want to breathe and then I can do that with the gas mask. But yeah, it's done. I mean, like, there's no, on this Monday, September 15th, 2025, like, if you voted for Trump and you still support him, you're just the enemy. Like, and you gotta be, and you have to accept that too. You need to come to terms with that too. It's the choice you're making. If you voted Trump in 2024, you're fucked. But like, more people are probably gonna care less if you're like not gonna support him now. People will like give you a point, maybe. Not everyone. Not everyone. You got to be ready for that too. But if you like disavowed him and you like still conservative, you don't like him, then you'll be okay. But if you still support Trump in 2025 after what we heard today and after what we heard for the past week, you are the enemy. I'm not going to even try to make, I'm not even going to try to be friends with people that are, or like associate, like we have to, like when you're out in public and shit. But I mean, if you're like even loosely a Trump supporter, I'm not doing any business with you. You get none of my money. I'm not giving you my time. I used to take care of like personal friends that I knew supported Trump still. And they're like down bad out here. And I feel bad because I know him personally. So I'm like, fuck, I'll put the politics away. No, good fucked. There's this dude that I was friends with that I used to go out to the bars with. And he's done nothing for the past 5 years but like comments on my posts of people calling me a loser. And these are personal friends too. Like people that I've known, or not anymore, but they're people that I knew personally. That would be like all over my posts about how much I'm a loser and they hate me now. And because of like I'm posting about Trump and shit. And I would still keep them around. And even then this person got so sick and like nearly died because they were so sick because of their cocaine addiction, which is what it really was. But because they were sick and like their GoFundMe was getting shared around. I'm like, oh man, I feel bad because they nearly died. Now at this point, if you're like a Trump supporter and you have ailments, I'm not sharing a single fucking thing you have. I'm not giving you, if you like, and I have people that support Trump that come to me, can you share this for your audience? No, fuck you. Go share it to your MAGA. Oh, but you're not going to get it in MAGA because they only care about Trump. You're not going to get any support from anyone to support your GoFundMe because it's not Trump related. I'm done, dude. If you are literally, if you even have a loose connection to supporting Trump, you're out in my communities. I don't care if that shrinks my shit. I did this years ago too, and I'm like, I'm done with MAGA. But then, like, of course, as time goes on, it's like, I mean, might as well. I mean, shit, might as well. Kamala lost the election. I mean, no, but at this point, no. If you support Trump, you should just leave. Honestly, like, it's gonna be bad. I'm never gonna look at your shit as something to like agree with, anyways. I'm always gonna shit on you. So unless you like literally have a kink for being made fun of every day and getting shit on, and also like following a movement against you the whole time, I mean, that's your choice. I'm not gonna stop you from doing that. Maybe I'll change you over time. But no, if you're like openly a Trump supporter and you're like in my comments, you're just gonna get blasted. You're gonna get blocked. We're not even gonna have time anymore. There's just no time. There's just no, like, why? Like, why even? Like, when you have an entity that's just like, it's like a metaphoric, like Russia and Ukraine, right? Ukraine has to defend their country because if they don't, Russia will continuously like bomb and take their country, like they are, like they're trying to, right? And Ukraine has no words to, there's no words to be said against Russia. You can't diplomacy your way out of it. We have to fight, and that's where we're at with MAGA and Trump supporters, and we're there. We are there with it, and you got to be ready for it. There's nothing taking place in terms of like sides or militias fighting each other right now, but we are in an ideological civil war. We are in it. We've already been in it, and like we just need to accept it. You just need to accept it. Like when you're out in public and shit, people like usually don't talk about it, honestly, so it's fine. But beyond that, like there's no reason to debate a Trump supporter. There's no reason to talk with one. There's no reason to engage with them. Like if you're conservative, you have different ideas, that's fine. That's great. And that's the real conversations is other people outside of MAGA. So conservatives, leftists, centrists, great. MAGA is literally its own authoritarianist, fascist entity. And it is fascist. And you want to cry about the label, then you shouldn't do what you don't carry out the words and the actions that we saw all day today and all week. So mods, if you see some MAGA shit in the chat, just blast them. Like there's no point in keeping them around. All they do is troll anyways. They don't provide anything to the community. They don't support me actually. Never give super chats, which that's not what I'm about anyways, but I'm just saying like there's zero reason to have them around at all other than to like be a troll and like provide a free speech that they clearly don't care about. This is the other reason why I'm about that, because they clearly, like, in my opinion, I'm like, I'm going to uphold the old conservative shit I used to have. And at least, like, the free speech thing is important. Nope, it's not. And clearly Trump today in the Oval Office was literally alluding to, that free speech, So I'd rather have as much people as possible in the coalition without having infiltrators, because I view MAGA as infiltrators now, by the way. Okay, MAGA is not someone to just, like, they just casually disagree. They're like, they're reporting everyone for the administration now. They are taking your words and your comments and they're going to be sending it to someone. So how can I have that in my community? How could I have that in my shit of supporting independent work when I have people openly calling and having people fired or deplatformed or whatever for saying free speech? So MAGA, if I see that you're a Trump supporter in my shit, you better shut the fuck up and keep that to yourself, or I'm blasting you. I don't care. I don't care how long. I don't care if you're a member of my channel and you support Donald Trump. You are no longer on my channel. The only time you might get through the cracks and you might have to wait for those days is when we go viral and we got like 2,000-3,000 people tuned in on a breaking news day. And then you can obviously get away with it then. Mods will be in the chat, but like they don't see all your comments because there's just too many comments. So you'll cook on those days. But days like today where we got like, a smooth 600-700 people, and I see your MAGA shit, I'm no comment, no debate. You're banned. Trump supporters are automatic banned now. Conservatives, everyone else, you're fine. No problem, actually. Conservatives, leftists, centrists, Marxists, I don't care. Whatever, fuck. I don't care. MAGA, though, gone. After everything we've seen for the past week. McCarthyism was right. I don't have anything to say after that. I'm not familiar. Who? Oh, the governor needed to ask me to do that. Meanwhile, you have the U.S. Attorney General of New Jersey demanding everybody. Thank you, Gene, for the gifted. Thank you, Joa. Thank you, Iconoclast, for the gifted. Like, it's done. It's so done. I wish I had much time on my hands like this dude searching up videos you don't. This is MAGA. This is Trump supporters. They're like a fucking virus. They're literally like a cancer, and they spread and they will attach to you and then make you cancerous too, because you have to deal with their shit unless you block them. You complete idiot. TDS is as calling Preston Stewart TDS, who's so careful with his words. And literally is like the least political person ever, and he has TDS. That's why I don't give a fuck anymore. I literally voted for Trump in 2016, you losers. You fucking idiots. I voted for Donald Trump. I was Republican my whole fucking life. And I got TDS, I guess. Preston Stewart literally makes zero political comments from what I can see. He has TDS now. I hope you fucks keep it up, honestly. You're going to have such a rude awakening, dude, and you're going to have to do McCarthyism, and then we do get to fight. Then it gets legal. Then it's legal fighting, and then oh boy, I'm ready. I swear to God, dude. Just let it be legal. Let it be legal, please. Please start the fight. Please start your McCarthyism. Start your crystal knot. Please do it. Please make it legal. Please. I'm waiting. I ain't doing shit. I ain't doing nothing. I'm going to sit here and report the news and do shit, but if we start seeing these Nazis carrying out physical attacks on people, that's all we need. Honestly, that is all we need, is them to start carrying out their physical attacks and start doing McCarthyism, and it's game on. I promise you. You know, talk about any liberal or any fucking talking about how we need to unity is in their wrong fucking mind, and they'll probably be the first ones to leave the country anyways when shit gets bad. They won't stick around. They'll like leave. If you have any lib content creators that are like, we need to talk about the state of the country and how the violence and the rhetoric is too much on both sides. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. They'll leave. Those libs, those actual liberals will leave. They will not stick around in this country. They will leave and get the fuck out and go to Canada. And then do the same both sides ass shit in Canada. Or wherever else when it gets time. By the way, those protesters were absolutely paid. I don't care. Those protesters that were in front of Trump don't just get there and he's sitting there all like he doesn't know what's happening. And there were Code Pink protesters. China connected, which he loves China. Clearly, as we heard. The protesters were Code Pink, and that was absolutely staged by Donald Trump. Wow. Is this their take?
It wasn't school indoctrination. Carrie Lake went off on that. He was in an online apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College, which I don't think was changed.
I would just note
I
the
understand,
family
but
said
they didn't say
changed.
when he changed.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we need more information before you
Charlie
smear.
Kirk at a dinner
Before
we don't need more information.
Really?
Yes, we don't need it. What is interesting here is why is only this happening on the left and not the right? That's all we need to know.
What about
There's absolutely no cognitive...
What about Melissa Hortman that we just talked about?
You want to talk about Melissa Hortman? Did you know her name before it happened?
Does that matter? Listen to this, dude. Fox News, like they were talking about yesterday on Fox News about homeless people and how they should be euthanized. This was Fox News yesterday. This is what I'm saying, chat. We're in a fight whether you accept it or not. Some people are coping. I watched the panel with Destiny and Wick and them, and like Destiny and the other dude was right. Honestly, Destiny and the other guy on that panel they had talking about political violence were the correct positions.
Given billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population, a lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you and or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them. Or something.
Involuntary lethal injection. Just kill him. Just kill him.
Just kill them.
Involuntary lethal injection. Just kill him.
One of Fox News' biggest names is now apologizing after he made a shocking comment about killing homeless people. Brian Kilmeade and the other hosts of Fox and Friends were talking on Wednesday about the murder of 23-year-old Irina Zarutska in North Carolina and how to stop those kinds of crimes when he said this.
Either you take the resources that we're going to give you and or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Just kill him.
Comment didn't really get noticed widely until this weekend when it went viral and generated a ton of outrage. That's when Kilmeade went back on Fox News this morning to apologize. Here's what he had to say.
We were discussing the murder of Irina Zarutska in Charlotte, North Carolina, and how to stop these kinds of attacks by homeless, mentally ill assailants, including institutionalizing or jailing such people so they cannot attack again. Now, during that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injections. I apologize for that extremely callous remark.
Callous. We're beyond callous. We are beyond callous remarks right now.
Well.
Thoughts?
Well,
what do you think?
so cruel.
Yeah, we don't need to hear them break it down. I just wanted to hear that he came out with an apology. So yeah, Fox News calling to kill people for being homeless, illegal euthanasia, and then you got this guy, this fucking clown, who is gonna pretend like Melissa Hortman was a nobody. So why should we even care about her? That's what it is. You guys want to know why Republicans, being MAGA, Trump supporters, don't care about the kids being murdered? Because they don't know them. They don't know them. Do you know who they know? They know Charlie Kirk because they watch him every day, all day, 24 hours a day. So they develop a parasocial relationship with people like Gutfeld, Charlie Kirk, Elon, whoever, Trump, all of them. They think like they're best friends. It's parasocial. And then like, not just, I love my community, but I'm sure a lot of you might feel the same way about me as I spend every day with you guys. And I mean, that's cool. I respect that more because I'm not trying to tell you guys how to live your lives, honestly. I'm not trying to tell you can't be religious or you have to be this way or that way and you can't be gay or you're this or that. Like I have tons of viewers from all over the spectrum of everything. But you guys definitely have a parasocial relationship with me. And you would probably, like, if I was hurt or whatever, you'd probably be a little bit more emotional about it than like someone you don't know. And that's just is what it is. But I'm talking like you guys, or at least you guys be my community, are at least the same way when it comes to violence across the spectrum, from what I've noticed from my own community. If it wasn't that way in my chat, I would say so. I'd be like, damn, my chat is just like fucked. No, not that way at all. You guys are pretty human. You guys show your humanity over no matter what the story we're talking about, majority of you. So it's not a problem with my community and shit I'm talking about because of the parasocial relationship we have together. It's different on the right wing because they don't care about fucking anything else. I'm talking nothing, but also, I also share my community with like at least 18 other content creators. At least. So it's really not about me, maybe more so like what I'm talking about. Maybe it's me, but like mostly, you know, some of the, maybe my takes or whatever, more than anything, but it's still parasocial because you don't know me. You don't really know me personally. You know me from streaming and that's cool. But it's like that with the right. But the thing is with these types, these MAGA types, is Charlie Kirk's life means more than anyone else ever. They value Charlie Kirk's life more than anything ever. Nothing else. Or if another conservative hero goes down. Like, and then I got to watch, brother, till Valhalla as cringe ass shit, but that's what they believe. They believe they're in spiritual warfare. So it's like, why don't we just accept that? I'm accepting it today on September 15th. MAGA has been talking about their spiritual warfare with the ghost, but it's like the left for 10, 15 years. Longer.
Melissa Horseman, did you know her name before it happened? None of us did. None of us were spending every single day talking about Mrs. Hortman. I never heard of her until after she died.
Doesn't matter?
Literally.
Don't play that bullshit with me.
That's what you just started. That's what you're insinuating, you fucking loser. This is MAGA too. This guy is MAGA with their victimhood, bitch ass, pussy ass feelings. Right? When you're like, when he's ranting and ranting and ranting, and then you're like, wait, so that means you don't care? Really? Really? You gonna take my words out of context? Don't give me that. This is the right MAGA mindset.
Matter? Don't play that bullshit with me. You know what I'm saying is there was no demonization, amplification about that woman before she died. It was a specific crime against her by somebody who knew her. The same.
No.
You could bring up Josh Shapiro, but then you will not bring up, for example, that was a pro-Palestine person. So don't use your. What about this? The fact of the matter is.
You're walking your way out of your own argument. What do you do? You're literally arguing with yourself now. So if anything, like, then you just validated the fact that Democrats are targeted by anyone. The Democrats have been targeted by a pro-Palestine person, which that hopefully probably didn't vote for Democrats. And you have Melissa Hortman, Speaker of our House of Minnesota, former, murdered from a Trump supporter, a Republican. Vance Bolter, evangelist, whatever the fuck they're called. Evangelist.
But then you will not bring up, for example, that was a pro-Palestine person. So don't use your. What about this? The fact of the matter is the both sides argument not only doesn't fly, we don't care.
Good. That's what I'm saying. It's done, chat. There's no unit. There will be no unity in America with Trump supporters. If you like in MAGA, they are on their own. They'll try to use propaganda and try to get more people to their side as they can. But like, if you just understand MAGA is the enemy, and there is no unity there, I don't care how much. And you know what, MAGA, and just be ready for this. MAGA Trump supporters themselves will start gaslighting now, and start going, wow, so you say it's really you, not about unity. I'm with unity about with every other American. Everyone else, including conservatives. MAGA, nope. If you support Trump and that's your identity and you got 47 hats and MAGA and Make America Great Again and all this other shit, nope. Nope. You are like a domestic terrorist to me. I view you as I swore an oath to protect this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And MAGA and Trump supporters are foreign enemies to me, or domestic enemies to me. Based upon their own rhetoric and this what they're calling for. In the past week, it's gone exponentially higher than what it was before, and it already was like at a fucking what is happening with the military and the using it in the streets, arresting people with the Marines. We already were past a point of comfort, and then for the past week, you've heard nothing but these people call for death. More death, like the ones that are crying about people making Charlie Kirk memes, or like calling for liberals and to be rounded up, fucking any organization that's left leaning and investigated. This calling for homeless people to be murdered with a youth legal injection. Basically, if you are not an established white, and that's very important, white traditional family of like man, woman, then in the MAGA world, you're cooked. Or in MAGA Vision for America, if you are not a white man, a white woman with kids, and you're married and you're Christian, you are not in. You are less than. You are not. You ain't shit, really. In the MAGA right, which is our government. That's why shit's like it is. And they use the other races to uphold their shit. So they bank on people that are black and brown or any other color to be right wing to uphold what they're doing. Will they ever be at the level of the white right? Nope. Hell no. But they're gonna use them. You ever had any doubt that right-wing media is just official state propaganda at this point? Consider that Charlie Kirk was replaced on his show by the sitting literally. Independent media, my ass. All right-wing media is corporate funded. I don't think there's any independent right-wing media. And anyone that tries actual independent right-wing media, if they don't make it, they all fail and all fizzle out. Do you know why? Because they don't get the funding. And then like who wants to lie for free, honestly? Actually. I mean, just realistically, you don't, you find something else to do. There's no monetary gain in just lying and lying and lying. Without any money coming into your pocket. So a lot of that, because in 2020, 2021, there are actual, like, some right-wing independent sources. They all failed. There's not a single right-wing independent source. They tried. There were some streamers. There were some right-wing streamers. They are not here anymore. Or they're not out here doing it because there's nothing to pay. How do you make money? Regular people aren't going to contribute to you. If they're MAGA, you are Timu to them because they already have their favorites. So the fuck they're going to support you for when they already can just tune into Charlie Kirk and then watch the vice president on Charlie Kirk and then claim that Charlie Kirk show is independent or whatever and pretend. So there is no independent media on the right. It doesn't exist at all. And the right-wing media is just like automatically a lie. Like not every single source. On every other source, though, you got to choose. You got to pick and choose. Some of them are corporate media, so they're going to report a corporate message and protect corporations. And then some, like me, are actually independent completely. I don't have any corporate anything. I have my beliefs, and being independent doesn't mean you're free of bias, by the way. It means you're not corporately owned. I don't have a corporation backing me to say shit. I have nothing other than my chat and my mods. That's independent media. When you fund yourself. I have an LLC in the state of Minnesota. Got to pay $50 a year to keep it going. That's what I got. Independent. This shit, Charlie Kirk shit, everything like this is not independent. Charlie Kirk was a puppet for the government. That's what he was. That's all he'll be remembered for, being a white supremacist puppet for the government. I can't even think back to when you can find an actual Christian voice that wasn't a white supremacist in like the past, I don't know how many years now in America.
Feeling right now, and this is something people say, you kind of know the answer. There's incredible sadness, but there's incredible anger. And the thing about anger is that unfocused anger or blind rage is not a productive emotion.
Right.
But focused anger, righteous anger, directed for a just cause is one of the most important agents of change in human history.
Charlie showed that. Amen.
And we are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks. So let me explain a little bit what that means. So,
you got 30 seconds. So be quick, Stephen.
The organized doxing campaigns, the organized riots, the organized street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence, it is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
Thank you, Stephen. Don't go away.
And we will do it in Charlie's name. You've actually found your stream. Thank you, Scary Liberal. You don't deserve to be able to say that and have no penalty.
You don't deserve to be able to say that and then have no penalty. There will be costs. There'll be social costs, financial costs. We will shame, excommunicate them, banish them. And that is a promise. And until then, game on. You don't deserve to be able to say that and then have no penalty. There will be costs. There'll be social costs, financial costs. We will shame, excommunicate them, banish them. And that is a promise. And until then, game on.
I saw the leader of the shooter, Nick Fuentes. Assault pikers should be banned on Twitch and then deported back to Turkey. And before people on our side cry about hypocrisy, remember that you can't say the word simp or retard on the platform, but you can openly incite murder against conservatives. Enough is enough. Yeah, that was a, yeah. Oh, weird. Here it is. Here it is. This is a perfect example of the right on right crime. The same, they were doing the same shit to Kirk, Charlie Kirk, before he got killed too. Same shit. They were all fighting each other. MAGA infighting was on an all-time high. Because Jackson Hinkle's on the side of Palestine, he's not right wing. Really? There's a lot of people like that. A lot of people like that. Jackson Hinkle's the least left-wing person ever. He like grifts the left wing though. He does good there, or at least the Twitter left or whatever. I guess probably not. It's probably not. It's probably just bots. I really don't know who Jackson Hinkle's base would be because I don't think anyone on the left could actually follow him, based upon his support for Trump and MAGA. Well, here you go. So if you're ever wondering how, there's no way that the shooter was right. It was. I feel he was a groiper. Nick Fuentes leads a youth of Nazis. So did Charlie Kirk, but like Nick Fuentes is worse by at least tenfold. I mean, you saw the politics. It's all over the place. It's memes. Oh, wow. Look at Charlie's own words. Hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is to be protected by the First Amendment. Dang, not even upholding the memory of Charlie? Well, Nick didn't like Charlie, so. Nick, we're not going to forget you were saying shit like Charlie Kirk was a traitor who sold out our country to the highest bidder up until the day he got his carotid artery drained, just because you see an opportunity in being his biggest online defender now. You are a traitor you are a corrupt and you sold our country to the highest bidder. Nick Fuentes on Charlie Kirk. Jordan Peterson and the conservative rhetoric. Charlie Kirk, you are cooked. Waiting for this long overdue Kirk downfall. MAGA on MAGA crime.
I think a lot of people are starting to find out Charlie Kirk is not the patriot that he says he is. And so I look at what happened last night and I think to myself, this is totally a doable operation. You know, Charlie Kirk in the grand scheme of things is just some retarded idiot. The dog is terrified. I had to go upstairs and reassure him because I'm screaming at my screen, calling Charlie Kirk a bitch and everything. The contrast could not be more clear. Charlie Kirk is a totally unexceptional human being. A moral struggle that's happening on the higher dimension, right? Which is Christ versus the devil. Who does Charlie Kirk serve? You know, is he really a Christian? Is he really Christ-like when he supports foreign wars and Israel and all this? Look at the people he's taking money from. You know, so the guy's a fake Christian. The guy's not a patriot. He hates our country. He's un-American. Let's focus all our firepower on Charlie Kirk. Why are we doing this? It's because Charlie Kirk is a fake patriot, a fake Christian, and he hates his people. He's anti-white. This is our angle. We talk about Charlie Kirk's dual allegiance to Israel. The almighty Oz, you know, the massive head with the tiny face behind the curtain, Charlie Kirk, lording over the conservative movement. Remember, the goal is to expose the globalism, the fake conservatism of Charlie Kirk. People see that Charlie Kirk is not a real conservative.
Can I just say something? Can I say something? I don't know one single liberal content creator or left-leaning content creator that just starts their show rambling about their political opponent out of nowhere for no reason. for no reason at all. But Charlie Kirk is like not an opponent of him. They believe they like are on the same side, but like he's openly calling for violence against Charlie Kirk. And the rhetoric he's saying about Charlie Kirk here, like creating an enemy out of him for their own base that they all support the same bullshit together.
He is not a real nationalist. He is not a real Christian. And that is simply the truth. We humiliated Charlie Kirk last night. We took Gotham's White Knight and we brought him down to our level. We didn't exactly flip him, but we definitely humiliated him. We took one of their best and we made him a laughingstock. Charlie Kirk is not
We took one of their best.
an honest broker, not a conservative. He exists, and Turning Point USA exists to control the conversation. Charlie Kirk was totally unhinged, and I think the guy has Asperger's, so he might have trouble with that. It has to play into this narrative, has to play into the framing that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point are not right-wing. They're not conservative. You know, Charlie Kirk gets asked a tough question, and he reverts back to Israel, God bless Israel, Israel's the best, you know. He malfunctions, he can't do it, because I think he has Asperger's. I believe that. We acknowledge that Charlie Kirk is not conservative. He's destroying the country, and we can all agree that we have to put a stop to that, right?
Groyper war memo, outright counterattacks, grifter subversion, bitterness, resentment. The Groyper war memo.
Right? Charlie Kirk is a retard and a coward, so we've got him checked on both fronts. It is worth mentioning that Dan Crenshaw, Charlie Kirk, I imagine these people, their IQs are like, what, 90, 95, something like that. I mean, these are not exceptional people. These are not intellectual heavyweights, right? Obviously, there's a big opportunity to humiliate Charlie Kirk. And
You said, why does it matter if he has a disability? Because Nick Fuentes is a full Nazi. That's why. This kid is a full Nazi. So is this whole Groyper movement. That's why it's scary. That's why it matters to him. It's Nazis, like, and not like I'm not being hyperbolic, and like being because they're fascists, they're Nazis. I'm being very specific. Like they are literal Nazis.
Front of the president's son and demonstrate to the establishment that he is not in control. So that one is going to be a big one. You know, this is stuff that we've been saying for years, that Charlie Kirk is a leftist, that Charlie Kirk is not a conservative. There is a real risk that at an organizational level, we will cause problems for Charlie Kirk.
Same shit with Laura Loomer before Charlie Kirk was murdered. I don't ever want to hear Charlie Kirk claim he's pro-Trump ever again. After this weekend, I'd say he has revealed himself as a political opportunist, and I have had a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. Turning Point USA was only able to thrive thanks to the generosity of Trump. Yeah, the one she deleted. Her super deleted tweet. Destiny even says you shouldn't call someone a fascist just because you don't like them. You could call someone a fascist if they are, in fact, a fascist. Need help? Here are a few identifying characteristics. A constant praise and respect for other authoritarian leaders. Check. Obsession with using the military as much as possible, even for things like local law enforcement. Check. Obsession with war and conflict. Check. MAGA pretended to be anti-war, but they're not. They're just anti-war that their president doesn't do. So if Trump starts a war, renaming the Department of Defense, the Department of War, all that, they'll support it. Check. Inability to be truthful about even small things. Check. A belief that the laws don't apply to them as long as they are doing the right thing. Check. Little desire to work with any part of the government outside their own executive branch. Check. Concentration of executive branch power into a single figure. Donald Trump. Check. Constant demonizing and belittling of a political opponents. Daily basis. That's every day. Check. Nonstop allusions to grand conspiracies or deep states, despite the inability to ever find or name the people involved. Check. Everything is a conspiracy. A demand for 100% loyalty from party members, else total ejection from the party. You become a rhino. Check. Establishing a media apparatus staffed by family members and loyalists. Every single right-wing media platform ever. Establishing an executive cabinet staffed by media members and loyalists. Establishing prosecutors and judges staffed by media members and loyalists. You wrote that. You wrote a couple one. Hope that helped. I like this one. The sad fact is, if Tyler Robinson had used his gun to massacre students at Utah Valley University instead of just fatally shooting Charlie Kirk, Republicans wouldn't care this much. Facts. Absolute facts. And that's the one. Eric Adams is going to drop out. He's a fraud. He was the FBI director falsely announcing the apprehension of a murder suspect while the real killer was fleeing the scene. Seems like more than just a little mistake. I'm glad Trump didn't put him in charge of air traffic control. Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley has full confidence in FBI Director Kash Patel ahead of hearing tomorrow. So he announced two things that turned out to be a mistake. Everybody makes a mistake, he told me. What's disturbing about Trump, Vance, Elon, etc. is there's no even pretext of reaching out to liberals. You might even mention that all Democratic leaders denounce the killing. They never do that. The killing is just ammo and a zero-sum completion. That it is. That's why I'm saying there in my shit there is room for conservatives, there's room for centrists, there's room for center right, center left, liberals, and leftists. Which obviously is I'm probably more left-leaning now. I'm more liberal, but so definitely liberals and leftists. But there's room for conservatives too. MAGA is not conservative. There's nothing conservative about it. Not at all. Obviously, you're going to have ideological differences of conservatism with the left, but you're going to have to be fine with that to understand that this is beyond that. This MAGA shit, J.D. Vance and the Trump administration is beyond that. And honestly, when you actually talk to people from the left, they don't give a fuck if you want to have a traditional family. They just want to make sure that the rights and freedoms of traditional family values are carried across the spectrum. And not just for white Americans. Like gay people need to have the ability to have a traditional family, which that is whatever that means. Erase traditional, I mean, I guess. A family. And like exist. I'm sure gay people would love to be able to have just as much respect and given the due diligence of like, oh, look at that family. And they're out there raising their kids and like. Instead, we live in a different reality of like, oh, Charlie Kirk was the voice of the truth because white man, white woman, kids. That's America, which is what the right wing has been doing with their propaganda for the past 9 months. Cracker Barrel is a part of that propaganda. Don't forget that. And it sounds cringe, but Cracker Barrel is a part of the story of their white nationalist dream they're trying to accomplish here. With their imagery, with their AI memes they've been carrying out. Wow. Joe Manchin has a word to say, you guys.
It can't be if you're playing the blame game. And I'm asking the Democratic Party, you better start looking at how you lost people like me. I've been a Democrat all my life. I'm fiscally responsible and socially compassionate, Brett, and I come from West Virginia. And now I can't even identify with the far left ideology. So it can't be.
Joe Manchin, who is like the perfect example of like a Democrat in name only. And like a bunch of old ass white dinosaur men that are literally Republicans, but just like aren't Nazis. So therefore they get to reside in the Democratic Party. And when the Democratic Party is like, let's actually do progressive things and like do things that are like for our voting base, you'll have people like this guy. This is socialism. This is socialism, actually. Can't have that. Mansion and cinema, dude. Democrat candidate for Melissa Hortman's House seat said he wants to 86-47 now. Really, Alpha News? They're writing stories about it. Should be arrested. Really? 86-47 was viewed as calling for assassinating Trump. This is the Minnesota Nazi magazine newspaper. So if you're wondering, Minnesota's blue. Boy, we have a lot of Nazis here, including Alpha News. A special election is taking place in the north. Wow, so way to turn. This is how Republicans talk about the violence. So there's a reason Melissa Hortman wouldn't be having a candidate for her seat if she wasn't murdered by a Trump supporter. Instead of that being the story they talk about it, they're like, this guy posted some free speech and like it hurts our feelings. Because it's like a flag upside down. Which these fucks were all posting upside down flags during Biden's presidency. It's a world of hypocrisy. Anyways, let's finish this video we were watching. Let's get back to this. He was talking about Charlie Kirk. We can round it out with this.
Speech. And then when they're hit with further pushback, they pearl clutch. And this is what has pissed a lot of people off, especially because Republicans have lost any right to even remotely feign horror in the face of people saying shitty things to them. These are the same people who fought hard and spent money on opening a facility that they gleefully named Alligator Alcatraz and joked about migrants being eaten by alligators. We've got plenty of people pointing back to the Democratic lawmaker that was also recently assassinated. And the right said basically nothing about it. Trump certainly didn't make an Oval Office speech for it. Meanwhile, Stephen Miller is saying that Democrats are all evil and should be annihilated. And Pete Hegseth is talking about how they're going to go into the cities and use the military against them. And so then when people turn around and say, oh, Charlie Kirk died, that guy was an asshole, whatever. Like, that is not on the same par. To act as if Charlie Kirk was acting in a vacuum and that words don't carry weight or mean anything is to ignore basic reality. He would not have been doing what he was doing if he didn't think it was having an impact on the world. Political speech and violence are not separate. Political speech is a required pretext to violence, often. It's what riles people up to go do the violence. And that is what he's been doing for years. It's part of why we are so polarized. That was what he profited off of. He profited off of making videos that highlighted liberals being all upset while debating him. It wasn't about the debate. It was about the spectacle. It was about laughing at the triggered libs. It was never about good faith engagement, which is why this is getting under the skin of so many people when we're saying, fuck this guy. And then others are like, but he was just using his free speech. Yeah, he was using his free speech and he got shot. That happens. Now, should people get shot just randomly because you disagree with them? No. And also, we shouldn't have a gun culture where this happens all the fucking time. I see people talking about how he was a father. For one, I'm going to point back to how he said he would force his daughter to carry a rapist baby to term. I would also point out that there are a lot of fathers who have been killed by guns and have lost their children from guns. I'm not anti-gun. I actually think that Charlie Kirk could have been doing more to make the world safer for him and his family by advocating to these young men who looked up to him to be respectful about gun ownership. The guy could have dedicated his life to empowering young men to be chivalrous, to be supportive, to be active members of their community, to be safe and understand and respect the weapons that they idolize. That's not what he did. That's not what he did.
Not at all.
He went to college campuses. He set up an awning that said, "Prove me wrong." And he made viral videos for clickbait. He died surrounded by Trump merch while shilling for the administration that currently has a stranglehold on all three branches of the federal government.
He was literally a propagandist. He was a mouthpiece for MAGA and nothing else. Government funded mouthpiece.
And everyone's talking about how he was a conservative activist. That's really fucking sad. Also, on the topic of violence not having a space in politics, what the fuck do you think overturning Roe was? Kirk was one of the people that was at the forefront of trying to convince people to support overturning Roe. It's not his fault that it's gone, but he was a major player. I'm not going to sit here and say that he had the power to make all these things happen by himself, but he is an iconic member of the top of funnel.
Yeah, like Charlie Kirk, you can't, it would be a lie to say Charlie Kirk is the sole responsible person for the rhetoric on the right. That would be a lie. He's a product of it. He's a byproduct, but it's many of them. He's just a piece of it. He was. I don't know whatever time his show is on in the morning, so that you watch the Charlie Kirk show at 11, then Benny Johnson will come on at noon, and then you watch your Gutfeld, and then you get your Sean Hannity, and then that's how conservatives consume media. I'm telling you, or right, MAGA does. I shouldn't say MAGA consumes it like that. They go from one to the next to the next to the next to the next, with no other brief. And then the people that they do watch with opposing opinions, they aren't watching and listening. They're trolling the whole time. Like for me, they ain't listening to me. They're coming here trying to make you guys as mad as possible, and then to try to get my attention, and that's it. There's nothing else there. Or if they are genuinely trying to, they're not saying anything. They're like listening actually. And then I actually won't know then because you're like in the background. But the majority of the MAGA are only out to like troll and then disturb communities. That's really just it. While they are literally upholding a federal government that is engaging in the worst authoritarianism I think we've ever seen in the country, at least since the McCarthyism, at least since then.
For the alt-right pipeline, his job was to hook into young men's brains and drag them away from a respectful reality. We wonder why there's a quote-unquote male loneliness epidemic. It's because they're fucking insufferable. And that doesn't mean they're too far gone. You can change. I was insufferable too. If you're a young dude, I was also insufferable around like 15 to 20-ish.
He said if you're going to be that guy, you got to be ready to go all the way. I'm not ready to go anywhere. I'm ready for chill, honestly. But like I served when it was the Department of Defense. Okay. That's when I served in the military for 10 years. Department of Defense. So in the principle of that, if I need to defend myself or my community against this shit, I'm not going to be upset. I'm not going to be upset at all. It just is what it is for me at this point. Like I'm not at the point where I'm like, oh my God, how can this, I can't believe that this is going to happen. I'm like, when is it going to happen? And I'm like in the gym right now. And like, I'm going to start training again, actually. Because these fucks are gonna bring it, and if you're ready, you're ready. If you're not, then probably leave if you can, the country. I swear to God, like try to get your family out before it's too late, or make sure you're in a community that's protected against this MAGA nonsense because they are gonna come. They're coming.
Can change, and things will get so much better when you start to actually see people as people. So real quick, I want to touch on if this was a political assassination, as the Trump administration is already jumping to stating as fact that it was. And that's a bit of a red flag, but I'm not going to go down.
You're still military age. You can be drafted again. Nugs Money, you're not American. You're banned now because I used to keep you in the chat for like comments. And I thought you were like, no, if you're American, that's not a thing. There's no draft. You don't have a draft in America. I bet you the majority of the MAGA trolls are literal bots. They have to be. There's probably like a couple that aren't, but majority of them are absolutely bots. There's no draft. And also, if you serve in the country and you have a DD-214, you're done. Like, that's it. I served 10 years honorably. I have 2 discharges, one from active duty, one from the reserves, both honorable. I have the Medal of Valor. Not Medal of Valor, sorry. No, whatever it's called. Not the Valor, sorry. Nope. Good Conduct Medal. Sorry. Good Conduct Medal. 3 of them. Gotta wear the special identifier on it. If I ever wear that fucking thing again, probably not. The way our country's going, probably not ever have it displayed again.
Stating as fact that it was. And that's a bit of a red flag, but I'm not gonna go down conspiracy theories. If we assume that this was a left-leaning person trying to make a big scene or whatever, I don't think this helps. I don't think high-profile assassinations are the best way to go about this. Now, Republicans have been trying to find excuses to crank up the rhetoric for years now. It would be insane to pretend that this one instance is gonna let them do something bad now, and so we shouldn't do stuff like this.
Exactly.
They've been escalating. It does not
Exactly.
not matter. If it wasn't this, they've already...
We don't have to live like this. President Trump is proving that every single day in our nation's capital. Mike Johnson on the murder in Charlotte, North Carolina.
already been escalating with that murdered girl in Charlotte. So that's not really my reason for not thinking this is the best way to go about things. It does make him a bit of a martyr, sure. We don't know what the fallout's going to be. It was an incredible spectacle. For some people, they're going to find it incredibly cathartic, but I'm willing to bet that it's going to end up causing more chaos than it was worth. But also, I'm not a future boy. I don't live in the future, so I don't know. This is my guess, my assessment. I also want to note that, like, days prior to this, people were saying that we need to do what Nepal is doing, but in the US. And I know it's not the same people saying these things, but just make sure you're not conflating what you're asking for when you're saying we need to do in Nepal. Because Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck is nothing compared to what some people have been asking for to happen in this country. Anyway,
Exactly. Literally.
the last segment for this is just how this has played out on social media, which has been wild. News organizations have been blurring the footage of it, but the video is everywhere. You're just scrolling on any social media site, not even just fucking Twitter. And pfft, there it is. Now, I've seen far more horrific videos every single day out of Gaza, but it's still...
And Ukraine, for me, on my end.
Wild. Like,
right, like that's why I actually had to message my family back with it. Because, like, you know, I've been to Ukraine 5 times. Then I say it 5 times. You guys should know how many times I've been there, but not how many times I've said it. But, like, I'm trying to say that like multiple times, like more than once, more than one time. And the destruction of what Russia's doing to Ukraine is in your face. And it's not like on the computer anymore. There's no screen to keep me from seeing what the Russians are doing to Ukrainians and the mass graves that are taking place and the systemic killing of the Ukrainians. And like, you're like, and then you're there. And like, even though I'm American, I'm in Ukraine, and then you hear the air raid sirens going off, and the missiles are coming in, and the drones are landing, and you hear the, and then you hear the, because the air defense is firing in the background, and you're like, Jesus Christ, holy shit, I can't believe I'm literally like in this fucking war right now. But like, I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't run. You're in Ukraine. You went there. You chose to go there. I chose to go there voluntarily. What are you gonna do? You sit there and hope the shit doesn't hit your building. Now imagine that every day, but Ukrainians, because they can't leave. It's not like they could leave. That's where they live. It's their home. Obviously, he's focused more on Gaza, on Israel, Gaza. But I'm very closely connected to what Russia's doing to Ukraine. Because that's what I've been reporting on for 3 years, a little less lately because of the state of our country, obviously. But that, I mean, that's why. And so anyways, all that to be said, like, I got the most messages from people that are like my family and have had nothing to say about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, have had nothing to say about the mass shootings. Never once texted me about, hey, did you see that the kids that were killed today? But yet I got messages about Charlie Kirk. Man, did you see what happened to Charlie? And I'm just like reading it like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. It's super fucked up. And then I got a whole other diatribe of like, oh, this is the sad state of affairs. Jesus is coming soon. And we got to prepare it. I'm like, I said, evil happens every day. There's evil out here every day, everywhere. Not just America, not just the United States. It's out here. And people are fighting against it every day. Just because Charlie Kirk was murdered doesn't mean that like there is like that's the only evil that happened out here, or the only bad that's happened. Like selective outrage, dude. And it's like sucks especially when it comes from family, especially when like family of me who know I'm like going places and like reporting on shit and like reporting on tragedies, and then I got to hear about Charlie Kirk from them, and like I never hear about anything else. Nothing. We've never talked about any of the stories I've ever covered or gone to, not even Minneapolis. You guys know that to this day, I've never been able to talk about the riots to my family. and like what that experience was like. You guys know that, like, you know, all that happened, and I've never been able to sit down and like share with my family. I've done it on podcasts. I've gone to podcasts. I've done it and talked about the experience. I've been interviewed about it. Never once has my family ever been like, hey, let's talk about what that experience was like. Never once has my family ever been like, hey, what was Ukraine like? Hey, what are the people like there? What is it like there? What is the war like? What are the Russians doing to Ukraine? Never once. I went myself to Ukraine and back 5 times. 5. Never once did my family ask me about what if I'm good. Did I have a safe trip? Did anything bad happen? Never. Not one time, chat. Never once.
Probably did not want for this video to be just available and on everyone's feed, but it was. They've completely lost the plot. Tech companies have spent so long removing tools for moderation because they've been yelled at by conservatives, and now we're here. This is where I want to leave it. Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit. I don't care that he's dead. If that makes you upset with me, I also don't care, because you don't control my moral framework.
No, I did ask him. I did. This last week I asked him. I don't have, that's why I was going to read the text, but I don't have my freaking phone because it's in the bottom of the goddamn elevator. So I can't read exactly like the back and forth, but I did. I was like, why are you asking me about Charlie Kirk, but you never ask me about Ukraine or like anything else? Is it something, and I'm like, I know I'm not as like big, and I even hit him with that. I'm like, is it because I'm not as big of a deal as Charlie Kirk? Because Charlie Kirk means more to more people than like your own son. Like, I'm trying my best. I'm doing what I can. But the fact that I've like never gotten a text about my safety while I was in Ukraine or about Ukraine at all, let alone me going there, but not even about like what's happening to Ukraine. Never. Not in 3 years have I ever gotten a text from my conservative family or my conservative family members. Only one my uncle did one time at a family gathering where like we're getting food and we're getting our shit. And I don't talk about by the way, you guys might think I'm an outwardly political person because of how I am on the stream. Well, I don't talk really outside of this. I don't have much to say. I've been speaking for 5 hours and then I'm done. Like I have nothing else to say for the rest of the day. So like when I'm around family or when I'm around like softball tonight, I don't say shit really. I don't talk about politics around anybody. I don't bring it up. I'm not just sitting there like, let's talk about, no, I don't say shit. I am quiet because I already know that if most of the people around me are going to disagree and like, I'm not going to, and it's just going to go nowhere. So I don't say shit anywhere unless it's like an event that we're at a political event or something. But like, if we're just out here or like we're out to eat or like I'm at softball or like we're at a family gathering, I don't bring up politics. I don't talk about current events. I don't talk about any of that. Number one, I don't want to because I do it every day, all day anyways. But my only one uncle that I have has asked me about it and been like, hey, you want to go out to breakfast and we'll talk about what happened in Ukraine or what you did? And I was like, oh, shocked because nobody, some of my other extended family members have. And some of them, but majority don't. It's not happening to us, so it's like they don't know if they probably don't even know what's happening. But like it's wild though. I mean, just having that connection. Like if I had a child that went overseas to go report on the biggest war since World War II, I would have dropped them off at the airport. I would probably go with. If I had a son that was a veteran or whatever, a military age that isn't in the military anymore, and that's gonna go do some shit, I don't know, I would go with probably. I'm about that anyways, but I don't know. I would at least dropped them off, picked them up from the airport, helped them with anything they need. Are you kidding me? Well, that's why, guys, I'm like independent as fuck. I'm actually starting to rekindle. That's why I'm talking with my family, because like we're starting to rekindle, I'm trying to. It's very hard, but like that's why we're even having these conversations. Because before, like a year ago, too, I haven't talked to them in like a long time. Really, there's like I said, there's really nothing to talk about. And when they do want to talk, they want to hit me with what they believe, and like it's, I used to believe what you believe. You ain't gonna tell me nothing new. I came from your upbringing and your background. Like I already believed all of that. How about you talk about something different? Like, I don't care. I don't believe that no more. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about why I don't believe that anymore.
Also, you can feel how you want to feel, and it's not really going to change much about my opinion of anything. But a hallmark of Charlie Kirk was punching down at minorities, using logical fallacies to shut people up who wanted to say something that was beneficial to others. He reveled in being snarky about shutting people down when they expressed concerns about safety. He said,
man, if I was your family, I'd be picking your brain. Then none of them. No, only my aunt and like my cousin. No, everyone else, nope, nope. Never have asked me about anything. Never. They were like watched the riots at first because everyone was watching, and then after that, no. I haven't heard anything about asking me about anything unless I bring it up to them like I have recently since 5 years ago. Genuinely, never ask me about anything.
Gun deaths are necessary evil, and he said he doesn't believe in empathy. You are under no obligation to extend empathy to this guy. He's just a dude. And so are you, maybe. There's not a cosmic ledger out there that's tracking your thoughts about a given situation. You don't need to feel bad for expressing very reasonable human emotions. And if you do want to mourn his loss, go for it. If that's how you need to process this, go for it. Don't take it out on others. I'm going to continue to do what I can to not punch down. I try really hard, and I mess up sometimes when my anger gets the better of me.
Same.
But I generally try to call out the people who are in power, who are doing this to us, and not those who are suffering more than I am already. My name is...
That's why I am personally also trying to be better by not just broad stroking all conservatives, but it's hard. It's so hard, especially when I come from that. And so it's like I feel like it's my people that are like this, but they're not really my people anymore. They haven't been my people in like 5 years now or longer. But like I come from that still. So like it's like I'm trying. Actually, I know I shit on conservatives all day, every day, but it's literally only because of the MAGA and that's in power that have full control of the presidency, the Senate, the House, and the Supreme Court. They have full control of it. And then they're cheering on cancel culture. It's not cancel culture for someone to lose his job for celebrating a political assassination. It's a just and necessary consequence if we want to maintain freedom of speech. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, this guy looks like a white supremacist anyways. They all look the same, don't they? Don't they all look the same? Let's start profiling them like they do everyone else. I'm gonna start acting exactly how they do, guys. But it fucking looks like he's gonna go commit a mass shooting. You know, like the same look in his eye. Delano, Minnesota. Ain't nothing happens in Delano, Minnesota, chat. They're gonna do it at a quick trip? What the fuck? They're doing a security for the event? Yeah, Wright County. Okay, have fun. Okay. Oh boy. Well, they're gonna have a candlelight vigil for Charlie Kirk in 2 days, I guess, in Delano. Not a single fucking the 10 people that live in Delano will be very happy that something's happening in their city for once. So at least that's happening for them. For my white racist stalkers, Charlie Kirk supported his own death by gun. He manifested it. Blame him. Oh, more alpha news. Alpha Big Brother news. Christina Morin doubles down. Explicitly blames Charlie Kirk for his own death. He manifested it. Blame him. MAGA. I just want you to know, like, when the pendulum swings, like, whatever. I mean, y'all are going to go crazy. Go off, go commit domestic terrorism. And then when we have the legal means to respond, I don't want to hear crying. When the Democrats or the left take power again, you're going to cry. I don't want to hear it. And it's going to be like, who did Dev kill precisely? Is the constantly trying to expand the guilty parties to everyone you don't like politically is unfortunately expect to behavior, Charlie Kirk. Whatever. Alpha Big Brother news. We're filing a resolution to strip Ilhan Omar of her assignments after her disgraceful remarks. Where is the lie? Every political tragedy is blamed on transgender people? Or like not even political tragedy. They were like, the bullets are trans, guys. There's trans ideology on the bullets, and it was literally the maker's mark. That's where they're at. So no, Megan, Fox News blonde OG version. The demonically oppressed clown is the state party chair of the DFL. Charlie Kirk should be alive today. Political violence must not be tolerated. The shooter didn't think Kirk was right-wing enough. The reference to Groyper is linked to a rival. Okay. He didn't even say anything bad about Charlie Kirk at all. What are you talking about? He literally said he should be alive. Canceling him anyways, you fucking emotional little pussy. Oh, good. Another I'm gonna call him too. I'm Mexican, I don't give a fuck. Another what's it, Samuel L. Jackson Django character. I'll just say that. What's that character's name in the Boondocks? I'm gonna start calling him that. I don't give a fuck. What's that, Uncle? What's the character's name in Boondocks? The grandpa. Or the most of you guys probably haven't seen that. It's fine. Oh, Uncle Ruckus. There you go. Yeah, Uncle Ruckus ass motherfuckers, bro. You guys ever see Uncle Ruckus? "35 minutes." Oh boy.
You know, I sat on a jury one time.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It was in 1957, back in Tennessee. Now, the defendant was accused of shooting 3 little white women with a Winchester rifle from about 50 yards away. See, now, he thought he was gonna get off with that old "I'm blind" excuse. But, oh, boy, he had another thing coming.
The jury will now go off and deliberate on...
Guilty! That nigga is guilty!
Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate.
I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
Uncle Ruckus characters out here. Just like that. Oh, that show is so good. They need to bring that show back. They really need to bring that show back. Yeah, that's just like the representative that we listened to earlier today. Talk about how McCarthy was right. Another Uncle Ruckus. All right. Let's see. Does Brent have anything funny? Otherwise, we can leave on that one because that was a place to leave instead of be. I don't want to leave you guys angry. You guys shouldn't have to leave angry. Okay, we'll leave on that note then. Little Uncle Ruckus to make you laugh, even though he's a piece of shit character. But it's a piece of shit character on purpose, though. It's to mimic the minorities that act like that, because there's a lot. Not just in the black community, in the Mexican community too, boy. With the Latinos for Trump and shit, boy. What the fuck? What do you mean, bro? Latinos for Trump. All right. Anyways, so that's it. That's all I got. Yeah, I got softball tonight, though. I got to go get ready for it. We'll be just be doing more of these streams this week, you guys. So if you enjoy this, like, kind of just exploring shit, we do this in between the breaking news, because obviously, like, if something breaking happens, then we'll be locked in. But, oh, what am I doing? But, like, overall, I think we'll probably just keep talking about the state of our country every day. And, like, what's coming out. And it's probably going to be downer news. So if you need a break, then take a break. I'm not live with this all day long. You got a good 5.5 hour stream, but I don't do like, I can't do it for 8 to 10 hours unless it's breaking news. But like, you know, I have my softball streams are on Mondays, so come check us out. Hopefully we'll have a better night than last week. We got our ass kicked looking like the Vikings. It was a bad week. So we got softball tonight, but then after that, after I get home, Mercado Gaming. Okay, I have a gaming channel. We played Project Zomboid last night. Chat, why is there 1,300 views for zombies, but my 2K only gets 300 views? My 2K! Look at it, people hate my 2K streams, dude. They hate it over there. I don't care. Not even 1,000 views. And then I play something else. Finally! Damn it. Shit. And I love 2K and my basketball. Yeah, my basketball. Not even 1,000 views. That's so funny. Usually what I usually get, like I was like happy. I'm like, damn, I'm getting about a 2,000 to 3,000 views a gaming stream. Now. I'm happy. Then I play a game I want to play, like actually like deeply want to play, and it's like, nah, bro, nah, shit's mid. Be like, it's fun though. I play games I want to play though. I don't play games that are easy to go viral with, which you can do that. You can play all the popular games, and if you have a good flair to your stream, and like honestly, listen, if you're a gamer and you're like, I want to do a stream, I don't care what game it is. Okay, cool. You go to homepage, then you go to gaming, and then you go like this. Then you scroll down, and you go top live games, and then you find out what the top games are, and you pick that. There you go. I just taught you a streaming cheat code if you're a gaming streamer. It's too easy. Okay? And then you put the right hashtags in your shit and the right description, and then you're fine. And then you'll at least have like 5 viewers probably. You won't have you'll get a few. But if you're cool with any of these games right here, which I mean GTA is up there. You can stream Grand Theft Auto 5, maybe do that. Warzone sucks. Valorant sucks. Roblox. No, that's a sauce platform. Free Fire, never heard of that. You play mobile game. Mobile game's doing well. Fortnite, Clash Royale. So I mean, if you really want to cook and get viewers, they have two. Who's watching the 2K? They're all in like 3 streams. Yeah, it falls off. Yeah, see, like ironically, if I stream 2K, I would be in the top bar of streams for it. Because we do get like 70 people watching, 70 to 100. So we'd be in the top line. But yeah, if you're a gamer and you want to do streaming and you just don't care what game you're playing, then look at this list. It'll tell you. It'll be like if you're like, oh, I want to play this game, but nobody's watching it, you're not going to get any viewers. Okay, just telling you that seriously. Like if you if you really love a game and you want to play it and stream it, you should do that after you build your following, because then they'll watch it. But if you're trying to do it with that, you're not going to get anyone. So go to this list or go to Twitch and look at the top streamed games and stream that and play that. But you gotta like the games though. You gotta be able to play them, I guess. Which I am out of this list. Grand Theft Auto 5 for me. Call of Duty, that sucks, but that's the only other one I'd play. Fortnite maybe third. No, I wouldn't play a single one of these other games. I don't play mobile games. There you go. That's the streaming advice I can give you guys for today. All right. Mercado Gaming, thank you guys for watching. When I get home, I don't know. Maybe there's room for Zomboid, but probably going to play 2K because I want to get my build. I got to get my guy to 99. That's really why I'm still playing it and grinding it. I want to get to 99 overall. We got spooky season coming around. So I'll be playing a lot of horror games. Resident Evil 9 comes out soon, in February, but we'll be playing Resident Evil games, other scary games. So when October comes around, we'll be playing spooky stuff. I got more Metal Gear I want to play because we just finished Metal Gear Delta a couple weeks ago. That was already 2 weeks ago. Jesus, last week was just like the longest ever. But yeah, Mafia, Death Stranding, Zomboid, play a bunch of games. All right, guys. You guys are awesome. Come check out the softball stream. Come check out all my other content so you don't get stressed out all day long with all this news. It's just going to be stressful. So just accept that. Accept that the news is stressful and it's shit. And then you'll be maybe okay. If you understand, if you're not going into it like, man, I hope for the best news today. Like I'll try, but probably not going to be good news. So do what you can to manage that. Like understand news sucks. It's going to be bad. We'll try to find some positive. I'll try to find a positive story of the day, and we'll probably do that at the end. I'll try to do that. So some comedy and a positive story at the end that truly is something positive, and then we'll go on. Because I mean, consuming this content every day is going to be rough, and it's going to feel like there's no hope, and there is hope. Okay, there is. The internet is the internet, and we are out here, and we're doing the best we can. And there's an election coming up. Like, there's a lot to look forward to, and don't let this dark week turn you away. Other than what I said, like, if you're like MAGA is, in my opinion, like, you know, that's something that is something I want to even like have around. And I think it's more than reasonable at viewing them as like an enemy. Like they're like the big brother of this government, of the Trump government, doing 1984 Orwellian behaviors right now. Turning each other in for saying a Charlie Kirk meme. Like what are we doing? Anyways, I'm going to try to leave you guys with some positivity though, every day I can. And also, like, come check out my gaming stream. We were laughing. I was crying laughing on stream last night. We were laughing and we were just having fun, just playing zombies. Okay? I mean, for example, try to find other things. Or like I was at the Vikings game last night, even though they just depressed me. The fucking Vikings. But like, I mean, I like to get out of the house though and go do something. So try it. Okay, guys, like and subscribe. Thank you to all the members on this Member Monday. Everybody that supported all the stream today. Thank you to Steven for becoming a member. Jana for the 70 New Zealand Elevator Crew Gang. Darren, thank you for being a member for 41 months. Eva Neezer, thank you for becoming a member. Amansky said, I'm from EU. What is freedom of speech? I don't get it. It's a First Amendment right of Americans in our Bill of Rights that we have the protections of the freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Which means we can't get penalized for speech that political opponents don't like, basically, or people that are politically opposed to you can't ban you or cancel you for saying things that you aren't opposed to. Dollar Straws, thank you for the $2, or have or risk your job. Like basically the opposite of what you're seeing right now from the right. Basically the opposite of this. Just remember they didn't do anything when kids died at church. Said yup. Absolutely. FM, thank you for the gifted. Steph V, thank you for the gifted. 1984 U.S. War Department short film on YouTube. Don't be a sucker. Hard to believe it's made by the War Department. 1947. Watch it after the show. All right. France 24 is reporting that Poland just neutralized another drone. Oh, man. We still have the geopolitics happening, too. And they all wear Trump's undies. They all do. Or smell it. Kane Wolf, thank you for being a member. Kane 3 Wolf, thank you for being a member. Sprinkles DNC, thank you for the 2. Iconoclast into gifted. Joa is a member for 2 months. Gene, thank you for the gifted. Kerosene Kara, thank you for the 5. Together is a beautiful place to be. Ignis, so how long you give it before something to happen after the Charlie Kirk assassination until you rule out that no one's actually going to try anything? I mean, it's a slow burn. If you're expecting something quick to happen, it's not. Like this is where we're at right now is the result of 10 years of MAGA ideology and the indoctrination of conservatives into this fascism. It's been slow. They didn't just arrive where they're at now, calling for the euthanization of homeless people and sending the military into cities from nothing. It's had an origin point. And that was like 2015. And it's every single day of the same rhetoric from the right, injecting it into the right-wing media to get it to where Americans are accepting this. So, I mean, in terms of like direct response to this, there won't be. It'll be a slow burn, a slow game. And the response is like, this is the response. And anything that comes of it. And if there might be a domestic terrorist out there, then ironically, they'll have the shooter justified. Well, they shouldn't have been making fun of Charlie Kirk. They shouldn't have been calling us fascists for whatever. Basically, it'll be an inverse of the hypocrisy of like when everyone is like, well, the rhetoric Charlie Kirk spewed in the environment he put himself in was a dangerous one. Right? And then that's bad. But watch when it starts happening. When you get domestic terrorists out here that are going to mess with people, and then the shoe will be on the other foot, and there will be zero disavowal, and there will be absolute, like, saying it's okay. JD Vance watches to see the couch. Azov, welcome to becoming an advocate. Thank you. Scary Liberal, I'm very thankful I found your stream. Gene, true Christians better be damn pissed if Charlie Kirk was there when they get to heaven. Like I said, Charlie Kirk's in a better place now. It's not heaven. Cat Dog, thank you for being a member for 20 months. You've always got a place to talk about those things here. Thank you. Thank you for the $4.99, the elevator phone fund. That's amazing. Thank you. Elevator phone fund. Free the phone. I am going to have to pay like $800 to get it out. The guy tonight at downstairs was like, you might have to get a new phone. I'm like, bro, no. Phones are $1,200. What are you talking about? The cost is going to be probably like $800 and something to get it out. I'd rather pay that and get all of my memories and everything back from that phone than having to buy a whole new phone. And then just understand, and then literally imagining living here, like knowing my phone is at the bottom of that fucking elevator every day. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So I'm have to pay the bill. It's gonna they bill the resident for the elevator. So that's what's going on for me. If you guys want to support Mercado Media though in general, thank you. We got a good fund going in the Buy Me a Coffee to support independent media covering current events, IRL streams, etc. All that good stuff. You guys, if you'd like to support, feel free to do so. Don't feel obligated, but thank you again. You got the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description. And thank you again for all the support. Okay, guys. We do have softball tonight at 7:15 p.m. Central, 8:15 p.m. Eastern. So come tune in. Doubleheader, and then we'll be back. Or maybe it's the doubleheader. I think it is. Maybe I don't know. It's one of these weeks we have 3 games. So I'm not sure if it's this week or when it is, but we got 3 games coming up. If it's not this week, probably next week. So you guys are awesome. Thank you again for watching. Subscribe to the channel. All that good stuff. Have a good one. Peace.